pop on in. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Treacle's Peoples, which for those who missed yesterday, we popped in, we did a bunch of encounters, we have seen all of the anomalies at this point. We could technically roll the anomaly credits anytime we want. That's not the goal of the run, though. And so where we left off, we had just landed on a new map. We had engine breakdown, which is no big deal. We got the components, so they'll just pop those in. Right, and this is an infested colony. So we're gonna go in here. There's gonna be infestation, probably a big gross hole to climb down into, full of big gross things that are gross. And that's probably what's gonna happen there. And in the interim, we're going to be working on a bunch of stuff down here. I'm just telling them to basically mine out everything on the map. But once we get the geothermal generator up, we will go ahead and pop on in to check out whatever we've got. There's not a lot of components this map, not that I particularly need them. Okay, we do have our stockpile, a big growing area. They're fixing things, that's all good. I guess one thing we can do to help mitigate stuff is whenever you get stuff planted, just start grabbing things. Yeah, so first priority is just get our power on. Alright, Nitro, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. You have a good rest and all that. But yeah, so you probably noticed our ship is small. To give you an idea, the normal ship you get at the Grav ship start, I want to say is like 350 to 400 tiles between like the ship you get plus the initial panels. That's whether you crash the one on the ground or you have the starting ship. I could have the starting ship one's information wrong, but the point is, it's bigger than 200. And by a fair margin. This whole ship is basically a room for a barracks, a room for this just so we don't lose our mind, and then we have just shoved every inch of this ship full of whatever we can carry with us, because that's the best we've got. Okay. Here comes raid. It can happen. We had that in the last one. We landed the ship and almost immediately got attacked. Oh. Well, don't spoil the raid of other people raiding in, man. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But don't spoil the raid for people popping in. That's part of the fun. Hey, Warren, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. Because we are just getting started in our run today. For those who don't know, Warren, another fantastic content creator, does a lot of RimWorld and a lot of good times over there. Someone I highly recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Tends to do a lot of like really, really sweaty try-hard things. Yeah, Alex Ray, it's fine. I don't know how to tell you, but it really, well, the game today, yeah, it's all good. But yeah, so definitely if you like watching people do, you know, no pause, 500%, that kind of stuff, Warren can deliver that for you. Warren had to raid and run? Absolutely no problem. You're usually anti-backseater stuff, yeah. Now, to catch people up into what, again, check out Warren, absolutely fantastic. You like RimWorld, you can find out. Warren killed lots of you today. Congratulations. Job well done, Warren. You know what chat deserves. But either way, for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including RimWorld. It's usually my first or second most played game in any given year, give or take. But I play quite a bit of it. We're doing a bit of a weird challenge today. We're not on like the 500% kind of stuff. Instead, what we're doing is we had the mech pursuit right from the beginning from Naked Brutality, which we've had some stuff we've had to deal with that because it doesn't kick on until you land a ship there. So going forward, the next time I do this challenge, I'm going to use a mod to force it. But we've had a very up and down with the colony, where we've had 2 almost full wipes that we walked away with. The last one being a spicy one where we'd gone to the terraforming accident grav core site, but we weren't actually prepared for it properly. So we ended up basically having a near complete wipe. Yeah, it would have been there. a near complete wipe that we literally had 3 people grab the grav ship engine and walk off the map wearing their vac suits. No weapons, no food, no nothing. Because between the 3 of them, just their vac suits and the grav engine was their entire carry weight. Because we came to the upsetting realization that I had forgotten that Thrumbos are no longer considered pack animals, so they couldn't carry anything. So I had a group of 4 alpha Thrumbos, and couldn't carry food or anything for them. And unfortunately, we had one person who couldn't... Well, we had 2 people who couldn't doctor, one because they were a child and one because they just couldn't. And the one that couldn't doctor downed the one that could doctor, and so we got to watch them bleed out. And they were the only ones who could keep the alpha Thrumbos tamed. So we murdered all the alpha Thrumbos. Couldn't even take the horns or the meat or the hides or anything, because again, carry weight. And we drugged the grav core all the way from the ice cap down to where we could take off our vac suits without dying, so we had more carry weight. And managed to rebuild from that. And now we're desperately trying to build up our microscopic ship. That we slowly piece together, you know, from just the grav engine and nothing else. And we're just kind of hitting any site that could give me gravlight panels to get that sorted. But, it's rough, considering I can only carry about 60 units of food on here, because we're using the whole thing. Alright, cool, so they've got this built, so let's continue to get our research and all that going. So we're, like, just tossing our random, like, construction decks and all that stuff. This is the same run we abandoned the ship. I have been on the same run for a bit over a week now. Go production. High-tech research bench. Man, Draconic, you suck at cutting trees. It's fair. Not what you do here. But, like, you are really bad at it. No, it's not 60 years. 60 units. And considering there's, what, 12 colonists or so here? That's, like, 3 days, 4 days? Because people eat, was it, like, twice a day on average in the game? And production. We'll want the butcher's table. And a stone cutting table. Alright. So what we want to do is we want to get our crops planted as fast as we can. That's fine, I don't care about that at all. We want to get our crops planted as fast as we can, because we're going to need those to supplement our food. In a minute, we're going to start slaughtering every single animal that walks the face of the earth to handle our food as well. We don't have any weird assignments, right? Okay. It's always the thing when you just started the round for the day, and you're like, okay, where did I leave off? Is that components down there? Yes, it is. And more jade. But yeah, Thrumbos are no longer pack animals. They used to be. So that caught me by surprise when I went to haul everything up, and they like, man, I got 4 alpha Thrumbos. I got like 600 packaged meals ready to rock and roll. We'll just load those suckers up. We'll walk all the way over. And then it goes, you can't carry a single meal. You can just carry the grav engine. By the way, you're going to have to leave your guns because, like, you don't have the carry weight for them. So I had to leave a bunch of really good unique guns on the ground, and it was pretty upsetting. That said, the best gun I've seen so far, we did actually get to bring, like, we did get after the fact, which is an SMG with rapid fire, hollow point, and extended magazine. So, double the fire rate, 1.5 as many rounds per burst, and does 20% extra damage. Thrumbos are not. I checked those as well. They used to be pack animals. I'm assuming they got, when they did the animal rework, they nerfed that. Because they were pretty ridiculously powerful. But I'm pretty sure we had checked that at the time because we had 1 regular Thrombo and like 4 Alpha Thrombos. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I can double check Lexray, but we did check at the time it happened because I had the 1 regular Thrombo we were trying to figure out. I don't believe we could check right now. I don't have a Thrombo to interrogate, as it were. Alright. Draconic has made a masterwork dining table. The furniture bears the portrayal of Luxray inscribing his name on a corset while smiling proudly. The corset glows a dark purple. A sleeping acrobat watches over while laughing. How are you watching and laughing while asleep? Almost every shape in the image seems to be dynamic. The artwork tells the story of Luxray completing a corset. Lynx is hunting Pagey cakes because they haven't had a chance to start the population culling of the local wildlife. That's fine. Keep running, Pagey. About the time it catches up. Why are you pissed off? Oh, that's fine. And just like that, it's sorted. Transport pod crash. Okay. So I do not want this person to stay. But getting free relationship is always a plus. So rescue them. The thing you just waltz in here? Yeah, I mean... Literally, it's in his name. If anyone can waltz into the building, it's Waltz. Okay. So let's uninstall this chair. Grab that masterwork chair and swap it. I don't need to do that, but I mean, if I'm going to make masterwork chairs or whatever, I'm going to just bring them. Not for a strategic reason. It's probably actually not a good idea. But just because it's like, let's have our fancy stuff on the ship. I have no idea where that chair went. I was expected to see it in the stockpile over here. Oh, no, it would have gone here because, yeah. That's fine. So you're working on that. Okay. So we now have what we need to be able to start processing things. So anything that moves that doesn't immediately explode in my face is on the menu. And you'll have a bunch of bricks you can cut or whatever we need. That's fine. We'll actually go in here and tell them to put down a bunch of wood floors. Just so they don't get, like, the horrible thing. This is pretty much a camper van. And this is a big road trip. Yeah. No, we had to abandon our first ship. Which was pretty painful. But that's fine. But the intent is once we get, like, some of these plants planted, we'll go ahead and run over there. And check out a set. Plays a bunch of... Yeah, I've been playing Alchemy Factory, but it's played, like, you know, Pokemon, Digimon, turn-based RPGs, as well as, like, the occasional factory automation game, like Little Rocket Lab and all that. So if any of that is your interest, you can find that over there. Didn't everyone nearly die as well? Yes, we've had 2 times that the colony was basically on the brink of wiping that we've come back from. Leave that door locked open. It serves no purpose staying closed, really. Alright. So I'm just trying to give him a chance to get the rice planted and all that. And then meanwhile, the people who aren't planting are start mass executing every animal on the map. And then we have the infested colony to go over here to deal with once the plants are down there. I just want those growing while we're fighting so that we have food to come back to. Hide-in room. The last straw was slightly impressive barracks. Oh no. And that's genuinely a problem we're running into right now, is because of how claustrophobically small this ship is. You know, we don't have that much room for a bunch of bonuses. Insulting spree because of minor pain. Why are you in minor pain? Oh, because you have a scar. But yeah, so we don't have hardly any positives right now versus all the negatives. I mean, once they actually get them, but like Luxray's problem is they hadn't slept yet since we landed on the map, so they've got all the negatives piling up. So I desperately need to get the colony larger. Alright, and one of the other things we've been doing is to accommodate stuff. That way I can put all the clothes you make on there. Let's see, are there other ways to grab panels? There's a couple of ways. Sometimes they'll show up as a quest reward. You can manufacture themselves once you have advanced grab tech, which we're actively researching, but it does require you to go to space to get materials. You can go to like random, unique weapon locations, ancient complexes, that kind of thing, and the sealed crates and the hermetic boxes can sometimes give them to you. That's actually why we're here, is we're hoping to get lucky while we're down there and maybe pull up some. Occasionally, these caravans that are your bulk trade good caravans in space, so like the ships that fly over that you use the comms panel for, on occasion they can give you those. We don't really have the option of that right now because what am I going to trade for it? I had to, like, we left our money behind and everything just to get the ball rolling again. Okay, so you can go here now. We're waiting for the mood break to end. It's an insulting spree, which is not my favorite for right now. Otherwise, just keep people planting. Yeah, people running around mining half the map. Let's not worry about that steel on that far end. Oh, and a lot of our people have had some light biotech stuff done where we got very fast runner and fast wound healing, but we did have to give ourselves intense UV sensitivity. We actually have better options now, but I just don't have the room for the biotech stuff. And without having a reliable source of components, unless we get lucky when we land our maps, which probably will happen. With our limited carry space, that's all the components I'm going to have. So we're just dealing with our limited supply. Would you stop insulting? That's actually been a particularly long insulting spree. Alright, well, let's get out of here. Beggars wish for charity. They want 39 medicine. Wait, what? I'm not going to tell you how numbers work, but I have 37 medicine and you want 39 medicine. So... Oh, the wealth graph? Yeah, so this is where we took our massive loss, where we lost our first ship and barely walked away from it. This is where we finally got this microscopic ship and left. So this wasn't we got raided and stuff destroyed. This is we left our colony with our brand new that of a ship. So we did get rid of a bunch of wealth. You can see it's almost exclusively buildings that dropped. Well, buildings and items. Okay, so you had a massive insulting spree. How bad was it? Holy crap, calm down. Rebuffed by Draconic 3 times. So insulted, 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 insulted. So pretty much Luxray got through. All but 2 of the colonists got at least 4 insults on them. Cool, man. Way to go. Team player. Right. There's not a whole lot we can do for that. We have just arrived on a new tile. We're trying to get our food planted. So unfortunately, it does seem like we're just going to tank that. I'm going to try to get ourselves where we could do a lantern party really fast, because we'll probably have a good outcome. And it's not going to fully counter those insults, but maybe it'll take a little bit of the edge off. So it's going to knock him out. Well, the insulting spree is over. I'm actually surprised it didn't end in a social fight. Strange signal, sure. That way we can keep researching anomaly stuff, because we're way behind the ball on that, despite having seen every single anomaly in this run. Like, literally, I can awaken it and wrap that up. We're just not doing it because we don't have flares, we don't have solar pinhole or any of those things. So running around and using torches to go from thing to thing, or just tanking the hits would be bold. Monolith Arrival. That's actually not a bad place for it. Unforgettable. Reform ideology and all that. Okay. We probably are not keeping this person. Yep. They're not a bad pawn, but they're not a good... Oh, never mind. They are a bad pawn. They're a terrible pawn. Get out of here. Basically, I would need to be able to make a bigger barracks to accommodate that, and we're not doing that. Alright, so let's go back to our ideology. We have hit the point where we can do a reformation, and we're going to. So. Some of the choices we could do. Is if we move to Pain as a Virtue, they would lean into Scarification. They would be a little bit better about their upset stuff. Inhuman, no. And we did Guilty before, and the only downside is like Guilty requires charity or people get mad, but the Pain idealized and then getting the free bonuses from charity can be good. Human Primacy has its benefit of having a production specialist, which can be very, very strong. That's definitely one to consider. I think it's going to be between putting Guilty back, which we had gotten rid of, just because of our situation right now. The Pain would help. Weirdly. Transhumanist would be nice if we had more space. What's the animal one? Oh, animal personhood. Basically, animals have the same rights as people, so like eating an animal would be considered, you know, effectively on par with cannibalism. Yeah, we have Shipborn. We already have it. These are the 2 we already have. We did have Guilty before, but then we dropped it when we're really, really large of a colony and all that, because it was starting to get to the point of being a nuisance of people trying to join our colony on occasion, and then us getting upset for not taking them. And I like... The thing I'm debating it is Pain Idealized really, really does make it much easier to mood manage, because you can ignore Pain as a thing, and Pain will usually be like a -6 to a -12 or something. The other one is if you can ignore corpses, but then you end up in the areas like Raider and all that. I'm going to go ahead and put that back. And it defaulted to Pain Idealized and Charity Important. That's fine. Because usually my rule is I'm only allowed to make 1 change per reform. But with that, stuff like where now Luxury is like, I'm in pain, what should happen is minor pain, instead of being a -6, becomes a +3. So that could really, really help after raids that, you know, you have like a really rough raid that you had to put a lot of work into getting through. Then all your... Oh, no, stop that. I wasn't reading. I was like, who's the trade caravan? I don't have the medicine to spare right now. Alright, let's go down here. We have more areas that are still queued up to mine. We probably need to back those off. That way our people go and start hunting en masse. Because we need to make the food happen. Or we're going to have a bunch of breakdowns. Oh, we should probably rename our ship, because this is not really the same ship. So we had, I don't even remember what the name of the first ship was. The colony is Treacle's Peoples, because Treacle was our first colonist. And then when the first colony basically fell and we got away with our ship, we renamed the ship The Legacy of Treacle, because Treacle did not make it. Tantrum, you're going to destroy a hospital bed. You know what? Just go for it. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, hey, I'll just get some construction XP. I'm okay with this. I haven't figured out if they ever give up. Okay, so create this zone and no animal corpses. There we go. I'm only preventing him from hauling steel, so I'm not too fussed about this. There, finally happened. That's fine. I figured he was going to stick to it till it broke. The Mevria Treacle. Well, I don't want to use Phoenix, but I was looking for something along that line of like, you know, there was nothing left and we built back up from that. But I'm trying to specifically avoid Phoenix just because, I mean, a little overdone. The beggars are leaving empty-handed. Well, so we gave ourselves the guilty and immediately Zapper? I don't know that one. We gave ourselves guilty and immediately couldn't do the quest for charity, turning what should have completed successfully. Excuse me? Beggars not help. That's what I thought. I don't think I make a big deal, but we'll console you. Try and help a little bit. Yeah, so got the 8. Resurgence of Treacle. Oh, Zapdos? I mean, I don't know my Pokemon lore. I just thought that was one of the legendaries for Lightning. It wasn't about specifically going with the bird. It's going with the idea of, you know, something coming back from the dead. But it could be that the lore for Zapdos has that. I don't know. I've certainly played Pokemon, but the inner lore of every individual Pokemon is not something I'm particularly knowledgeable on. Alright, keep hunting and all that. You just gotta keep buying us time till that grows in. And Burning Sun's planting stuff as fast as they can. Surgeons of Treacle. Colonist lending. Growth fats? I don't care about this stuff. Am I on research as well? Yes. Meanwhile, I need to grab all of these. Link, allow removing storage. Do not allow tainted, and only allow stuff that's at least at 90%. That way, as they make helmets and all those, they're available for people to grab. Well, also, you know, anything that's worn out gets chucked out here where we don't care about it. Alright. And where's this cougar? So cougar's over on the edge of the map. We'll probably want to kill that at some point. Before we can have a chance to manhunt her, I think. Alright, so those are starting to get to like 60%. Well, actually, almost 70%. So we only got to go a little bit longer till we'll start getting our ability to just make meals quickly. And then we do have potatoes and strawberries. And did I plant corn in this one? Probably not. No, because the likelihood of us actually staying long enough for corn is pretty minimal. I'll put some back here, even though I fully don't expect it to ever be grown. Alright. Oh, right. Waltz is down there. I was like, who's that? Right. The person who crash landed that we patched up and just left outside because there's nowhere to put them inside. The Renaissance of Treacle? Yeah, no, Renaissance and Resurgence are definitely decent. We'll eventually settle on name. Remnants of Treacle. AI says overcooked treacle mixed with water and reheated would likely be referred to as a syrup. Cool. That sounds about as useful as AI is. Like, expecting anything useful out of AI is pretty much folly. Alright. How are you doing? You're still over there in the corner. Remnants of treacle. That's certainly a weird one. Words for when something comes back from something bad include resilience, recovery, revival. Insulting spree. Ah, excellent. By the time the insulting spree falls off, we have an insulting spree. The RimWorld classic. This is why a lot of people just straight up will arrest the person who's insulting. And dark visions, because sun sensitivity. Kinda regret giving them that. Disease plague was blocked by penioxylin. That's why I love penioxylin. Because otherwise it'd be dealing with two people broken while dealing with plague and not having a lot of food. That would be the kind of thing. Treacle recycled. Treacle's epilogue. Wait, there are two broken people? Are two broken people insulted each other and canceled both of their mood breaks? Alright. And they only did one bruise on the other one, which already healed. That's about as good of a result as you can have. Treacle reincarnated. Treacle revolutions. The epitome of treacle. Alright, we got death refusals being researched. Cool. Which it's already almost done. The epitome of treacle. That's amusing. Alright, Cougar's still over there in the corner. Because we're fast running out of animals worth hunting. Without sending everyone to go kill a Megasloth. But we're at like 90% on the rice. Treacle harder. Advanced Grav Tech, nice. Healing Factors, way to go. I was actually going that direction, Mr. Tizzo. Treacle's Fist of Fury is like the revenge of Treacle. Too Treacle, too furious. We'll do that for now. We can always change it. The Vengeance of Treacle. That wasn't really the vibe I was going for when I started, but the it definitely went that way. Right word, wrong pronunciation. Oh, you're looking for the epitome. Man, I haven't heard the epitome in forever. Okay, so we treated you. We're pulling up our rice. Why are you mad? You're mad because you got insulted a bajillion times. That just means it's time for you to go and have a mood break where you start insulting people, because why not get off the treadmill of everyone being upsetty spaghetti? Okay. So we just need to have those insults drop off. And then this roller coaster should start winding down. Was that even this colony? I know we had that. I think that was our one of our tribal colonies. I don't believe that was this colony. Yeah, that was the Gary clone run that we had, the calming word, where we had a colony that was entirely made up of people we cloned using the cloning obelisk. So we had our first colonist Gary, and then just kept cloning them again and again. But because they were a tribal, and we kept getting ones with crumbling mind, the crumbling mind ones, we could go ahead and just make them stand around the psychic tree and power up the tree to give everyone psychic powers, till we were able to find a way to get around crumbling mind. Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. It's like the one that when someone has a break, you can cancel the break. Alright. So if you eat real fast, we're going to go ahead and start at least exploring this ruin a little bit. Yeah, so as soon as Draconic wakes up, okay, they stop to feed the baby, that's fair. Everyone's gonna be hungry by the time you get fed. Alright, so grab everyone. Let's at least start scouting this place out. Yeah, I don't do a lot of the psychic stuff. It's just kind of a low-key thing from... To me, RimWorld historically has been effectively a sci-fi western kind of game. So the psychic powers always felt kind of weird, where it's like, oh, this is way more Warhammer 40k than sci-fi western. It's not even like there's anything wrong with that. I actually really like Warhammer 40k. Alright, let's focus on breaking this stuff more. I know where you're going, but don't even think about it. Okay. And give me goodies. It's just a map. And another map. Pretty much what I figured. Actually, back off if you can. That's the opposite of backing off. That actually worked out okay. Okay, get in here. Yep, nope. It went way smoother than I thought it was going to when the one ran back in. Yeah, so that's what we're checking for, is like the safes and all that. It's always worth checking, because sometimes, like in spots like that, you'll end up finding more goodies. Alright, let's get you down here. I guess we could do in the meantime is just open fire on that crap. Okay, well, they work their way around. Cool. Alright. So, you can actually set up a relatively okay choke point here. Crap. And no matter which way it goes, it's gonna be a mess. Didn't think about the fact that they can run around. You start clearing that out. Or they're just going to ignore me and start going after the ship. Rather than the immediate active threat. They can't open doors you claim? Yeah, I didn't claim that door. So I'm gonna go bust up on the ship's engines, probably. Or I have that open. Okay, so you get on this one, you get on that one. Stop. Hitting random stuff. You have an active threat. Deal with me instead. There. Alright, we did destroy that. You're not reproducing, so we'll go ahead and pop those two. How are you doing? So you're gonna feed the baby. You're hungry. You've just recently eaten, so go ahead and pop this nest. But these are the ones that are the most likely to give me, if we're gonna get any of the graphite plates, it'll be those. That style, at least. So also do this. Orders. Allow all. Yeah, you're gonna stay dead. Alright. A bunch of them running in and, like, doing that. Alright, so we got a book and a vanometric power. Okay. Vanometric power was not something I was anticipating. It is not unwelcome, but also, where the hell am I gonna put it? Alright, you know what's happening here? This table, you're out. Vanometric power goes there. And thank you, Klaus, for the 45 stream streak. I do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. You know, vanometric power is a power source that just always produces power, no matter what. It's not a lot of power, but considering there's no fuel cost or anything else like that, it's pretty good. So we're going to rip out that table, which means we're almost certainly going to be tanking some more 8 without table. But I need the vanometric power to go somewhere, and putting in this hallway here is just going to cause grief. So I can tuck it right here. You have a lot of wood laying around? I do. Because we had to cut down all the trees to make room for all the fields for just plunking down a whole lot of farm. Way more than I need, but we're just trying to get food off the ground. And if you're going to be there, I'm going to go ahead and take up that spot with... What stone do I have in this tile? Oh, did I not... What are the walls near the chem fuel? What about the walls? You mean these ones? If I take down these walls, then this will no longer be considered a barrack. I mean, it'll still be considered a barracks, but it'll have all this other stuff in it. I am trying to keep those separated. But yeah, now my intention here is I'll just go there. So it's marble. I mean, the one near the grav anchor too. I don't have a grav anchor. Oh, you mean these ones? I mean, I could open that. At this point, that would make this all one room, because I've already torn down that wall. I'm sure I could technically make it slightly more space. I'm trying to keep this as a separate... This is the barracks, and then this is a break/rec room/dining room. Okay, so you can be critical, clear, any food. Good news, we already have fast healing, so they'll sort themselves out pretty quick. And we do have food now. You're not getting a penalty for using it as your rec room, are you? No. Okay. Alright, the last of the insults are starting to drop off. Man. We cleared that book out. We can put a different book on that shelf. So it doesn't just rot out there. I need another shelf for books. I mean, really what we need is once they research these books. Alright, so we've already discovered the quest here, so I'm going to kick that one out, even though it is a legendary book. It's not one I actually want. Okay, so have you eaten? Alright, that's good enough. Moriarty, how are you doing? The Moriarty's pretty hurt, but everyone else can keep going. Why are you social fighting like every 2 seconds all of a sudden? We had this whole time, we haven't had, like, any social fights meaningful this whole time, and then suddenly it's like every 2 seconds, like, such a social fight. It's not even the same people. Alright, anything good in here? Glitter World is not something to complain about. Okay, nothing worthwhile in there. Clear this corner. It could potentially have something hidden in it. And clear that. Well... yeah, no, you can see it's a burrow wall, so we don't need to check it. Alright. Okay. And you can pop that open. You three can go over there, or you can go over there and deal with this. We got gold. Alright, that's all clear that there's nothing there. And that leaves, as this is the last room that can have something. So we found goodies, not really what we're looking for goodies. There's a bunch of medicine. You can get out of here. Drop you in the corner, clean up the last list, just in case there's another thing in the corner there. And there is not. Okay, so we got medicine, we got some gold, we got some other stuff. There's no underground area in this one. Because sometimes I have an underground area where you can find some really good stuff. But in this particular case, we did not. Oh, let me guess. That's right. You're the one with bloodlust. That's why you're being such a pain. There's a reason why most of my colonies I don't take someone with bloodlust if I don't have to. But in this case, it was very beggars can't be choosers at that moment. And then Great Memory was good. They had the passions we needed. They're not going to get rid of them now. It's not worth facing, like, the penalty for banishing and all that. But usually I'll avoid bloodlust. Alright. Hey RJ, thank you so much for the 155 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do my best. Now the bad news is we didn't get any Gravlight panels. That was a very likely outcome. With the world map, we are moving in the general direction of that spot up there. We did hop over, because we were down there somewhere, we did hop over here. No, that's wrong. We were up here somewhere, and we hopped down here to check this infested one. They've got another infested, and I've got a unique weapons. So the plan would be jump to unique weapons, drop down to this infested area, and kind of just ping-pong between a bunch of these different locations on our way up towards this ancient reactor. We're hoping to score some Gravlight panels along the way. If not, continue to work on our stuff, improve what we can, get some research done. That's fine. The insect meat doesn't stay good very long anyways. Alright. And for space, We are under things that we could potentially get the vac zone. The problem I have is... Well, actually, the vanometric power might fix it. So you're 1,000 Menace Cluster. No unstable power core, though. It's almost all fire. I'm probably going to say no to it, because I can make my own Vaxotes helmet. The gold, I don't have a shelf dedicated for it. I can certainly use the Goodwill. The Prestige Marine helmet is really good, but all in all, I'm not going to be staying there and think that... Yeah, probably don't. But that does change a couple things. Because before, I didn't have power on my ship that I could reliably use. And so I was like, we can't go to space because I don't have the ability to run my heaters and my oxygen production. But I actually don't think that's true anymore with the Vanometric. I believe with the Vanometric, I could jump up to space and grab stuff. The problem is the engine cooldown and the fact that there's no food in space. Which we're somewhat resolving that by having the extra shelf if I could fill it up with food. It'll still be get in there, do what we're going to do, and get back out as fast as we possibly can. Because we just won't have the food storage to be speaking of. Ancient Warriors. Well, you're going to put those in opposite directions where I can't realistically. Are we calling this vac resistant? No, we can make vac suits. Like full-on vac suits. Yeah, the problem is I've got one group this way a jump, and that'll be 2 jumps back there. We'll see if I can't hit both. That one down there's a little scary because it is 9 people in that one. That one's only 5. Combat supplier. Love to see that. Oh yeah, no, that one was like not taking consideration a lot of things and just making mistake after mistake. That was 100% self-inflicted. Okay, so I don't care about that. We can finally get this out of our inventory. Get this out of our inventory. Get you out of my inventory. Alright, let's see if we can't make room for any of the money. So your shelf there is basically full. I shouldn't be allowing silver on this shelf, but I don't have it fully utilized, so whatever. Yeah, no, we've had multiple things. We're at the stage of the game, we're gonna get offered that stuff pretty regularly. Because, like, we have the recipe where we can make it ourselves if I could get the supplies. Just everything's full. Because I had to leave this open because I gotta put my more expensive whatever crafting things there. You're working on healing factors. I'm gonna run out of research in not too long. Which would be good, because when I run out of research, I don't have to bring the research bench with us anymore. Like, none of it. Obviously, I haven't gone after any of the mech tech, so that's just not even a concern. Most of this earlier research, I'm not too fussed about one way or the other. There's honestly not a whole lot more research. I'd like the shuttle. That'd be a good one. Bionic would be good. All of this stuff is good. It's still going to take us a while to do the research. I'm assuming we can leave any time. Yep. It would be nice to get either meals on this shelf or some higher quality stuff there. One of the risks I'm starting to run into is about we're getting a bunch of dangerous animals all over the place. Alright, just grab people. Gonna go ahead and take out some animals. Get our ingredients for packaged meals. Okay. Alright, and that should give us a nice sudden influx of meat that we could use to make our packaged survival meals. Because if I can get these shelves a little bit fuller of packaged survival meals, I'd be pretty happy with that. Oh, come on, you gotta make room for that glitter. Right now, we can go to manufactured medicine. Kick the herbal off for just a second. So haul that off. Okay. And now you can let it back on. The important bit was that the good medicine goes on the shelf and not our herbal. That's just... We're in a forest. You can see how dense it is. To put down a farm, that's what had to get moved. We're not keeping it. We just needed to make room. Alright. It'll be really nice if the ship's a bit bigger and I have at least some storage on board. So we're not trying to, like, desperately put a handful of meals just on this bench right here. Major break risk on you, because sun sensitivity, unsettling conversations, beggars not help. That should be dropping off soon. Is it a play of logs for chem fuel? I don't have a place to put the chem fuel. That's 90% of the disappointing thing right now is I can make amazing stuff. I got nowhere to put it, so it stays behind. Like, we're already packed in here like sardines in a big way. Alright, let's get rid of raw food. No hay or kibble. Alright, so we got a raid coming in. Just a bunch of people with bows. We're in relatively good shape, but we have an advantage on our weapons. Turn into art to sell? I mean... I could. I haven't really had much of the... Like, literally haven't seen a trade caravan yet. And honestly, I could just sell the heap of wood to, Oh, wait, there you go. Get in the front to try and draw the fire. Of course, you'd shoot Lux right in the back. I do appreciate they're only walking in one at a time. It is quite handy. That's fine. Yeah, your range is not... Yeah, so we're slowly chipping away at them one after the other because they're feeding in one at a time, which I'm appreciating a great deal. It's a little annoying how much damage it randomly took there, but okay. Got their attention. Oh, they're actually assaulting now. So we don't really have a great defensive position spot. We don't run over here. Back off again. Oh, right, that's a set of ruins. I was like, wait, you're not allowed to run in there. It's like, oh, wait, yeah, you are. And we'll just quickly do that. Okay, so that'll be a pretty good defensive position. I don't have room for any more colonists, so it doesn't matter if they're good. I have nowhere to put them. They can be as good as they want, but I literally cannot put down another bed on my ship, so it doesn't matter. Well, it's funny to me how you can call dibs on doors and the enemies respect that. Yep. Meanwhile... Junk, junk, and junk. But yeah, like right now, like half the time people are like, you should do this. It's like, I don't have the ship for it, man. This is what I got to work with. And it is full. Okay, just to clarify, all of you have Doctoring 1. All of you have Doctoring 1, Patient 2, Bed Rest 2. All of you Doctoring 1. And I have 3 people who are not getting treated. They're sleepy? Yeah, no, it's just... It's one of those things I wish I could sit there and be like, hey, when I say 1, I mean, I don't care if you're on your last limb until you physically collapse and cannot continue going. I do expect you to try and doctor. Like, if someone is bleeding and you're capable of standing, I want you to doctor. Disease, infection on you. Not take any chances. Paige, you get on it. And I'm going to go ahead and preach health it immediately. Because, of course, I went on the Impid. Guardian 1 means act like you scheduled for work. Is a mod would install in a heartbeat? Yeah. But it is always my comment that, by all means, mods are cool and all that, and I do use a couple here and there. I tend to go very, very light on them. But my general stance on any opinion I give on the game is without consideration of mods. Because especially, we're seeing more and more mods being used as an attack vector for malware. Like, it's always been a thing, but it's been like a very small thing. But like, we are seeing it as a more and more common thing that's occurring, unfortunately. Not so much in RimWorld specifically, but just broader on the industry. And so it is one of those things that's like, the leaning on mods to fill the gap of stuff that should kind of just be baked into the game I kind of feel like more and more it should be like, yeah, but no, that's not. The fact that mods solve things should not be considered acceptable. It's good that they do it from the mod perspective, but from the game side, dev side, whatever you want to say, just need to add a priority. Yeah, I could definitely see adding priority columns for like sleep and eat, like those kind of things. Yeah, no, absolutely. I know there are people who like truly believe that vibe coding is gonna work and yada yada. I'm sorry, man. I don't do a lot of dev work on the side these days, and almost all of it has been 100% going in behind people using vibe coding and Gen AI for coding, and just unscrewing up their stuff, just cleaning up their crap. It genuinely feels like I can make a whole career of just cleaning up the mess left behind people vibe coding. Yeah, no, there's a number of games that have had a hey Molly, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Molly Berry, by the way? Another fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games that we have, and also is very vocally anti-Gen AI like we are here, and all that kind of good stuff. But definitely a fantastic time. Been playing some Pal World recently and all that good stuff, so 100% absolutely recommend. Streams usually before I do, so if I'm not live yet and you're looking for somewhere to be, that is certainly usually a choice. Alright, so you are relaxing socially. I mean, you're ahead by like 40%. Do not get started. Want to know what you use to store the results from time? But of course, use character 20. Why wouldn't you ever use UINT? Yep. Yep. Where are you? What are you doing? Go to bed. But yeah, no, it's just Benwell's things. But yeah, no, to be fair, RimWorld is one I would actually, granted with Odyssey and Biotech and Anomaly, RimWorld has been like properly putting in the effort to like really clean up stuff that had in the past been kind of just band-aid fixed with mods. So like Odyssey, they brought a lot of stuff that was fixed by the allow tool. They brought that into it. I believe it was either Biotech or Anomaly brought stuff like the wall lamps into the game and the base game and all that, which was important for Anomaly because light actually really mattered for the encounters that not having light would actually genuinely kill you. Are you still not treated? That's fine. And you have that. The Blight is still not in a great place, but it's better. When you first played RimWorld, the way you would deal with Blight is let's say this corn or this cotton field got blighted. So what I would end up doing is going manage areas, new areas, rename Blight. Okay, expand area, grab that, cover the area, go in here, go to this, go to orders, go to cut plant wherever you're hiding, cut plants, choose, highlight not only the area that was affected by the blight, but the area nearby it, because it would spread, and go through all that, rezone your entire colony to the blight, then go to go to their work, choose cut plant, put it as 1 for everyone. And that was just to be like, you know what it should be? Right click, cut blight. And then just have them work their way through it. If they had, like, plant set to as a high priority. Basically, it should be like fire is, where you right-click extinguish fire, and they keep going until the fire's extinguished, or they're too tired, or, something else prevents farther thing. And Blight is still not in a great place, but it is way better than it used to be. And I would say the same for caravanning. That's another one that RimWorld has finally come around to trying to improve. And again, it's still to this day, I would say the caravanning mechanic is their least polished, most like kind of not in a great place mechanic in the whole game. But it's definitely leagues better than it used to be. Alright, because I was just hanging out too close. Where's that Timberwolf? Okay, it's down the corner. But yeah, so RimWorld, though, from like the base game to royalty to even leading into ideology, I would say generally was one of those games that they didn't ignore the problem. Honestly, just let those rot. They didn't really like just straight up ignore the problems or whatever, but they let a lot of stuff just kind of sit there and rot that really did need to be fixed. And it was around biotech. It did seem like there was a conscious effort to be like, hey, there's a lot of problems that are solved by mods, that there are certain mods that are like universally installed by almost everyone. We should start bringing anything that we don't directly, you know, there's going to be things that come in with mods like run and gun that they'll be like, that's something we specifically don't want. That saves the mod. But yeah, start bringing a bunch of stuff into the base game through all that. Project Zomboid's a game that's been notorious for that as well. Bethesda has had that. Heck, even Dark Souls, when it first came out on PC, like, you had to get a mod called DXFix just to make the game run on most computers. It was really, really awful. The multiplayer didn't work for almost anyone. Like, it was a really big mess. And they just kind of let it to mods. And it's like, yeah, that's not really acceptable, man. So it is one of the reasons why whenever I like am talking about a game and people are like, oh, well, there's a mod to fix, that's like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's like, it's fine in the moment to help the person who's having the problem, sure, absolutely. But like, for reviewing the game and all that and being like, here's my thoughts and yada yada, just always treat it as if the mod doesn't exist from the purposes of covering, being like, a lot of these problems can be solved with mods. But yeah, we've also, to circle back to the whole thing we're running into at the beginning, is there's been an increasing rate of malware put in mods. And a lot of it can be like, let's say the allow tool. The allow tool is a very popular mod in RimWorld for the longest time. And then someone else will make a mod that has a very similar name to allow tool, and then they're hoping you'll mix up one for the other. But we have had big mods that, you know, someone's being a jerk to the person who writes the mod, and they get a chip on their shoulder and upset. And so they go, fine, F it. If people are just going to be ridiculous, you know, I'm going to rip down my mod, or I'm going to add malware to it, or, you know, a crypto miner or whatever. Because they're just, you know, they're doing a work for free, and then people are, you know, entitled jerks about it. And so understandably, they're like, alright, well, fine. You know, I'm going to make my money off of this. It's been happening a lot. We had in Project Zomboid that there was a really popular map mod that a lot of people were using, and the person got upset about it and just basically literally broke the map so that anyone using it, because Steam would auto-update, it basically bricked your saves. And eventually, after like enough people got, you know, very publicly angry about it, the person did reverse it, but at that point no one's going to use that mod anymore. You know not to trust them. Where they hard-code other people's usernames to do something malicious when they see their username. I haven't seen that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, so it is one of those things that very genuinely, now that the mod path is becoming a more publicly known and established attack vector for malware, it is a thing where people will come out with, you know, legitimate mods with the intent of eventually popping in malware later to do their cache out or whatever. And Steam catches up and then they, you know, knock it off, but it doesn't mean you haven't been breached and lost access to Discord and your Steam library and all that stuff. You saw that in Factorio, some popular translation mod had a small little bit of code to rename a few people's usernames. Weird. Or the devs feuding and then making their mod break in some way if you have another mod install. Yep. Yeah, and none of that is even like the AI stuff. Like, there's the AI stuff that's happening as well, just messy, convoluted, unmaintainable code. That's one problem, certainly. But it is a thing. And it doesn't mean like, oh, don't use mods anymore. It's to treat it like you would downloading anything else on the internet. Do I know the source of this? By the way, Steam is not the source. It is whoever wrote the mod is hosting it on Steam. That's your source. But, like, do I trust the source of this? This is a well-known mod. Has it been vetted by a number of people? And even then, it still doesn't mean it's safe. It means it's much safer, but, you never know when someone's gonna get a chip on their shoulder, or get upset, or we've had multiple cases now where the dev was on the up and up, but someone hacked the dev, and then, got into GitHub or wherever their core, source was, added whatever in there and then pushed that out to their Steam mod, and then, later it gets sorted out. Like, I believe that's something that, what is the new game, the hide and seek game? I'm blanking on the name off the top of my head. It's really popular, really fun game. I'm blanking on its name. I've only gotten to play it a couple of times. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce it. Yeah, Mecha Chameleon. That's right, Mecha Chameleon. They had an instance where their Discord has been breached. That they lost access to one of the admin accounts, and they're dealing with that. At the same time, one of their custom maps that people put out there had malware tied into it. And so now on their official Discord, they're getting bad information put out there because, again, one of the admin accounts got taken over by the hacker, who then kicked all the rest of the staff off the Discord. And then, they've got this map out there that's got malware in, so now, official channels are promoting this map that is a virus, is malware. They might have gotten that resolved by now. It's been, happening the last 2-3 days. But, the devs didn't do anything wrong. Something happened and one of them got... however the first person got compromised, maybe they did something wrong. But, generally speaking, these things happen. Even image hacks are back. You thought malicious image code was solved problem? Nope. Yep. And there's a lot of things you have to do to prevent those things, like go into Windows or, Apple's OS X or, whatever. Tell it to not auto preview images and stuff like that, because people figure out a way to put a virus in the wrapper of the image or whatever, so that when certain applications run it, they would run the code. So the code is actually running on the application, not the image itself. People find clever ways to do it. But it's just one of those things that, the internet's a scary place. You gotta be careful. And so, another reason why games, as developers, you don't want to depend on mods to fill in the gaps that you failed to fill. And we're not talking about, new features, all that. Games take time to develop. But, if you've got a pain point in your game that you're aware of and you're ignoring because, the band-aid of a mod gets you through it, there's a point where it's no, man, that's on you. You gotta fix that. The Blight's still being a pain, and it's, again, way better than it used to. That people still feel a need to mod to get around it. Okay, man. It's something worth considering to make a priority. I have a warg sitting right outside my door, who has 100% got nothing else to eat because I'm hunting it all. So let's go ahead and deal with that real fast. Don't go around the corner. You suck, warg. Stop going around the corners. That's fine, we can catch it when it runs out. Don't get around the corners, stop it. You're a troll. Let's see, we just had a malicious link in another Twitch chat today, and it was an MOV file hosted on Discord. Man, an MOV file. When did we jump back to 2008? Even worse these days, it's hard to tell if if it's from a file because it's all decentralized now. But the actual initial payload is a tiny downloader code. Oh yeah, that's a lot of malware. They'll have a callback of some kind. So you can get the malware itself on your computer, and it's kind of benign within itself, but then it grabs something far nastier. And then, whatever antivirus you're running catches the nastier thing and gets rid of it. And you're like, cool, they caught the virus, they got rid of it. And meanwhile, the main piece of the virus is just sitting there. It's all right, I'll just grab a different one later. Or you'll be part of an unwitting bot network where it's not really doing anything against you yourself, but it is using your computer as a means to attack other infrastructures. So when you hear about, Steam getting DDoSed or this getting DDoSed, a lot of times it's a bunch of people whose computers are unknowingly infected, just doing a bunch of calls back to that server until they overwhelm it. The same idea is if you're sitting there on the phone and you just have 1,000 people trying to call you on the phone at the same time, only one gets through and most of the others get dropped. Same exact effect. But, it's whether or not you can download whatever game came out that the attackers are trying to mess up their launch. You just saw in the messy URL before it got purged and it was like MOV? Yeah. That's the thing, it's like an MOV file. I was like, man, I mean, it's still a supported format and all that. But like, I haven't like had to grab or download something that was an MOV file in a long time. It's a perfectly fine format. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just in a lot of ways, like, technical creep has brought us better options than MOV. I need to not be just chilling on this tile. Alright, let's double check the world map. So we have to get up there by 13 days, and we want to get there, it's 25 days. So we need to hop up to this one up here. So for that, we've got ourselves about all the packaged survival meals we're going to get. The rest of their meals we're just going to eat normally. Draconic, how are you doing? Get you set back to that before I accidentally waste Glitter World or better on, like, bruises. Because you were recovering from your infection. Yeah, because not much value in me staying here. I got no more cargo space to put cargo in here, and we're full up. So we're going to start uninstalling the benches that have cost to them. I think I have room for 7, if I remember. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And we'll get those loaded up on the ship and let's get moving. I also want to test. If you tear that apart, does the power go off in the ship? No, I've got lots of power to spare. So this is space-worthy now. Technically, I can take this into space and it will be fine. I have a heater, I've got 2 oxygen pumps. We could do it. Now, the storing of the food on here is a little sketchy. We'd only have about 6 days of food on here-ish, and no ability to get more. But we would be able to potentially go to space and do like a quick pop in, grab 1 or 2 things, and get out. Alright, so we want to go... I can't quite reach it. It's fine. It means we're probably not going to be able to do the other one. That's okay. The other one had 9 armed people. It's going to be a dicey prospect anyways. So we're just going to keep pushing towards this one. I didn't do that, right? There was an infested colony right here, I believe. No, that's the ancient rocks. Basically, there would have been I could have gone to one of these other... Yeah, the infested settlement. And it would have given me a chance for grav light panels. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We'll stay here for just a couple of days and then immediately jump the next spot over. Alright. So let's see where we can find a geothermal that's accessible. That is a great spot for a geothermal. Alright, so let's move. And like we've been doing, just plug our ship right in. Cool. No any special events or whatever. I don't plan to stay here very long. I will chuck down a rice field just as a thing. Make sure... Actually, I don't need that. Don't waste the materials. We're only going to stay here for a couple of days. 3 days. I don't even bother moving all the tables out that. So go ahead and plunk down the rice. Dumping stockpile, low priority. Allow all except rotten or human corpses. Got silver ore over there. Components. Components. And check it for any other goodies. I probably won't need the steel or care about it. Cancel that second one. One's going to be more than enough as it is. Components. components. There's more steel over there. Components. Alright, we can go here, sort ore. We do have uranium ore on the map. I probably won't be able to take that with me. Hey, Seraph, how's it going? And there's no plasteel on the map. That's all we cared about. Now, the catch here is, I don't... Ah, crap. It's fine. I wasn't going to put down anything here. But I'm realizing we're going to be consuming food. That's not a good place for me to put that. Where was my power cable sticking outside of this? That's fine. I'm not going to place everything down. We're just going to chuck down the stove. And a butcher's table. Also put a light in there. And we're just doing that because otherwise we're going to slowly eat through our food and not replenish any of it. So I'm just trying to get that up and running. Butcher everything you see. This also lets us just continue practice shooting. Oh, that's not the right table. 1 second. Uninstall that. I grabbed the wrong table. Stove. There we go. Now, without doing the wrong thing, hey, actually go ahead and uninstall that. Okay. Because that way we can supplement our food while we wait for the cooldown. And I didn't see an obvious ancient danger. There's like a ruin to the top right, but it was damaged and had a door, which means it's not an ancient danger. Area revealed. Just a little pocket, that's fine. Yeah, so that's not an ancient danger. Hey, Bees, how's it going? Can we shout out for Bees with an Ease? Another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of fun games over there, a lot of fun chaos and all that going on. So I highly recommend checking them out and all that good stuff. Yeah, we'll stick with the rice. Because we're not planning on staying here any longer than we absolutely have to. Or we won't get the opportunity to get a potentially decent unique weapon. We're just gonna blast through all the local wildlife. Going well. You've been redecorating your whole house and it's coming together really nicely. How am I doing? I'm doing really good. And it's cool that you're getting to redecorate the whole house and all that stuff. I mean, it's a lot of work. But it can be work well worth doing. And really give you a new and meaningful feeling around the house. Ooh, another thing I might consider doing while we're here. I didn't leave myself space for it. It's fine, we'll do this the lazy way. Put a roof over top of it so it doesn't explode. Alright. Let me go ahead and get that shout out. But yeah, so Bees with the Knees is absolutely fantastic. Doing some Shift at Midnight, which I know I saw the marketing material for that. Isn't that like a vaguely, it's like horror themed, but maybe not horror. Like horror themed. I don't remember if you run a convenience store or whatever. I remember seeing it as like, oh, that's interesting. Not really the vibe for my channel, but you know, it looked intriguing. Just, you know, kind of a play on the genre. But yeah, regardless, Bees plays a lot of similar games, a lot of interesting, fun games over there. It's a horror convenience store sort of similar with silly aspects. Right. It's horror themed, but not like proper horror as well. Okay, and meanwhile, while you're waiting for something else to do, tear up a whole bunch of trees. can also go here. Okay. Yeah, no, it looked good. The it felt like the horror aspect, like I'd have to look into it. Felt like it wasn't, you know, the vibe here, but I don't know. I've been surprised by my audience a number of times where it's like, oh, I don't know about that one, and then I play it and then they love it and it's all good. Just the same, there's definitely also times where you're like, man, I think my audience is gonna love this game, and it just does not do a blip. And you're like, okay, I get it. I was wrong. Oh, is that too much power there? Really? Ah, it is slightly too much power between those two. Well, I don't want to build a G... Well, it's fine. I've got components coming out my nose at this point, so might as well get that going. We're only here for 2 more days, but we might as well try and get as much of the fuel replenished and all that stuff. Yeah, I always forget about that command because people don't use it on any regularity. We did, man, was that like 2 Halloweens ago? We did Doki Doki Literature Club, which is a very genuine psychological horror. Is that, no, she wouldn't be home yet at that. Yeah, she wouldn't be home yet at that time. Tomb's checking in on the things. Go. You actually never played that game because you didn't feel like reading? Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of reading. There's no doubt about it. It's not like voiced or anything. But, it is definitely a game that when you look at, like, the disclosure on the Steam page, it's like, no, man, this game is not messing around. Like, where it says, you know, hey, man, if you're not in a good headspace for some stuff to F with you, you don't mess with this game. It, pretty effed up. Like, I like it. Just checking to see if Tomb's home already. Like, it's a messed up game. But it is also one of those games that you finish for the evening, and you're like, you know what? I don't feel okay. Like, I just need time. I just need time to process this game for a minute. Yeah, so we're cutting down a bunch of trees to make chem fuel while we're here, since we did burn through some chem fuel. So we did open up a little inventory space. And then meanwhile, we're trying to basically slaughter every single animal on the map. To just, you know, as much as possible, keep my food in a good place. But we won't be staying here long. Once this cooldown goes down, we're going to grab just the bench there, bring it back in, and then move on to take on the mercenaries. Because they'll have a unique weapon. Sometimes good, sometimes garbage. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to go get it. And then the mercenary site also can have a low chance of having gravelite panels, which is what we need to make our ship bigger. Alright, Cassie, I get it. I understand. Cassie says no rice. Cassie's just not a fan of rice. Don't even bother. We're not going to be here long enough to attempt another growing of anything. That was already being ambitious, trying to grow the rice here anyways, for how little time I was going to spend here. But, yeah, so plan right now is we're trying to make our way up towards that, because that'll guarantee gravelite panels, but we're going to kind of ping-pong between things on the way up versus a straight shot. I don't like that you had a mood break, because if that lasts more than a day, it can't really go until you're done having your mood break. And those mood breaks are going to continue to be a problem until we get to the point that there's a little bit more room here. We've got... Do we have any greedy pawns left? I actually don't think that's true. I was going to say we have a couple greedy... Okay, so Burning Sun's still greedy. I think we lost our other greedy pawn. Yeah, so Burning Sun's the only one we really need to give a bedroom. because otherwise they have that greedy for impressive bedroom, which is a pretty decent negative at -8. We'd also want to get rid of these negatives here of disturbed sleep and all that, and the rambling would go down a little bit if we got them split up a little bit more. Oh, we have the Psychic Emanator Soothe, but because everyone in this colony practically is psychically deaf, it doesn't matter. I didn't even think about that. Hey man, don't bother. I appreciate the hustle, but I'd rather just pull up random berries or whatever. Supplement our food. Okay, ship is almost ready, so exotic trade's good person. We'll check them out real fast. Most likely won't be able to do anything too exciting. Ancient infested settlement. Alright. Perfect immunity, mild UV sensitivity. That's a cool one. I'm not going to go out of my way for it. Slow study and slow wound healing. Gross. Alright, so we don't care about that. So we got the thing off that blueprint, so we can go ahead and chuck it. We got that, so we can chuck it. There's some cool stuff there that we're not going to worry about. Like the healing enhancer would all be fine. Those we're not going to worry about. Give me the glitter world. And give me everything you got here. Done. Do I chuck the shards? The shards will be nicer once we unlock some of the rituals later. Alright, let's see. So this is 250. That's 250, 500. That's enough for building the geothermal or whatever. So we could take this shelf real fast. I'm going to go here and go steel. You no longer carry regular steel. You carry plasteel. Shoot frenzy. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I got a ton of components laying around that I can't shelf because my shelves are full. Allow them to put those in the shelf as well. Alright, so that's all that. So there's not really a reason for me to stay here. So we're going to go ahead and uninstall this stove. Alright. So uninstall the stove so I can put it in here and then we get out of here. And then with that put away, we've got a completely full inventory of packaged survival meals. Basically full on chem fuel, or technically slightly. Oh no, it's because there's like a unit of silver there. And everything. So we want to go here to the Ancient Mercenaries. You remember the gigantic harp? Yep. Alright, so let's really hope we manage to get some gravelite panels here, and or that the unique weapon is good. This is probably not a tile we're going to stay at very long. Oh yeah, this is a little bit of a dangerous tile because all of the stuff is like right on the... We're probably not going to stay here any longer than we absolutely have to. Go ahead and park you right there. Alright. And go here, allow all, clear, oh, sorry, allow all, no rotten, no human-like corpses. Don't worry about this too much. But I will set to have rice, even though I don't plan on staying there. Just a thought, do you really need all the wall parts inside the ship? You mean the cargo? I've had that brought up a ton of times. Keep in mind that this is considered a barracks. If I remove these walls, then we're starting to run into problems where between like this being a barracks and giving us a bonus and this being a rec room and dining room getting us a bonus, I'll start running into issues there. I can make it all one big space, but with these laying on the floor and all that, they're going to have a negative in the room and all that. So I'm choosing just to keep it that way. Yes, I can technically get a couple more tiles out by tearing down these little walls. I do like to try and keep some of these things sealed in for in case of raids. But I'm choosing to keep it this way as opposed to like fighting to like get that one extra tile. Alright, so there are 5 enemies here. So we want to go and get an eye on what our opposition is here before I think. Yeah, so this is basically one room, this is a second room, and then this is just filler. It also gives me areas where if we do get into trouble, I can kind of use as a choke point of sorts. They want to peek. Alright, so you got a machine gun and a shotgun. I'd like to get an idea. The second machine gun, the shotgun. So we see all but the unique weapon. Okay, they're going to aggress on me. That's not really the plan, but that's okay. So let's have you all go over there. Not really a good position for me. So the question is where the last guy is going to come from. Don't do that. Come on, open the door. Okay, you're going way around the outside. Okay, so you got an LMG with customized parts. The Great Machine Gun, which has a grenade launcher. I'm really hoping you go this way. You know what? That's you. Just go for it. Back off it there. No, don't go in. That's on me. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Go, 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 go. Okay, you did your job. Get on, get on, get on. Don't let him... Okay, I'd like you to run up and do that, because I don't want to waste your shield. Alright. So not the cleanest ever, but definitely could have been worse. Alright, so you have a Masterwork machine gun that has a grenade launcher on it. That is an improvement over your machine gun, so go ahead and grab that. So gear. Ults will go here, zones. Dumping zone. Low, clear. And you will allow human-like corpses. And orders. Allow all. I'll go furniture. So you give her a chance for people to recover. You just got a couple of bruises, and you took a pretty nasty shot. Okay, you are actually being treated for once. I do appreciate that someone's doing it. What weapon did we get? We got a machine gun that was a masterwork and then had a grenade launcher on it. So not exactly the most exciting weapon. I mean, honestly, also as exciting is just straight up getting a recon armor. So we'll strip you, because you have equipment. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. Welcome to Steam. Stream! That's the words. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we'll check the rest of this ruin. But the intention isn't to stay here very long. We're going to move on to the next location and see what we can see. There is components there. I'll tell you to rip this up if you want. There's money there. You already have some steel being mined, and I don't want to go this far. Over that far, if they have to walk the whole way around, is going to get people killed. Alright, so as soon as our melee pawns are a little bit sorted out... I'm surprised that one took you that long to take down. They have decent melee. Meanwhile, Giga just ran down here and just two-hit destroyed. Okay. Just checking. Oh, did you check the new infested settlement quest? I have not. The infested settlements, they just make them appear on the map. Disease infection, because of course, so go ahead and pop out the good ones. We want to have not you. Page of Cakes is our best doctor. And we will have Preach Health. It's honestly surprising we're getting all these infections considering we have medical beds in here and everything. It's fine. And how are you doing in aging up? So the good news is Annabelle is going to be a toddler pretty soon, so they'll stop needing to, Where'd your other machine gun go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a shame that's laying out there, but it is what it is. You can actually... normal quality mostly gone. We're gonna go ahead and have you replace. I prefer the Hellcats, but some of those weapons have gotten dropped a ton of times. So I'd rather we have a good quality masterwork, whatever. And meanwhile, you are upset about being outside. So everyone but Rongor, we're gonna continue. That's fine, just finish what you're doing. Okay. So everyone but Rongor, let's go in here and finish clearing this place. Because we're lucky, we'll find a sealed container or two in here. All right. Get in a position, we got a mine over there. So you've got a bunch of speed bonuses. Olé! Meanwhile, you go pop that door. Alright, the rest of you can just get about your day. There's almost never traps in this building. Or at least not, I've never seen a trap in this side building. Okay, before anyone gets any ideas, you can link these, storage, and clear all. And link these, storage, clear all. Make sure I didn't queue up any of my shelves in here to be deleted. No. Okay, so we're fine. Alright. And orders. Okay. So you have a treasure that is some masterwork weapons and a telescope. Not too fussed about that. You've never seen straight up the refineries? Yep. Yeah, when you go to these sites that have the chem fuel plant, they do have a bunch of equipment inside here. I did see that there was some scrap containers. I thought I saw a component container. I didn't see anything like safes or anything like that, though. Which is the thing that we were hoping for, is sealed container safes and hermetic sealed boxes or whatever. Any of those kind of things do have the opportunity of potentially giving me gravlite plates or other stuff. Meanwhile, link you, allow removing storage. Do not allow tainted or anything below 90. And how soon are you two aging up? Not as soon as I'd hope. Meanwhile, let's talk to you. We can trade what little we've got. Okay. So, we can go ahead and send you on your way with that. And I will give you our mostly worn out and destroyed guns, because they won't be able to come with me anyways, and go ahead and take the mostly worn out and destroyed clothes. Just get out of here. Alright. I wasn't planning on dropping these down outside, but we are stuck here for another 2 days. Let's see if we can't make something happen. We could also go out here and say fishing, have a good time, have a good time. Alright. So the Link's chilling out inside the building. We've definitely got to manage to get more tiles happening. we are struggling right now, keeping everyone from melting down because we're all packed in the sardine can. Oh, I didn't even check. Ore. Probably won't matter. Plasteel. Okay. Most of the other stuff I'm not fussed about. Gold, silver, all that. We don't have the capacity for it. I'll mine if it's there, but most likely will get left behind. Okay. The real challenge is going to be when Annabelle starts aging up. Horrocks cultists. Alright, so that's one we cannot ignore. They're packing a little heat, not a lot. But it is those things that we cannot wait on this thing. If we wait, they will start just kidnapping everybody. Okay, that's us hoping. A couple of them are reacting. Okay, you two go to the front. All the ranged people just pack in behind all this cover. That should draw more of them in. Hey. Let's see, do you like the beam weapons, or could you just not get any better? I'm not the biggest fan of the beam weapons. They're certainly not terrible. Major break risk. I need you to hang in there, buddy. They're funny kind of thing. Alright, so we are gonna just push up on them. They're not going to just... Oh, or maybe they will come up. Okay, so everyone else left is range, and we got 2 that got relatively long range and 2 that are very short range. So we're just gonna have to move on up. Have these 2 spread out. Try and keep the attention as best we can. So it's gonna be a no cover to no cover kind of situation. Move on up. Okay, so with this, now let's drop back to our defensive position. So that way we get cover and they don't. Alright, so we got the core main group, Death Refusal. Alright, so you're going to be kind of hard to deal with, so get in there. There's the Death Refusals. Okay, do you have Death Refusal? You do. And do you have Death Refusal? Nope. So what I could do is you all get back. And you all start smashing that guy's corpse into little itty bitty pieces. That was a unique weapon, right? Yes, the beam weapon is a unique weapon. It doesn't have much going for it, though. So you'll start to get back up. And you'll be unarmed, with 2 really strong melee people on top of you. And now your arm's gone. Now the rest of you's trashed. We just peeled off both arms, as you do. Yeah, so right now our unique weapons is we got a machine gun with a grenade launcher on it. I've got an SMG that is just like more fire rate, more bullets, more damage. Just like it's not exotic, just like straight up damage. Okay, Tube just let me know she's running late. He's unarmed and unarmed. Yes. And everyone is currently mad from observing corpses. We have a social fight and a lot going on. So Luxray got downed and dropped their weapons somewhere. I have no idea where that happened. To tell them to go recover your weapon. So that's cool. I don't remember what you had. I think you had an assault rifle. Pretty sure you did have an assault rifle. There you go. Yeah, so it's laying on the floor right there. Actually disallow that, so when Luxray gets up, we can go and grab that again. And Bill's Butcher do forever. Okay. Go grab the weapon. And we have a day and a half till we can leave. And then the next stop, we'll try and, like, get some progress on some stuff. We'll put up, like, a little room with the things in it. So the next stop, we're currently here. There is an infested settlement right there, an abandoned colony right there, an ancient complex. Like, you got tons and an ancient launch pad and all that. So we're just going to kind of hop around and work our way up. Yeah, sunlight sensitivity, now that we're moving around, is becoming a very significant liability, whereas before it was very useful. Because we could hang out mostly indoors before, and now we can't. And having everyone crammed together is causing Rongor's rumblings and unsettling conversation to add a bunch of modifiers as well. None of which is solvable without more ship, or just straight up banishing people, which I don't want to do. That's a very Night Owl thing, but Dark Vision. Honestly, it still might even be worth it. So I'd have to guard it for 15 days, which I'm not going to do. Nor do I plan on staying here that long. And one day we leave. And then we'll drop down at an infested settlement. That'll be one that we actually plan to stay at. Not long, but at least enough time to, like, get a harvest of crops, replenish our food. Please stop social fighting constantly. We don't even have aggressive, we have one person who has bloodlust, and so far hasn't actually instigated that many fights. They've been in one or two. Days because of the rambling. So they can't leave until that's sorted. Or they happen to be on the ship while we go to leave, but that's always a little bit of a risky prospect of landing with people not able to do anything. Because sometimes you'll land and almost instantly get raided. It really kind of depends on what you're landing into. Okay. Yeah, we weren't psychically deaf. The psychic harmonizer would keep everyone in pretty good order. But yeah. Forgot they could do that in the meantime. We got just under a day till we can leave. Meanwhile, grabbing everything you can. Can you stop being psychically deaf? Yeah, when we go to do some gene altering, we can do that. The problem is that actually has quite a bit of setup. I would need the gene altering stuff. I would need to move these next to it, and all that. We actually probably could do some good stuff with that, but it again comes back to the same problem we've been having of I need space. And the gene altering stuff does have at least some kind of cost to it that I don't really want to plunk it down on a temporary situation because you can't move the main machine. You can only take it apart and get some of the materials back. Ultimately, the solution to all of our problems is just getting more tiles. If we get like a handful more tiles, that's all it'll take to... Like, basically, if I get, you know, another 20 or so tiles, I can go over here and, like, plunk down another room somewhere over here to make it into, like, a proper storage room. Then we can go and, you know, like, make another room. I'll ultimately probably want to do what we did on the other ship and start giving them, at least some of them, their own individual bedrooms, so that way they're taking a mood bonus instead of a penalty from it. Because, like, the barracks is working okay right now, but realistically... long term, that's going to be harder to keep them happier than if I give them their own room. But making their own rooms is going to be costly in space. So I think storage is more important first. Because when we get some storage in here, we can keep some extra steel and some of these other goodies with us. At some point, we would want a hospital, and very well, I might just literally just make that into the hospital later. Just start making other people have their own bedrooms, and as that happens, slowly turn those into medical beds, since they are already hospital beds. Major break risk, I'm burning sun. Yeah, greedy for an impressive bedroom. It's good news, we are getting some of our food supplies replenished. We got 10 hours. Meteorite sandstone. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Can you not break down, please? Yeah, no, it's a bunch of these things, like the unsettling conversations, all that. And one of the ways we could work around that is I could go to Rongor, and I could actually cut out Rongor's tongue, and that would be the end of that. But at the same point, it's like, okay... But that's just going to piss off Rongor, which is fine. That is something you can do. I try to avoid going that route on a lot of these things. Did you just go into a break as well? We're just rotating breaks at the moment, which is not what you want. The good news is every one of these breaks leads to catharsis, which should keep them kind of locked out from having another break for a couple of days, because we're not that much off of being at a reasonable mood and all that. We also still can't take off for another 5 in-game hours, so it's not like it's delaying us that much. You should be about done. You've been going for a bit over a day, maybe 2 now, that you've been broken, so you should sort yourself out. And if hiding room is the one that Marguerite gets stuck with, at least she'll stay on the ship, most likely, so we can just leave with her broken in her room. Okay. On the plus side, we keep getting like these shields and everything. When we get to a proper dangerous fight of like a really big raid, having multiple layering shields can easily make up the difference. Where you pop one shield and when it starts to fail, you pop up the second shield. That gives you time to put down a lot of enemies. Alright, Marguerite's already over her thing. So we're basically just waiting on Giga at this point. Then the cooldown, which is about to run out any second now. Alright. Oh, actually, it shouldn't be the vengeance of Treacle. Treacle's vengeance. There we go. You should be over your break anytime now. Let's uninstall you. Get you drug in here real fast. You leaned into that with the late game grav ship effect. Oh yeah, no, the grav ship shields are really good. You can very, very genuinely with those shields hold a very long time before stuff can punch through. I believe my first anomaly, it was either my first or second anomaly when we had like one shield and like right behind it I had a second shield. So it was one of those things that we had our main defensive corridor. I made it so the shield would line up just in front of my pawns. And so we could sit there and just blast down the hallway. When they shot back, we were protected. We could just layer one shield, and then when the first shield started to fail, pop the second shield. They're just watching to make sure Giga doesn't walk off the ship before we take off. Major break risk because people are walking from the entire other end of the map. Okay, so this is the infested settlement. Alright. And we do actually have the mechs chasing us now. We haven't actually had it trigger because I'm just not staying on tiles very long. I don't really have that luxury with how little capacity our ship currently has. Okay, so there's the settlement. I don't want to park right next to that because that thing is right, you know, whatever. Meanwhile, this island looks like a great place to set up. It's a little close to the edge of the map for my taste. But the fact that they have to like go slog through the water does help a lot. So go ahead and land you there. But yeah, no, taking the time to get those shield generators can be just good fun. Alright, so power, you're good. Zone, grow zone. Go over here. You're going to be rice. Potatoes are fine. Strawberries. Heel root. Cotton. And all this is very overkill. Okay, so that's all very overkill there. We'll want to go to dumping stockpile, make a big dumping stockpile. Low priority, allow all except rotten and human-like corpses. So we're going to give ourselves a moment to get planting things. Put the fishing zone over here. I chose the one spot that's not part of the ocean. Good job, me. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and let them do that for a minute. Meanwhile, we can grab some components over there. Components here, gold there. We'll take one spot of compact steel down there. Tons of components on this map. Actually, that's a much more accessible chunk of steel, so cancel this one. Cold snap. Alright. Disregard all of that then. I guess actually I take that back. Allow them to keep planting. We will need to go orders. Harvest it if you got it. Because that way they still pull up the trees and all that. We'll want to go structure, wood. Okay, so let's try and get all this built. We're having them pull up all the loose stuff out there. Once I get the once I get this room built, then we'll start hunting all the animals. And once we start getting some food coming in, we'll pop down in here and check out the infested ruins. This is going to be a little dicey here, having a cold snap right in the opener. The good news is it's actually beginning of spring, so at least if it's going to have a cold snap, at least it's not interrupting the middle of the grow season. We're probably just getting started what would be the grow season on this tile. It's not too bad. Alright, so let's go start installing all the stuff. So there's you, production, high-tech research bench. I'll go production and butcher's table. Install this. Install you. Install this. Install you. Install that. Install you. And chuck a light in there. It's a good time in getting into the spring before heading north for the Grav Core. Yeah, except I'm going to need to be here for a little while. So there is a chance we might still be here losing part of the summer that we're really going to want for going up north. So we're actually a little... I'd want to be moving there right now, because keep in mind, I'm at least 2, maybe 3 jumps to the Scarlands up here. So we're talking a good full season at the minimum if I rushed it, which we're not. So I'm kind of hoping we can kind of daisy chain up here a little bit and get there to early to mid-spring, which might be about the right timing we end up with if we're daisy chaining between the different interesting locations. All right, so getting all that built, that's fine. Wildlife, we'll start hunting those in a minute. Oh, I also just realized, once we get the tailoring bench set up, I'm going to have to tell it to start producing children's clothes again. It also means furniture. Man, so they're ripping up all the berries, they're ripping up all the heal root, because they can't plant this right now. It's too cold. Okay, they got the roof on here. Okay, add, make kid pants, make kid parka, make kid shirt. Yeah, the kid can wear a vac suit helmet, so that'll be fine. So, do it until you have 1 of at least 90%. Why keep the grav ship so small? Yeah, we actually ran away with just the grav engine and nothing else. So we're slowly rebuilding up from that. I actually would really not want the grav ship to be this small. But we're making do with what we have. Alright, wildlife. Everything is on the menu. And honestly, in this case, the boom rats aren't on the island with us, they're on the menu too. Yeah, honestly, a lot of times I don't tend to push this far. Like, when things go wrong. Painted, and only things over 90%. Everything else gets junked. They've got them coming. Mechanoid cluster. Okay, let's quickly go zone. Nearby. This is the nearby zone. Schedule. Everyone go to the nearby zone. Burning Sun, take a different direction. Take a different direction. Okay. This actually might be a very manageable one. So we've got the mortar here. And this whole thing is on a timer. It's got a low shield. So it's basically what's in that container, and these two are the only things to be dealt with. I believe we can get that unstable power core. Now, I don't for the life of me remember what the rules are with a lot of this. We'll find out here if it's activated by proximity, because if it is, this is going to suck. Okay, so how long do you have? And you do have a drop beacon. The drop beacon is a scary one. Okay. So, this needs to be shut down. That's a primary threat. We don't know what's going to pop out of that. That could be a problem as well. I do have EMPs handy. I do not have smoke grenade stuff. Wait, no, I'm lying. I don't have EMPs handy. I had those, but then we had to leave with not a lot of ship. So I don't have EMPs handy, which makes this considerably more dangerous. But we don't get a choice. That auto mortar has to be silenced when that cooldown goes down, or it'll just mortar us into oblivion. For those who don't know, like, it genuinely will just keep firing again and again until we are dead. So if I can have you all get over here. What I can probably do is get to this side and shoot there. Alright, so let's see. Things that you have that I want versus things that I have that you want. I see. I don't really have what you want. I'll take the pemmican. We're gonna have a little bit of a food issue here. Alright, well, everyone's not in an immediate disaster, so this is as good as time for any. Because this one, we can't really hesitate. I can actually pop the shield in a pinch. But we only got a couple of days, so do not fire at will. I don't know if they changed it, but it used to be it would automatically fire at will at a mortar. Whatever. So my thought is if I go down here, I could shoot over there and probably take out the mortar and whatever's in there. We'll see what drops in. And avoid these turrets for now. I would like the unstable power core, but it's pretty unlikely I'll be able to get these taken out without destroying the unstable power core. I would like it. I don't think it's happening. The big concern is what's popping out of here and what's dropping in with the drop beacon. Those are the wild cards here that we can't really accommodate for. I take that back. I have pop smoke. Okay. It's not the ideal solution. It's not a smoke grenade. But with a pop smoke, I could potentially get to the point where I can run over here, pop smoke, build the wall there, then run away. So this is going to be a bit spicy, so we should be obstructed from both those guns. Now, don't you major break risk right now. I don't have time for it. I need you to pretend to be on your A game. Oh, right, that does obstruct vision. I didn't think that through at all. Alright. Back up down here. Will, back off down here, please. Hey. I'm hiding behind a wall here. Hey, I'm hiding behind... What? Oh, you can see back there. That's not my favorite. Get the Scyther. Oh, right, you're not set to fire at will. Okay, so we've got the first one down. None of them seem to be beelining out of here. We've got 2 minutes till that thing kicks off. So we're going to go ahead and try baiting this up here. You all run up here again. Oh, that shield's still up, and the pikemen are inside the shield. How long till that shield goes down? Because you can overwhelm it. 1 day. Well, so you're all going to have to pack in real snug here. All right. And take that out. Okay, that's the main threat that if we have to run away now, we can work with this. The rest of this is no longer particularly urgent. So what we're going to do is we're going to back straight off. Go, 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 go. And circle around. Because they're going for my ship. You two, go after that pikeman. That's fine. You've got shields. They're there for a reason. Glad I didn't leave the door open. They're gonna go after my geothermal. Oh, your shield keeps getting hit and you keep being slowed by it. Oh, the good news is the caravan. Yeah, the caravan will take care of that. Okay, you're on. Switch targets, go after the Lancer. Go after the pikemen. Okay, so we got another pikeman back there, so you two back on this pikeman. Alright. Okay, so it looks like Tomb just got home. So bear with me, chat. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I need to step away to welcome my wife home real fast. We're on an ad break anyways, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again, and I'll thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Alright. And the answer is the main piece can absolutely be destroyed. So, we did knock away the stuff we needed to do here. Now, I am really greedy. Like, really, really greedy. And I want that. That right there, I will have. I cannot do that in a way that is reasonably safe at all. We're going to let everyone recover for a minute, and then we're going to deal with that. So meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and set the danger zone. And by setting the danger zone here, what we can do... Did I set that far enough away? Yeah. So by setting the danger zone there... Oh, I never did trade with this caravan. I made them fight a little bit of my battle. To be fair, I only made them fight one Scyther, and I handled the rest. So, I don't actually feel that guilty about... Oh no, we already traded you, didn't we? Never mind, get out of here. So give everyone a chance to recover. Where are you going right now? You're harvesting a berry bush, that's fine. A blood shuttle. Alright. I want a sanguiphage for gene purposes, and you don't get these quests almost ever. But I don't have a gene extractor. Nor am I in a position that I want an actual sanguiphage in my colony at all. What would it cost me to make a gene extractor? That'll be fine. We're gonna try and get that built. Why are you not being treated? Where are you? What? Why are you sleeping on the floor? Okay. So what we're gonna want to do oh, I'm gonna need a stone cutting bench for what I want to accomplish here. So production, stone cutting bench. Go ahead and cut down all the trees here manually if you have to. Because what we want to do here real fast is I want to get some stone stuff. And then the plan is basically I have a smoke pack. So we're going to grab our 2 melee pawns who can run fast and have shields. And we're going to run them down this way and this way to grab the attention of these guns. While they're doing that, I'm going to try and run really quickly down here with the smoke pack and pop it down here. While we've got that momentary cover from the smoke pack, I'm going to try and build 3 tiles of wall here out of whatever stone we can. I don't get much use of that smoke pack before things go sideways. And the reason we care about that is if I just shoot at it, this is going to explode, I believe, wide enough to cause that to explode, which means no free power for us. But if I can manage to hold them off from doing that, we can get our power, and then with that we can put an unstable power core in here somewhere. I mean, honestly... Well, actually, what I could do is I could remove this 1 tile here and put it here. For now. We definitely don't want it to stay there, though. Because if anyone attacks it, throws a tantrum and hits it, that's the inside of our ship exploded. They're actually pretty dangerous to keep if you don't bury them in a wall. And I don't really have that bury them in the wall option. We can actually put it here. That's, no matter where I put it, it's going to be real dangerous. But very greedily I want it, and I will have it. I need this cold snap to go away. What's your deal? Why are you upset? Sunlight sensitivity. Oh, that's steel. That doesn't actually help us. That's also steel. Normally, if you're like dealing with that's like steel's not a bad choice. Sure, just set that all to be deconstructed. I don't care. The important thing is I need them to have a chance to cut some brick. Which means we need wood, which they're finally getting. I mean, we have the wood. And I hope to be able to get this built before... The problem is keeping the sanguiphage. It might be able to work anyways. We'll deal with that in a minute. Fine. That is not where I was hoping that would land. Alright, get everyone over here. I was hoping it'd land over there farther. Okay, and they're packing proper heat. But cold snap's over. Yeah, so they're packing some proper heat in this group. Can I bait them out? Come for it. Come for it. Take the bait. Take the bait. Are you seriously just going to ignore me as I get closer? Alright, so the assault began. So let's bunch up way back here. You two try and grab their fire. Okay. So just like that, we've got it sorted. Order, allow. Deconstruct you. I was hoping it might drop down there and start dealing with their threat down below. So you, on the other hand, are deathless. We've got lots of cool guns and all that laying here. I don't know that I want to get rid of anything I've got for it, though. But, like, those are all just standard guns. And there's nothing like masterwork or anything. Because you have your chain shotgun, and it does work. Okay, so this person's basically going to collapse and all that. And we're gonna let them stay unconscious for right now. So, I need them to cut more brick before I could do anything. And I am basically letting this person effectively die. Because I don't want a sanguiphage of my own. Did I not schedule you? Yeah, you're fine. Okay, just scare me a little. Because if they die being deathless, they'll just keep coming back kind of thing. Those be disabled. So I'm basically just going to let it live that life in purgatory. But what I need is I need enough stone to try and do this trick. I probably shouldn't be bothering. It's already dangerous enough what I'm doing as is. If we get the vanometric power, or if we get the power for it, great. If not, that's what it is. Let's not. It's one thing if I had the grenade launcher. It's fine, just leave the kid. It's one thing if I had the grenade launcher, smoke grenade launcher that is. We could very easily execute on this. Using the pop thing to try and do this is gonna be very messy. Alright, so how close can I get before we're in trouble? Alright. So there's the edge of where we can go. Oh yeah, no, I usually try to keep a smoke launcher in my group. Okay, so they're going for it. Ready to follow in. Move, 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 move. Alright, you've done your job. Melee, just get out now. Okay. Oh, we got lucky. It did not explode. Alright. So with this we go orders, allow, claim, uninstall, destroy, 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 destroy. Wait. What made a mech sound? That's weird. It made the mech sound like something had just awoke and was like, excuse me? What? Alright. That's fine. Yeah, we're getting everything planted, doing our best. Well, the rival. That's fine. Vamp escaping? Oh, they were, weren't they? Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit of a weird one, so... Hey. I'm gonna need you to come back, Bean. And I usually don't do this kind of stuff, but, involuntary death rest. Which was the entire intent at the first point, was to cause the involuntary death rest. But we do want the Sanguifacious genes, because these genes here, if we sit there and just start chucking them into the stuff, we can get a lot of these. These are good. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Failed surgery? Oh, don't worry about the failed surgery. It's fine. Have you considered trying again without any hesitation? Oh, did I make a place for the corpses? I don't think I did I? And human-like corpses. And I believe the hemogen craving will knock them down. It's fine. We can just try that again. Sooner or later, you'll manage to get those off. Arbor tree sprout. And no animal. Surgery failed. And this is always the classic of taking someone's legs off so they can't get up and do anything. I usually don't do this in most of my runs, but I really do want those. Okay, so you got the one off. You'll get the gene extractor here in a minute. Major break risk on you. Our doctors aren't very good. The other thing we're doing that's not great about this was another surgery failed. Oh, tantrum? That's fine. They haven't gone and brought that back yet. I'm not really prioritizing it either. That's gonna be a bunch of mood breaks. That's actually why we got rid of Guilty to begin with, is those quests where it's like, take a pawn. At this stage in the game where I got 12 people, stop, don't give me a pawn. Alright, we've almost got all our crops planted that we care about. But doing a double raid right now, it's like, look, man, I don't actually want to be here long term. For some reason, everyone, they seem to be, like, really upset about everyone. This is ridiculous. All right. Hey, you succeeded. All right. Insert. Oh, right. I have to keep them 2 years, or they die when I do this. I forgot about that. Well, it's going to be a really rough 2 years, Bean. A really, really, really rough 2 years. So, best get ready to spend a lot of time laying on the ground. Go ahead and deconstruct that. We're not going to need it. It's basically done for this exact reason. To make you have to commit some effort into making this happen. Awful barracks. Because everything is smashed up and nobody's cleaned it up or anything. What are you doing? Please repair this room. Death refusal. That's a frenzy inducer. All right. But yeah, the reason we're doing this is like robust is one we definitely want. Super fast wound healing we want. Where's some of the other ones? We have there's like coagulating. I thought they had coagulating as well. Deathless is really good. Scarless can be nice. Not as one I'm gonna put that. Low sleep is pretty good. I probably won't go out of my way for low sleep. But basically we got tons of stuff in here. Yeah, you can't get these ones through the gene extractor. But yeah, the super fast wound healing. Well, actually, don't we already have super fast wound healing? Didn't I trade for that? Yeah, I actually have super fast wound healing. So what do I actually want out of here? The ones that, yeah, coagulate. This is a good one. Neural computation. Yeah, robust is a good one. I'm just trying to think about, so robust is really good. The long jump could be a fun one. Usually doesn't make the cut. The piercing spine's not one I care about too much. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. There's one where your own blood coagulates, and I thought they had that as well. I'm not seeing it though. I know I've had to trade for that in some runs. Alright, well, with this, we've got our crops planted. They're coming along. Yeah, long jump can be really good. Yeah, no, there's the super clouding. Let's try and get down here and knock this out a little bit. Oh, come on. I need you to not be pissed off for 2 seconds. Which half you're pissed off is being rebuffed by people. I know you're upset. Let's try and get this knocked out real fast. Are you seriously, after I shot you, just gonna run away? There, that's what you get. We're also lucky that did not end badly. Okay. So pop that open. Come on, winning lottery ticket. Death Rest Capacity Serum. That's cool. If I get a Sanguiphage and use it as a Sanguiphage. I know, everyone's getting pissed off. Like, this room is gross. Alright, so we have a cave entrance to a big part of Nest. Alright, so let's start clearing this crap out. Has anyone ever challenged themselves where they had to bury every single pawn that ever died in their map in a grave sarcophagus? You'll have people just processing the bodies, not even doing them in a special way, just processing them at all, is incredibly obnoxious. All right. You just end up building insanely big graveyard across the map. Yeah, but I mean, it's the labor of carrying the body over there and doing one after the other, very, very quickly becomes something that you just don't want to deal with. It is just the thing, because you got to keep in mind, as the wealth goes up, the raids get bigger, the amount of junk you're having to pick up after each and every fight. Even just cremating the bodies one after the other becomes incredibly tedious very quickly. It's the same thing, like, with people, like, in Product Zone's like, what do you do to process all the bodies? And you're like, you don't. You just don't, man. It ain't worth it. It's not fun. It's just tedious. I'm trying to check this place out as best we can before people start being, like, inconsolable. Alright. That's why you let the grab ship just leave the buys and the wasteful health disappears? Yep. I mean, it's not as big of a problem as it used to be. It used to be a genuine problem that, like, if you tried to stay in a tile very long, you had to come up with ways to destroy bodies rapidly. You know, whether it's burning the whole area or whatever. Because each time you'd have a raid, you'd have a bunch of wealth hit the ground, and it could just easily cascade to more and more and more wealth as all people drop their weapons and everything. Alright, get out of here. We cleared most of the ruin, but people have to stop and eat and do all that stuff. And what do you get here? A triple rocket launcher. And some medicine. Dark visions, because it made you stay out way past the point you could have without having any problems. Just trying to push that. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. I play a lot of Project Zomboid. It's probably the most common question I get asked is how to deal with the bodies. It's like, you just don't, man. In RimWorld you do, but it's usually you're either just chucking them off to the side, or you're like Molotoving to burn them all. You set up your defensive position, your kill box, whatever, so that you can just go in there and do a quick like fire breath or incinerator or something across it and just annihilate the whole thing in one quick go. Whatever your strategy is, it's just a way to deal with the meat-eating trees is probably one of the greatest additions to the game. Just in the sense that you just start hucking all the bodies under the tree, and they just eat the bodies away really fast. It's even good for dealing with your own colonists, like with the unburied debuff. I usually just chuck them under the tree, because usually within a little bit of a day, they can be all handled pretty quickly. Arbiter Tree Sprout. Actually, with your regular chain shotgun, let's give you the Hellcat. Livermex being able to work a crematorium is not terrible either. Right. But it's generally one of those things that you kind of have to, like, have a strategy just for processing bodies. So, giving yourself a less efficient strategy is kind of just being like, what if I've made the game, like, just absolutely infuriating? Yeah, so we will want to go down here and do that. That's going to be really rough with the colony in the state it is. I need to get this larger so that we could start getting our mood debuffs handled by starting to get them their own rooms and starting to have storage, like put better stuff and not have to, like, rapidly try and get some stuff planted and handled each tile as quickly as possible. Which we're working on, but it's not going very fast. Alright, grab everyone again. Yeah, most likely there's a nest in that room that I can't see yet. While we're waiting for the others to get here, we'll just clear out this stuff where we can have stuff hidden back here. Should be nothing here. Okay. We were just checking to make sure there wasn't, like, a safe back there or anything like that. Meanwhile, you two get here and here, because I am expecting 100% to have a nest in there. Alright. Okay. Okay, so you two just run up here and start banging on that. The rest of you can clear out this goop here. I don't expect to find more here, but it's worth peeking just in case. The number of times I've had like one of the safes be tucked in a wall is quite a few. Not like the majority of the time, but it is enough to be relevant. Area revealed, that's fine. Keep breaking things. Okay. Cool. So we got 2 more safes to check out. To see what goodies pop out. We can allow all that. You will definitely stay dead. So we got a map from that one. That'll give us a quest. And we got an Archotech leg. Okay. That's fun. So what's probably going to happen here is, yeah, you don't have any major injuries. We're going to let you get patched up from this. And I think we're going to lean into the double Architect leg situation. So operations, add, install Architect leg left. Glitter world. We're going to let you eat a meal real fast. And prioritize operating. Because you're our best doctor, let's get it done. And that does mean Giga there is going to be an absolute monstrosity of speed. So when I need something run down and killed, it's gonna happen. Because you're already 125% speed, and that's not counting the fact that you have very fast as well on this here. So Giga is going to be an absolute monster when if I need something run down, then I'm like, that pawn, don't let it get away. Yeah, no, your pawn's getting real strong. Well, look, Nociosphere. This wasn't the plan. I really don't want to deal with your garbage right now. Actually, let's put that farther away. I'm a little concerned if you choose extract in the Nociosphere, bad things will happen. I've never tried it, but you do harm whatever you're extracting from. So maybe let's not poke the murder cube. We'll put this here. I guess I don't have what I need to do that anyways. Well, at least they could research it. And we're about to pull up a ridiculous amount of food. Oh, I didn't clear that spot out. So, Rongor, if I can have you go over here. That's enough we can tell there's nothing else in there. Alright, so we still have the underground area to do there. That is something we should definitely check out. Alright, you're still pulling up berries and all that. So I'm going to let everyone get a good night's sleep. Then we're going to go pop into the murder hole. There's going to be lots of goodies down there, potentially. Inspired creativity. You are getting to the point. You're already faster while on anesthetic than you were before. Can you throw the Nociosphere down the hole? I don't think so. But that does bring the curiosity. If I can carry the Nociosphere down the hole, legendary work. A legendary kid's parka. Oh, I didn't make a, furniture. Kid's outfit. There. Might as well save it. Yeah, it's the one kid at school you see a jacket and is like, man, that kid's jacket is sharp. Okay, how's baby feeding going? Where's baby? So baby's being fed right now. As soon as baby is fed, we go down the hole. So got the unstable power core. It's dangerous. We're gonna take apart that corner of wall. We're gonna put the unstable power core there for now, which does leave it fully exposed. Get that floor built real fast. Before we get this thing has been disrespected. Okay. Alright, so with that, grab everyone into the murder hole. And actually, while you're waiting to go down there, murder that cat. Because it's running out of things to hunt. Which means I'm going to start making that short list. Starvation on burning sun. Okay, you can already go back. Oh, I don't have any meals made. Hang on, we can't do this yet. We gotta get those meals sorted before I can do that. This is all grown now, so we should be able to make those meals. Wait, what about the baby? That was the reason I was checking to make sure the baby was fed before we went down there, so that the baby would be fine for plenty long for us to do what we gotta do down there. Oh, that's actually unrelated to that. Production. Well, actually, you have plenty of fuel left. Never mind. Baby should also be growing up soon. Yeah, baby is like any second now going to become a child. Like a toddler. Oh, you are taking the longest possible walking path to do that. Alright, growth moment on Annabelle. Alright, so with that, you are now a child. So we're going to go here and go recreation, your whole schedule. Work. You basically just haul and clean. And fish, you got nothing else to do. Weapons-wise, let's give you that assault rifle. And dangerous animals, you've got the fox down there we still haven't hunted. And the timber wolf. So in this case, let's go to schedule. Let's keep you relatively near the ship. Oh, you're allowed to take the clothes off there. Okay, well, I was about to say we're getting ready to be able to go down into the hole because we got meals, but unfortunately those first batch of meals are food poisoning, so that's cool. Way to help the team. What are you currently grabbing down here? Okay, hold up. Destroy that table. I don't want you running all the way down there to try and do any recreation. Because seriously, you're just going to get mad because you're going to starve and be tired and all that. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. Okay, so we need to deal with the Timber Wolf. And dealing with the Red Fox would also be good. Because then I can leave Annabelle unsupervised. The real problem is where that stove is and how far they're having to walk to drop it off. The Luxury's having to go the entire way around. I did not position that well. I mean, it won't matter, actually, because if I put it down there, they still gotta go up here for the ingredients. It's whatever. Do the best you can. I've got the materials. Build a second one. Floors. Wood floor. And copy all you. And paste. Alright, so we're figuring out the inner workings of this. We've already done this one once this run, so I'm not going to bother reading through all the text. Basically, we got the murder ball. At first, we're like, I don't know what that is. And then eventually you can start sending it at your enemies, and then eventually it destabilizes. And when it destabilizes, you have to send it after something relatively soon, or bad things happen. Alright. Where's the trading person? So you're here. Okay. You don't have hardly any money. I'll take what little medicine you've got. I'll take your packaged survival meals. That's just gonna rot out there. A charge rifle would definitely not be a bad thing to get my hands on. Take a bunch of our worn out clothes, chuck those over the fence. You're absolutely broke, so I guess we just stop there. It's fine. Okay, what are you upset about? You're upset about being insulted, rebuffed, rejecting the danger person. That should be dropping off soon. Alright. We'll probably need to get moving soon. We do have the mech chasing us thing going on. And while it does take like 15 to 30 days, or whatever the gap is. Oh my god, please. I need you to not try and go that far away to try and find recreation. It is a problem because you spend the whole time running back and forth. Well, certainly getting the recreation helps. I can't afford having you go that far. Okay, so when they wake up in the morning and all that, I will let them eat. And then we're gonna go drop down in the murder hole. Just waiting for you to eat. And then Luxray as well. Except everyone is getting food poisoning. Alright. That'll do for right now. Run down here, murder the living hell out of this wolf. But that's one thing I don't have to worry about, leaving a child out unsupervised with a wolf nearby. Okay, and the rest of you, into the hole. And we'll put up the pressure that we can down here. You're sick, get back. Giga has arrived in the depths of the massive underground insect lair. The air is heavy with the stench of insect secretions. Oh. They're, like, already angry and trying to come after me, I guess? That's weird. Okay, a little scrape. Alright, so let's go to this middle area. And then just start blasting all these walls. Okay, let's see if they have anything we care about. Club, knife, little bit herbal medicine. So nothing we care about in this group. So let's go here. Grab you. Start opening fire. Basically, the reason I'm just tearing up these walls. Give myself a lot of maneuverability in here. Oh, we got another group came up behind me. I have no idea where they came from. It seems weirdly like they're agitated about me down here, even though, like, they shouldn't have any clue I am even here. That's the mushrooms that have chem fuel. Okay. So pretty much what we're trying to do is just explore as much of this as we can. Hey, Sleepy Developer. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If you get a shout out for Sleepy Developer, I would appreciate it. All right. Well, make sure you, there you go. Thank you. Playing some Minecraft. I hope you had a good time with your Minecraft and all that today. We're just doing some RimWorld and all that stuff, trying to make things happen. Oh, that is quite the tunnel. Let's go ahead and fall back for just a minute here. Alright, they're aggroed now. Built an outpost at a frozen biome with a glass bottom bridge in the village across a big chasm. Nice! You got a proper whack on you. Alright, so let's go up here and wipe this out real fast. And then we'll probably get out of here because people are starting to starve. And they get upset about that for some reason. Okay, so let's go here. Orders, allow, undraft, exit the lair, grab everyone out, items. We'll grab the insect jelly. I don't want to grab the insects for butchering, but we'll grab the insect jelly that's sitting here. Insect jelly is basically inviting food poisoning, but it is what it is. Alright, so we need to get everyone a chance to recover their hunger, all that. Get some recreation, do all that stuff. Oh, you probably don't need to be restricted anymore, do you? Oh, actually, hold up. Hold up. I left it immediately a dangerous animal rolled directly onto where you're at. Okay, there we go. Because I want Annabelle to be able to run around without too much of a worry. There is a red fox here that could cause problems. Alright, so we got a couple people. So you just have a bruise. You got a couple little minor cuts. Everyone's just going to go ahead and leave you laying there untreated. Because this is RimWorld. Oh, we'll want you to get the stuff there. And you're starving because of food poisoning. Alright, so let's give them a minute to get some food cooked, do all that kind of thing. What a comfy ship for such a big crew. Yeah, we're working on it. This room doesn't even look that dirty. We're like in a perpetual cycle of, oh, they're sick because the kitchen. Oh, you know what? There's your problem. What DLC has the caves? So this one with the insects is Odyssey. If you go down to one that has flesh beasts, then it's Anomaly. Anomaly introduced the idea of the underground area, and then Odyssey added a ton of them. So I've got multiple people who currently have food poisoning, which is not great. I said the fox is going to be a problem, and literally the moment Annabelle was allowed to go anywhere, immediately gets hunted. Okay. Well, it's off the map now. If you go down, pawns go down, and you control them. Yeah, so what happens is, like, I can see this. What I can do is I can grab the pawns and tell them to go in here. You'll see enter cave there. And then once I go down there, I could go down here, and there's potentially good loot. There's a queen down here and a bunch of other things. So it is a thing of, like, slowly working your way through and seeing what you can find. It's still a bit of, like, a high-risk, high-reward kind of thing. Starvation because food poisoning. I can give that a minute. Try and get some meals sorted. Thank you, Oxygen, for the Prime Gaming sub. You get only one of those a month to use it here. And you've been subbed to the channel for 7 months, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, nuts. As soon as Burning Sun gets over their food poisoning, we can go ahead and push back in, because we are trying to do the cave. We've cleared out a bunch of it. It's right now with how claustrophobic our ship is and all that. It's getting pretty challenging to keep our moods handled. I definitely just need to make the ship bigger so that way, you know, I move from a slightly impressive barracks to having, like, either just straight up an impressive or very impressive barracks, or starting to get people their own rooms. Really, the first thing I need a storage room. So I can start getting some of this junk into its own room. Where do you... Oh, man, I keep thinking I've got the last one of these found. Oh, you suck at that. Never mind. I keep thinking I've got those found, because if they run all the way across the entire map for recreation, they're basically losing most of the benefit from all the time spent running. Alright, give everyone a second to get their food. Two seconds have passed. New dangerous animal on the map. Okay. So let them all drop back. They just woke up, so a bunch of them should grab food, eat real fast, and then we go back down into the hole. Okay, we only had the one that went and did that. So all of you, back down into the hole. Huh? The nest that up there just vanished. Okay, there's nothing there. Probably nothing down there. Probably nothing down there. That's all clear. That's got a possibility happen. So let's go up here. Because somewhere in here is basically a big boss insect thing. You know, get a warning when you're close to it. It'll be like, you hear scritching on the other side, or whatever the thing. It's like you hear something on the other side of the wall. Alright. We have not found crap for loot in this place this whole time. Alright. Because usually you can find some pretty good stuff down here. Okay, I can run way down there. I don't expect there to be anything down here. Yes. It is an incredibly powerful SMG. Alright. So, Burning Sun. You stop and eat your food for a minute. I guess you run up here, start clearing this out. It's either there or down here. We've literally found no loot at all. And that's pretty unusual, actually. Alright, so there's nothing left up here. So it kind of leaves this area, but that area is the only places left we haven't really explored. This is, like, I'm also not used to occasionally get, like, an ambush down here and all that. We haven't seen that either. That you'll go through, like, one of those rooms with all the little eggs in it. It'll be like, oh no, you got ambushed from below! Then a bunch of bugs pop up and you gotta defend yourself. Alright. Have a spear. Have guns that I can't really put to use. Have clothes we're not gonna wear. Have a spare shirt. Muffled chittering. So we heard the muffled chittering, so the boss is either here or up here. I don't actually know which side. If we go down here, I've got some choke points I can work with. Let's go with that to start with. So I got a choke point right there. We'll drop everyone down here. Then grab one of our assault rifles. open that up. It's more dangerous. That's real dangerous. I don't like the idea, because Luxray's not going to have nearly enough time to retreat from there. So let's just bunch everyone up here. Okay, so there's the Hive Queen. She's a little chunky. Oh, cancel that. Which one had the grenade launcher? Okay. We canceled that because she's rushing in here real fast. But if you missed it, she spat acid all over me. And you can actually take the Hive Queen, and you can tame the Hive Queen. If you get your tame ability... Yeah, what was it? Yeah, so it can haul, it can spew eggs and all sorts of stuff. It's a cool one, but she eats so much. Grab light panels. Okay, so I'm satisfied we have cleaned out everything we're gonna get. So orders, allow all, cancel this. Is anyone here properly injured? We got a couple little cuts. Otherwise, everyone just got a little splash of acid. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to this. Make sure I did allow all. Cool. Go to exit insect lair. Why do I not have the option to having... Oh, because we didn't do it the last time. Alright, everyone out. Items. Grab light panels, insect jelly. Grab the Hive Queen. Chuck all the insect corpses up there. Major break risk on you. That's fine. You'll get out of here. All right. Okay, that's fine. Disease, infection on Draconic. Best quality medicine. Where are you? Let me guess. None of you actually got treated because all of you went to bed. Alright. Do we get the thing? Yes, we did get the grav light panels. They need to be brought back still. They're just all gonna be sitting at the outside of this hole. So how many did we get? We got 35, which is not a lot, but it is more than 0. And more than 0 is kind of the high bar we're aiming for right now. So let's go over here. We'll start by building that down there. So that's 4. That's 30. And disassemble that corner. This is gonna be like a tiny little storage room. Is all we're gonna get out of that. But it is tangible progress. And we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna duck the unstable power core into the wall right over here. Because right now it's one tantrum away from blowing up the entire inside of the ship. Crow sitting for a persona core. I actually don't care about that. Especially since you're like, hey man, we'll also throw like a mech plus at you. Item / vampire storage? Yes, you understand. Alright. So we'll start hauling stuff back little by little. And keep cooking our meals. For some reason, I thought you couldn't expand thing that the thing that gives more radius. No, so the with this, you can expand up to 500 tiles in this circle. But that said, it's a little rough with the with how little panels I'm getting until we can actually start making a move on a proper location. Medical treatment needed on you because of your infection. Let's save the medicine what you can. That's fine. Noceosphere site progress. Yeah, so we've learned we can intentionally activate the Noceosphere. We aren't planning on keeping it. We're just going to move on. Yeah, no, that's the idea. That's the reason we've been hitting these places, is all these places we've been hitting have a chance of giving me those. It just so happens to be, while we've had a chance this whole time, that's the first time that chance has actually panned out. Haul the Hive Queen. Stop worrying about hauling like the tiniest little insects. Get the one that matters. Because it'll give me a ton of insect jelly and a ton of insect meat. But we gotta get to it before it rots. Not that we particularly want insects for food or anything like that. Yeah, so we got a bunch of insect jelly, a ton of meat. It's fine. We still got 2 Gravelite core panels on the ground. We're going to yoink this one. That's where these 2 go, and I'll have 1 to spare, which will probably go here, so I could seal a little teeny tiny box there to hide the unstable power core inside a wall. And I'll just probably put the wall back here where it was before. Then I'll have 1... Yeah, go ahead and do this, which is put you there. And then we'll start walling a bunch of the stuff off. Then one thing we might do is put a vac core barrier here. Well, we'll see. Basically, when doors open and close, they can let air out. But when you make the vac core barrier, yeah, I'm trying to actually remember if the doors let out air or not. I think they do. That each time someone passes through, they momentarily let the air in and out. Steel door. Reinstall you down here. And the reason I'm sealing this in, even though you don't need a diagonal, is then stuff can't attack through it. There's the other door that blocks air, but not bullets. Okay, now I can seal that in the wall. Don't do that. All right. So as you can see, we didn't get a ton of space from that whole shebang. Alright, so we still do actually have 1 more tile that we could put somewhere. I guess honestly is probably just put it there to slightly expand that room. I was waiting for just to be a bunch of Gravelite panels, so I put all that effort in and be like, yeah, here's some free ones. Then we can go here, go zone, go home zone, put all that in the home zone. Alright, so let's go furniture, here, slate. Because this will let me put a bunch more food and such into storage. With a bunch of food stored, that'll help out a great deal with, you know, when we're going from place to place, not instantly dying and all that. Okay, so clear. You are going to be set for weapons that are not bio-coded. Don't bother with melee weapons. Then range weapons. The only grenades I want are EMP. No auto pistols, no bolt action. No EMP launcher, no bows. No regular SMGs. No machine pistols. No P-list shotguns, recurve bows, or any of this stuff. No tox bombs. Okay, and we can also go in here and one more, so I have furniture. One more shelf back here. Incoming mechanoids. Alright, so we're gonna have to get out of here soon, which we knew was coming. So we're gonna be picky about this shelf. This shelf is not gonna include weapons of any kind. We're not gonna include apparel of any kind on this. Honestly, for this one, let's clear all. And we're going to put any and all foods, but no hay, no kibble, and all that. So how long do I have? I have 17 days till the mechs force me out. You don't know if you remember correctly. Do you remember this? You remember the first run of this DLC, and you losing one of the expansion nodes due to a pawn breaking it? I know I lost one. I don't remember if it was a pawn that broke in the expansion node or like a raid got into the ship or what happened. But yeah, I think you're right that we did ultimately lose one. Alright, so drop them. Capture you, because you're coming with me. Welcome aboard. This will be the rest of your existence, and since you're immortal, that's very unfortunate, I'm gonna say. Very unfortunate indeed. It wasn't in a wall yet? Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things. I remember walling them in. The amount of unstable power cores we got in that run was absolutely bananas. Alright, so for you, let's keep it to manufactured for right now, because I don't know what else. No wart. Okay. Because that'll feature components and grav cores. No mortar shells. Drugs? Or no. Take those off because I'll put the mech healing serum, luciferum, mind numb, penioxylin, resurrection, this. I don't care about the rest. Alright. Don't social fight, please. Yeah, so what we're going to try to do is give ourselves a chance to produce all the food we can before we move on. From here, I don't think we can reach all the way up there, right? Yeah, so it's going to be at least 2 jumps. So I'll probably go and do one more jump that has a chance of giving me something worthwhile. And then we're going to aim to get that last little bit of distance. But yeah, so that stack of panels, that's what it added. It was just like this little space here. But hey, considering this is how big our ship was before, that's a little bit. When we get over to where we get the grav cores, those will give me usually like 75 or more. So we'd get what I just added on there times 2 or so. And plus I get grav core extension. Yeah, so our ship is still smaller than you start out with normally. So you're still grabbing the last of the junk away from the hole. But yeah, so the added bonus here is now we have 1,400 watts of power built in the ship that I don't I don't have to, like, get out of the ship and do anything. It's just there. Which should be enough that when we land at our next destination, I can literally just whip out one of the stoves and plunk it down next to the ship and just good to go. Now, ideally, what we want to do is get probably our next expansion, start trying to get this stuff on the ship, so I don't have to, like, grab it all and dump it off the side of the ship each time. Okay. Do I actually have the... I do have auto doors. Well, they'll burn through some components. Components aren't that big a deal for us. Oh, because it's no longer a valid prison, they popped out of their bed. They can't do anything yet, so it's fine. Okay. Please get those doors fixed. Right now, with none of these counting as rooms, we're going to be dealing with some real significant penalties pretty soon. In fact, do the door. Do the door. Do the door. Okay. Yeah, so I want to get those doors built. That did eat up a bunch of power I probably didn't need to do, because they're like 50 power each. So that's 250 power. But that'll make it so that the movement speed between these is way faster. It's not like I'm lacking on materials. Heat wave, that's fine. Start putting stuff in the passive cooler. I honestly could definitely put a, we could put a fridge or a air conditioner over here. Yeah, because if we build that real fast... that can counter it, and we can use that. And by placing it in here, I don't have to worry about just some random raid coming up and ripping off engines or that have to land in there, which can happen. You can have a drop pod raid in there, but that's alright. That should mostly manage the temperature. No CO study complete, that's fine. We're getting more and more packaged meals made, which is great. What are you grabbing? Oh, you're hunting all stuff way down here on the edge of the map. That's fair. Which is good, because we're getting our packaged survival meals made in a big way, which will really help. Oh, stop that. Suspend baby food. Suspend baby food. Do not allow baby food, and do not allow baby food. Let's see about... You're allowed manufactured, right? No, you were set to weapons. Ah, manufactured being you, I don't want. Manufactured, no textiles. Alright. So that we get stuff like the shield core and the shuttle engine and have those for whenever. So you have heat stroke because you're just outside. That's fine. The ship inside is relatively nice temperature. And pretty much all the animals are dead now. So we can get the last of the food cooked that we have available, and then we're probably going to leave. Let's see, what do you have for... Yeah, shuttle engines allowed there. Wonder why you're not... That's weird. So we do allow the shuttle engine in here. It's set to preferred. You're not getting the option to haul it. And we will add the shield core and persona core. Oh, is it because now it's technically a prison? And therefore ineligible? So we deconstruct this. I don't really understand why it's not working, but okay. Well, we can always do this. Delete this zone entirely. No spot configured for it. Can those actually go on shelves? That could be a thing. Because I've never explicitly gone on my way for that. Honestly, it's fine if they can't. Wildlife. Yeah, so we're basically done here. So let's go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's let them uninstall the shelves, load them up. It's time to go. Meanwhile, delete the zone for the baby food. I don't need it piled up on the floor anymore. Okay, that's everything we can carry. Oh, nope, there it goes. I don't know why it didn't let us do that forever, but suddenly it's okay with it. That's fine. Alright, we outie. There's nothing left for us. Ship is full. And the only things we're leaving behind are the things that we can't bring with us, so let's get out of here. Alright, so we want to move our way up here. So we have on this one, just a lake, nothing exciting. Lake with an island. a basin. So we go to the infested settlement up here. That won't get me enough distance to potentially jump for the Scar Lens, where I can guarantee myself some Gravlight panels. We could definitely go like the launch sites and all this. I think we just start heading up this way. So we can go for Temperate Forest. It's going to be not a great grow season. It's going to be 30 by 60. So plunk ourselves down here, I think. What month is it? August, so we're going into winter. I honestly debated going there. I'm just a little concerned if I stopped here, I wouldn't quite be able to reach that. Because that's our destination right now. Because that guarantees me Gravlight panels and a Grav Core. And honestly, at this point, I can make onboard power with the spare Grav Cores. Yeah, it's just a normal tile. So I'm not seeing any obvious ancient dangers. Which is honestly a surprise. You don't see them all the time, but it's been a while since we've seen one. Alright, so geothermals. There is one right here. So I'll move here, turn that way. Thruster breakdown. So then the question is... Yeah, so right now we have a grid excess of 270. So if I start putting out all my workbenches, I won't have enough power to power them as well. So go down here. We're going to keep up all this nonsense. Working on that. We need a place to drop stuff. Let's be smarter about this time. Let's put the place to drop stuff right here by the back of the ship. Okay, so they're working on all that. We can go here and say ore. Nothing we care about. Plasteel. Nothing we care about. Compact machinery. Let's look around manually. Okay, so we got some machinery there. We got some steel down here. Machinery here. Machinery there. Probably won't need that much steel, so we won't mine any more steel after that one. I'm not going to go after that machine. It's right on the edge of the map. Mad Boom Rat. Right here near home. Okay. Actually, we're probably not going to stay here long. So let's not get too fussed. What we can probably do is get away with one of those ones where we just go production. Where are you? Butcher's station? Butcher? Yeah, production. Butchering bench. Zone. Build roof. Home zone that so it doesn't get dirty. I grab just the stove and plunk it down. It'll just stay here just long enough to get the let's not use that light. We'll stay here just long enough to try and get a little bit going here. In the meanwhile, you can go over here and go to furniture. Actually, don't do it that way. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. So that way we just have, like, the bench out there doing its thing. We won't worry about the research bench. We won't worry about that. We're just going to grab what we can. We will hunt everything that moves to keep our food stocks up. And use that as our means of keeping some food supplies going on here. Alright, we're being attacked immediately before we had a chance to do much of anything. So they're almost exclusively melee. Yeah, so they're coming from both sides. We're not going to have any type of really defensible position. It is just going to be one of those ones that we're just going to have to grab everyone, rally them. Oh, you are so far away, Rongor. Gonna get boost what we can. I thought it said attacks immediately. It does say attacks immediately. Oh, Pagey Cakes is by themselves. You walked around the other way. I didn't see that you were down there. No! Aw, there's no way I can catch up in time. Stop. Pagey Cakes is gone. Yeah, that's always the bummer when they're on, like, the edge of the map. Just, I don't care. Stop breaking my stuff. Yeah, we could potentially get a mission to rescue. It just kind of sucks. Pagey Cakes was our main doctor, unfortunately. What's going up here? Why are you down? Oh, you took your yayo and now you're overdosing. Cool. Alright, so I don't remember exactly what we had Pagey Cakes working on. So we got our cooks, we got construction people, we got growing people, we got people who can mine, we got crafters. I know Pagey Cakes is one of the people who could do research. I think Pagey Cakes was a research crafter. Oh, well, sucks to be you. And there was Pagey Cakes' assault rifle. Yeah, we can actually check that. I believe it'll say something like, my friend died, or... Yeah, because if it doesn't say it's soon, we're fine. I mean, not that that means we'll ever get them back or whatever. Yeah, no, I saw Rongor was down here and was worried about that, and I missed that Pagey Cakes went right around this way and just got caught. That's actually, Pagey Cakes was probably mining that right there. So walked right into them. Usually I try to restrict how close to the edge of the map they can get once we get going. My rival Pagey Cakes is lost. Yeah, I don't think it was lost as the one. It's, you know, died as the one. So that would imply that they are just kidnapped. For the silver lining, I no longer have a colonist with bloodlust social fighting everyone. I mean, what? That's a dark, like, looking on the bright side kind of thing. Yeah, I was hoping they wouldn't go for the kidnap once I realized Pagey Cakes was kind of stuck there. Because they didn't go for the kidnap, like, potentially, but they went right for the kidnap right away. Can actually go there, and I'll make that one a medical bed from now on. That way I can force people who are sick to lay down in it. Hey, Pankrar, it's good to have you. Can we get a shout out for Pankrar, by the way, on their 130 stream streak, 130, a ridiculously long stream streak, so I really do appreciate that. I always appreciate everyone popping in here, lurking, hanging out, doing all that kind of good stuff. Means a heck of a lot, so thank you. But doing some just chatting recently. What did I see you playing the other day? You've been playing some, like, way out there in the weeds indie games. Your own shout out? Hey, sometimes you gotta do it. Wild stuff lately? Yeah, it's like I'll see some, you know, some like a decent number of like horror indie games or whatever. And I'll look at it's like I have no idea what that is. Not horror, what was it? Like turn-based strategy or whatever. But definitely some like weird one. No, it's like SCP, so not like proper horror, but like that thing. You like the ship design? It's a rough situation. To give you an idea, normally when you start the game, you get a ship close to 400. And yeah, we're much smaller. This has been a roller coaster run. Let's see, did they remove the tempo requirements in the most recent update? The tempo requirements in what regard? Because we're fulfilling the tempo requirements. I've got 4 columns. It's all nicely floored. There is no construction. There's no like production rooms in there. Listen. You got to make it work. That's what we're doing. This whole place is microscopic, but it is working. Nothing quite like self-promotion. Oh, Pang's a friend of the channel and all that. I was literally plugging them. Alright, we can probably use some chem fuel while we're here too. How much longer till we can go into the next spot? 2 days. It's long enough to be worth me taking the time to do this. No, you're joking. Yeah, no, I gotcha. That was, oh man, was it Sims channel? And with that we were joking about, the Sims channel and all that. There's like, you know, some people, oh no, it's Ultra's channel. We were talking about where people pop in and be like, you know, first time chatter. I also stream this game, not after like a raid or anything else, just randomly someone you've never heard of ever before, just popping in, first time chatter, just basically plugging their channel. And you're like, hey man, just so you know, like, that's actually specifically mentioned as like, against Twitch etiquette. So like, don't do that. And yeah, we were talking about like, you know, people like self-promoting in other channels and all that. And I was like, yeah, all these check marks popping in here, which is a joke. We've joked about how, like, all the partner people show up in one channel every here and there. You know, Twitch ambassadors showing up in bulk. You'll see, like, all the check marks going down the side. Let's see, one question. What are 4 things right next to each other on the bottom of the open thing? Oh, these? This is part of Odyssey. They added the spaceship stuff, so these are my engines. I just put them internal of my ship so that people don't run up and steal my engines. Because they absolutely do that, like you see in cartoons with them, like, rolling up and, like, stealing the rims off cars real fast. You know, you park it, instantly they're all gone. RimWorld, they'll do that. They'll have a raid, and they'll run up, and they'll grab your engine off the back of your ship and run away, and you're just like... They'll also grab this thing. If they can get a hold of that, they'll run in and they will steal the thing that makes your whole ship work and just walk off with it. Or the piloting console. They can't take the fuel tank though. But they will jack all the other stuff. Anything that you have this uninstall option here, they can just take off with. Yeah, come back to ship, it's on blocks. Yeah, and that's where you're like, well, I guess this is no longer a ship run. Alright, so basically we're just chilling, hunting absolutely everything that moves on the tile. Until such point that we can take off again. We got 1.7 days till our engines are cooled off. I don't expect to get any of this harvestable. One thing we can do in the meantime. Harvest it if you can. Putting the one episode of Star Trek Next Generation. We need things that make us go. And they do. Raiders will steal the paint off the wall, but not really. No, yeah, they won't steal the paint off the wall. It's pretty much anything that has the uninstall. So like your fire foam poppers, your heaters, the banometric power, the unstable power cores. They'll grab any of those. Sometimes they will walk up and thwack those, which is why that's sealed in the wall. Because if they do thwack that, then it explodes. And it explodes in that radius. So, you know, that's, it's most of my ship. What are the limits on the ship size? How small and how big it can be, realistically? So, the smallest you can make it is probably, let's do some kind of guesswork here. So, this would be the grav core. We would have a fuel tank. We would have the piloting console, and it would need one more tile there to stand at. And then we would need at least one engine. So realistically, the smallest you could possibly make it, if we were to like try and math this out, so that's 3x5, so that's 15, 21, 22 tiles is the absolute smallest you could theoretically make it and have a functional ship. As far as the largest, right now I can build anywhere in that circle up to 500 tiles. So we're a little bit under half the size that I can be at the base right now. And I believe the max is 2,000 tiles, which is actually pretty considerable. 2,000 tiles is something like this big, maybe? Give or take a little bit. No, it's probably close to like that big. So it's a pretty big ship when you consider it's all an enclosed part of your base kind of thing. That's a board cube at that point, yeah. Well, and it is a thing, the reason they have that limit is you have to be able to land on tiles, and it does carve out a spot for it, but it can get pretty funky where you'll have like a map where it's just like this little tunnel through the middle of the map, and you'll just have this giant chunk of rock missing that's almost exactly shaped like your ship. You know, padded out like 4 or 5 tiles, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm landing over there. You can have like 40 people on a ship if you're really min-maxing. You could. RimWorld stops being fun, though, once you start getting a pretty hectic colony. There's a reason why RimWorld does put a lot of systems in place to try and keep you from building up a really, really big colony. So I've seen you play this a bit. You're like your late night stream to hang, but you're always distracted late. Do you pick where to land? Yeah, so what'll happen is I will click on this and I'll choose launch. And it'll bring up a screen that looks like this, and you see how there, it might be hard to see on stream, there's this like hexagon here. Or no, that's not a, yeah, it's a hexagon. I can land anywhere in this radius, other than like on water or mountains that are impassable. But I can go, you know what? And this is actually where we're going to go next. I'm going to go to the spot in the Scarlands, and we're going to land. It'll cost me 240 chem fuel. We'll fly. And then it'll show me the map, and the game will be paused. It'll show me, like, an outline of my ship that's, like, you know, this big or whatever. And I can choose anywhere on here that's valid to place it. So, like, I can't put it over mountains, or these structures. But stuff like rock chunks and that won't block me. Yeah, and you can't land on top of the geothermals. So you can... Yeah, so you can pick it, so you pick on the smaller map too? Pick on the smaller map too. Yeah, you pick where you're going here, which then drops you into this area, and then you choose where on here you want to drop it. You can also rotate the ship. Yes, you can rotate the ship as well, on 90 degree increments. Alright, so we got 1 day till we can leave. And then we are going to Scarlands. Scarlands, we're not going to have a lot of opportunity for food. I don't remember the reactor. Is the reactor quest the one that's like super duper radioactive? Let's see, you have detected an energy signature of a grav core. The signal originates from an ancient decaying reactor. The location is marked on your world map. Cracks in the reactor shielding is leaking harmful material, bathing the nearby area in toxic fallout. The reactor itself will be heavily guarded by ancient security systems. Obtain the grav cores and grav light panels to increase your ship's size. You really need to pick up this DLC? Yeah, no, definitely this one always competes for my favorite 2 DLC. I think, personally, I prefer Anomaly because of all the encounter changes. But, like, before this DLC, this is about how much of your world mattered. It's about however close that things could appear on the map next to you, but unless you're doing Ship to the Stars, none of the rest of the world is relevant. You might as well not even load it in beyond finding your starting point. Like, this is all it's at. With Odyssey, all of this is in play. You will visit a lot of it. And there's even more up here that you can go to asteroids and platforms and all sorts of stuff. And so it's really, really hard for me to give up Odyssey. Because, like, literally you got space things to do. You'll go all over. They added the points of interest. You see all these little pins everywhere, which is where you find all these, like, ruins and everything to check out. Like, I'm not sure if you were here half an hour or so ago. We went into, there's a big hole in the ground full of insects, so it's going, instead of having the hive clusters come up to you and cause, like, an infestation, you are the infestation. So you can land, on asteroids. There's no moon, but you can land on asteroids, yep. There's a little bit limited on what's up there, but you can land on there. You can mine the materials for doing a whole bunch of stuff. You stand by the mods added helicopters, because they own. I mean, there's lots of mods that do lots of stuff. Alright. Oh, or for example, this is a custom scenario, but it's based somewhat around the Odyssey scenario. Like, we did Naked Brutality, but we took the primary threat of the Odyssey scenario. When you get the Odyssey DLC, they'll give you a scenario where you're starting a little platform in space, like a tiny little one with a little teeny tiny grav ship. But the entire gimmick behind that one is you'd fly your grav ship and the mechs chase you. So you'll land someplace, and after, a certain amount of time, be like, uh-oh, the mechs are about to detect you. You best skedaddle. And they'll give you anywhere from, I think the shortest I've seen is 3 days, but usually it's around 15 days that you've got to basically bugger out. Because when they show up, it's not a normal mech raid. It is like maximum tier mech raid and multiple waves of it. So unless you are really, really set up and cheesed or juiced, it is just going to roll over you. And so it's kind of this fun cat and mouse of, like, landing, trying to get as much as you can done, then move on to the next spot before the mechs catch you. It's a cool mechanic. But yeah, no, I strongly recommend Odyssey. Okay, we got people getting food poisoning because, we're just out in the dirt, cooking out in the dirt. Yeah, no, I don't know what their next DLC, I mean, I assume there's going to be a next DLC. Is there power source aboard the ship? Yes, I have an unstable power core I stole from some mechs, and a vanometric power I got from a quest. So we've got 1400 infinite power. that requires no maintenance or anything, barring if someone breaks something, which is why that's sealed in the wall, because it explodes. Alright, so in 6 in-game hours we get to leave, so we're just going to chill here. None of these are going to be grown enough to do anything. We do have about 200 meals, though, so I'm feeling pretty good about the next area. So the next area is going to be a polluted tile, but unlike the one we had earlier where it's 100% pollution, we couldn't even land without getting completely inundated in pollution that we had to like bail or people were going to die. This one there should be a lot of pollution, but we should be able to find a place to land safely. Yeah, people will do that. And to give you an idea, so this is... When it comes to the size your ship can be, eventually I'll be able to make these expansions. I believe you can make 6 of these. But basically you can make it to like that whole size there. But you can't daisy chain them. So ultimately you're talking about a ship somewhere around... maybe that size is your maximum size. But yeah, you could easily make it so, like, you know, here's the head of it, you got the little middle part, and then you put the engines off the back. And I actually did that with some of my ships. I effectively had, like, the engine to sell kind of things. Where basically I had the engine sealed in like this, but they had the rounded back. Because I'll get 6 bigger engines once I can do that. Alright, Treacle's Vengeance is ready to rock and roll. So let's go ahead and uninstall... uninstall the stove here, because we're going to bring that with us. And the rest of this is all getting left behind. And with that, there's no reason to stay. It's time to go get ourselves a bigger ship. Let's see, so I've seen you land a few times. Set up a farm. How bad is building up food stores as a problem? If you're in a ship that's in better shape than mine is right now, it's not too terrible. But it is a thing you'll do from time to time, is you will stop, land, put down some crops, resupply yourself. You can get hydroponics totally inside your ship. Oh, well that's... Jaywalker, get with the program. Need you to stop being... Oh no, you're good. If you're asking the question, someone else is thinking the question, it gets answered. Alright, so, we've taken off. We're going here. This tells me I can get more ship go stuff there, bigger ship stuff. They're going to go here. So we look at this tile. It is a Scarlens, so there is going to be some toxic stuff. There's going to be an animals with the disease that caused them to randomly go Manhunter pack. It is a fairly cold tile that only has a 15-day grow season, so it's pretty awful for the food size. It also is going to have mechanoids and all that. It's going to be a ruin. It's warning me that there is all sorts of dangerous stuff on the tile. When are they ever do an ocean expansion DLC subs? That's been one of the ones that people have discussed. I think for like core mechanics of the game, the thing I want them to work on the most for the next DLC is the diplomacy, so there's a little bit more depth with your interaction with the other factions versus just allied hostile scale between. I like the idea of being able to make a defense pact where it kind of guarantees they'll respond every so often, but at the same time they can phone you up and be like, yo, we need help. And you kind of have the obligation of going over there, you take a massive standing hits. Alright, so let's check on the pollution. Okay, I don't see any pollution, that's good. But as you can see, this whole thing is pockmarked. It's really, really kind of rough. Interestingly enough, we could see into a lot of this right away. We don't have too many awful things. So I'm trying to decide is where we want to land. I'm thinking we land right here. Next to this, however, yeah, we could fit that. That should give me enough room to do the geothermal. It's a little bit closer to the edge of the map than I really want to be. But that's a convenient geothermal. I can chuck some farming down here. Grav core detected orbital platform. So I chuck you down right there. And we can go here and go zone, grow zone, all of that. Make sure, yeah, so there is no pollution there. This building's probably gonna have pollution in it. So you'll see here, we'll have traps, and you can actually check some of these. We're gonna go trap, wasp, hunter, So we don't know of any dangerous stuff there. The wildlife, as you can see, a lot of the wildlife here all has scaria. If I try to hunt, most of them will retaliate. Unlike normal maps. So go here, zone, dumping stockpile. So we do not want to stay here longer than we need to. Do not allow rotten to be put here. And do not allow human-like corpses. So we'll get our power. Actually, do I need that online? No. We're good. Let's go ahead and for the moment, we can grab our stove, install it out here. Between these, I have enough power to just keep this all running. Oh, plant rice. Oh, toxic fallout. That's what's going on with this one. Don't do that. All right, well, with that in mind, don't plant anything. I forgot that's its gimmick. So go out here, do that. We've got toxic fallout. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is just for our own safety. Put a bunch of ceiling around anywhere we can. But yeah, so the goal here is to not be on this tile any longer than we really need to be. So you're going to start hacking all the doors to this area. This is where the actual objective we want to take care of is located in that place. Where are you going? You're hauling wood, that's fine. Alright, that's good enough of a start. Grab absolutely everyone. Let's even grab Annabelle. I'm worried with all the animals that potentially can go Manhunter if we leave. Alright, you have food poisoning. You go ahead and take a nap, Jaywalker. What is your deal? Never mind, you're all sleepy. Go ahead and go to bed. Eat your meals, go to bed. Have you named your ship? Yeah, this one is the Vengeance of Treacle. Treacle was our first colonist and a fellow content creator on the platform. So we started out with the faction is Treacle's Peoples, and then the first ship, I don't remember what the heck we named it, but it got pretty wrecked, but we did recover it and did keep it going, and so we had it renamed to Legacy of Treacle. Then we completely lost the ship. I stole the grav engine and ran away, desperately trying to keep us afloat. So after that, we have renamed it to the Vengeance of Treacle. Jaywalker, you have food poisoning, go to bed. And we'll just go to bed. Go to bed, get rest up. We already got a bunch of doors open here. We can start clearing this place out. Because we are on limited time at this location. My ability to get food is negligible because there's toxic fallout that will never go away on this tile. We did toss a bunch of roofs up so we can walk around our ship and not immediately be inundated. Mechanoid cluster. Alright. Where and what? Sun blocker. I do want all those sun-stable power cores. So you're going to activate... Alright, so new zoning. We are going to choose the danger zone. And honestly, for this one, danger zone is just right here. We can go up here. Then inside this building. But you are not allowed to go in these two doors. You thought mech clusters had 21 days, 31 days to... I mean, that... I've not heard... Oh, no, you're thinking the actual mech pursuit. This is just a normal mech cluster. Yeah, so we're going to leave that alone. I would love to take those. Because genuinely, if I shoot one of these unstable power cores, it's going to just detonate this whole thing and pretty much wipe it out instantly. There is a possibility that while we're on this tile, it will trigger that one of our allies will show up to help us. Which would honestly be a very mixed thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hang on. I forgot, since I hacked the door, they could just walk out now. That's okay. Giga has a Zeus hammer. If anyone's gonna get caught by that thing, Giga's the choice, because Giga can take it down pretty much solo. Well, I wasn't planning to go right now, but we are here. Oh, hi, Hunter Trap. Run, run, run. There you go. Okay, how bad are your injuries? You got 2 minor bruises. Okay, that's another ancient blast door to be hacked. I don't love that. Got an ancient uplink here. Okay, you are recovering from food poisoning. Alright, so we have an ancient drone there. We got a sentry gun there. We got a mech down there. So you two, run up here and get ready to engage. We're gonna let the shotgun thing come up here to find us. Because it's range. Oh, I forgot. You actually have pretty good range on that shotgun. I forgot. It's fine. It can only reach my people with shields, and we can just pepper it. We got another one coming. If I inch you back just a smidge, can I make it so your range is just far enough back that you have to not use the cover? I can. Okay, that's 3 of them. We got another one over there, a sentry gun there, and then the wasps down there. He just had a pawn die of heart attack because they kept getting up while the doctor's trying to treat them. Yeah, there's a few of those things that have been kind of an annoyance in the game for a very long time. Like, my favorite is, you know, you'll have someone, they're in labor having a baby, and you'll start going, and they'll go from, like, knocked down to not knocked down. And when that happens, that, you know, they'll end up having the whole situation where they get up in the middle of having childbirth and be like, childbirth canceled. Oh, I pooped? Everything seems to be fine. Okay, it looks like everything's disconnected on this end. Okay, so I should in theory be back. Alright. So that's been an interesting one. So we got a good connection. Yeah, so it's definitely something between me, like the ingest server and all that. Because like everything was fine. Like I wasn't even getting alerted that it was disconnected. That was the reason why when everyone was like, you know, oh, it goes burr and all that stuff, I was like, what are they talking about? Because normally on OBS left in the bottom left, it'll be like, you've been disconnected, trying to reconnect after whatever. But then I looked at my connection speed with Twitch and it was like 1 kilobyte per second, which is, to give you an idea, we're at 12,000 kilobyte per second. So it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure the ingest server I was connected to just straight up exploded. So hopefully we didn't lose a lot of people. If we did, it's fine. How far are we into stream? Yeah, it'll be not great, but it is what it is. So I'm not sure where you got left off with the disconnection. We had one guy pop out here and we killed him. We haven't fought the wasps yet. So we just killed like a couple of mechs along here. Nothing special. It's just the regular shotgun, whatever. I don't even think we've taken a hit past like up here meleeing them. Yeah, you're sitting like 300. So hopefully they'll come back. Yeah, that's always the question. When it drops, you usually will lose half to a third of your people. We're 1 minute into stream. Clearly we've got a lot of streaming to do. Yep. Alright. So what I want to do is inch just enough towards the... Oh, you're... There's there. Alright, get on the mech. And then get on the sentry gun. Cool. There's wasps down there that I want to hit. Is your YouTube back up too? It should be. The gun is stunned? Yes, I have a Zeus hammer which electrocutes it. Alright, nicely done. Okay, so we've got all that sorted for a minute, so let's drop back up here. Start poking in the next door. So you all drop back here. And this sucks because there's a wasp right in the corner there. Oh, I forgot. In these places, the walls are like they're not invincible, but they have an absolutely absurd amount of health. Nope, stop shooting, please. Back off. You stunned it. Okay. So that one's set to hack. Get you two into position. Grab you and chuck you in the corner. No. That we're real lucky there wasn't something real dangerous in there. I could have been a dead pawns in that room at that point. Okay, so grab you two. And Moriarty, you can start hacking that. And the rest of you just bunch up in here. Okay, so that will be have to hacked into. That's fine. Last door opened. It's the one down here. That's a little dangerous actually for me. Let's do that door first. That works. Moriarty, start hacking that terminal. You two get back up here. Grab everyone but Moriarty to pile in over here to be ready to respond if we need. When you're saying oddly your streak hasn't changed, your streak won't change if the stream that, like, it's two separate streams in the same day. That is not my favorite. You all bunch up here. Hold that door. Can I just Zeus hammer that? Yep, Zeus hammered to stun it. Okay. Alright, cool. We actually got around the corner and you didn't lose your shield belt. Okay, you opened up a door over there. That's fine. We got a bunch of goodies in this room. Okay, so this needs to be hacked to get into, that needs to be hacked to get into, this needs to be hacked to get into. Those need to be hacked to get into. That needs to be hacked to get into. We can get through these doors, so let's get down here. Basically, we want to explore everything we can get into now, before we back off. I mean, we can back off to recover, but you get the idea. Because someone have to come in here. So this is like, to give you an idea, when we hit one of these spots, it's already 200-something gravelite panels. That is more than our entire ship required at this point. Okay, that one already got opened by other stuff we did. Is this toxic water? Yes, it's toxic shallow water. Go stand over here instead of going through it. We'll want to hack our way into that one. No, will. Okay. Let's go bang on that for a minute. Cool. Moriarty start hacking this. Hack that. Hack that. The rest of you run down here. Everyone but Moriarty doesn't get down here somewhere. Okay, that room's all clear. Turret disabled. Okay, there was a turret in that room that did get disabled. We'll hack this room. You'll need to hack that room and this room. Okay, let's back off. Okay, and you two get on that. And the reason I'm sending them is their shield belts can take the hits without any risk. And while this can explode at the end, even if it does explode at the end, it's not that big a deal with this case. So you all get here. Moriarty start hacking that. And who else can hack? Will, you go ahead and start hacking this. You get another ancient turret. So blast door opened right there. That's not super helpful, but you know, whatever. Blast door opened. Again, not super helpful, but okay. Alright. And I've got one last set of doors over here we can hit. Let's try and get through there before all our mood breaks start to become a real problem. Go orders, allow. You're all getting real mad here because they're starting to get properly hungry. Alright, so with that, undraft, eat your food, get back out of here. And the only injury we took the entire time was one little nick from a hunter drone. Go ahead and cancel that. That door's no longer needed to be hacked. That door's no longer needed to be hacked. That door's no longer needed to be hacked. That one we do want to hack. Meanwhile, let's make sure Gravlite panels are welcome on this shelf, any shelf that could take a Gravlite panel or a Grav core. We are not going to be stingy about any of these restrictions there. Because Gravlite cores and Grav panels we always want anywhere and anywhere we can make happen. Now we're not going to try and build our ship here. We're doing this, we're getting what we're after. Okay, don't hack that door. Oh no! I should have thought about that. So Moriarty, you just do your best to try and not get shot to death here. Help is on the way. Okay, you two hunt. So luckily we didn't get punished for that, because I forgot that with these, the dangerous things inside the rooms can come out after you. Okay, so Moriarty, hack it, Will, hack it. Alright, so we've got last door opened. That doesn't do me any good. Turret reprogrammed. So there's definitely something dangerous there, and they're all fighting each other. So Moriarty, start hacking that one. Will start hacking this one. We're just gonna try and push through and finish this. So something shot at this turret. When you're done, hack that, and that takes care of the rest. That's not true. There's that room up there. Oh, come on. Actually, that's probably gonna blow up and you're not gonna get out of the way. So regroup with the others. Oh, that one's disabled. I forgot that happened. Alright, and we can pop down here, grab all our ranged. Alright. We can get our grav core by hacking that. Okay, nothing we care about at all in here. We've got all that cleared. And grab all the ranged people other than Will and chuck them up here. Alright, so we still got that danger down there. Okay. So we can hack that thing. We got all the other goodies out of here. We can order, allow all this. Allow them to hack this thing. Okay, so what we want to do is hack that, get our grav core stuff back. Or get the grav core. And that'll be all the important stuff. The only injuries you got is a minor injury there. You've got a bleed on you. You got a bleed on you, but of course you're all stopping to recreation instead of getting medical attention. You know, the very typical. Okay, you're actually getting bandaged. Cool. Alright, cool. So once we hack this, we can get the grav core out of it. We just need to grab the last of the grav light panels. Oh, one thing we also have. Once what you use recovered, yeah, you're actually good. That's unlikely to have any threats in it, but it's likely to have some loot in it. Let's go peek in here and see if there's anything good. Well, at least now I know it's worthless. Yeah, so we have no reason to fight the sun blocker here. I would love to be able to get these unstable power cores, but with this many sentry guns around them, there's no way that at least one of these doesn't detonate. Because these are going to detonate this, I can't gap it out, and it's on all angles. This is going to 100% just explode those. Those are thing. Is there a unopened central room? No, so this one with there's no door, it does still be an outside area like that. Oh wait, no, I take that back. I stand corrected. I did miss this door. Let's give everyone a chance to get better real fast. So what's Will doing? You're going to open the steel container. All right. So you get here. And everyone else run up this way. Okay, and nothing to worry about. Alright, yep, so now there's none. Yeah, because this one here is kind of a dead space. Yeah, no, I did miss that room. One thing we do is production. Because I don't want to take the time to, like, put all the benches out of here and everything. Psychic Soothe I will take. Cyclops Platform. Yeah, so we found a platform because we used the Ancient Uplink. I can scavenge them for valuables. That's not going to be my priority right now. I need to get my ship to be non-microscopic. Hey, Alistair, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I haven't seen the alert happen, but we did have the stream go down for a moment there. So I'm just going to go on the assumption that Twitch is having a moment. But for those who don't know, Alistair, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. Doing some Alchemy Factory, so if you enjoy Alchemy Factory, something I definitely recommend. Yeah, no, we had, I think the ingest server went down, because the whole stream dropped, which is, you know, a real, like, kick to the, kick to everything, because, you know, you lose all your raids and all that. So we were at, like, 300 people, it dropped us down to 200. And unfortunately, that's the metric that every single like sponsor and game key and everything looks at, so it sucks. It is what it is. We got a little bit of time to maybe pick that back up. Because the alternative is I just wrap for the night, and it's just like, you know what, we'll see what happens. So grav core obtained. I'm going to actually tell you to haul that back. Yeah, no, usually if it's like the last hour or two of stream, I'll just wrap up right when we get a disconnect, because there's no point. It takes too long to build the momentum back up that you're just like, alright, well, it's a forced time off. Do you have 2 grav cores? No, I should have just the 1. We got all the grav lake panels there. Do you give me anything I want, or do you just give me steel? Because most likely we're going to want to just leave this map, because again, I can't really get food. Well, I mean, it looks like the toxic fallout. Yeah, so you just give me steel, so there's no point in it staying us here. Oh, actually there is, because I'm not allowed to leave yet. Okay, so what we can do is we'll just explore the rest of this ruins. Because there is a chance we find goodies here. There's also a chance we find getting mauled in the face here too, but you know, it's a 50-50. It's also not worth hunting here because the Scaria makes most of the animals, you know, rot instantly when you hunt them. And gives you a pretty high chance of them, you know, going aggressive, even if it's an animal that doesn't normally go aggressive. Where's Jaywalker? Do you have food poisoning again? Okay. Just deal with your food poisoning, man. Okay. Sure, I could try destroying it. I've never tried destroying this before. Explodes big. Then why would you shoot it as opposed to just grabbing? Hack or destroy it to obtain the grab orb. Keep born and may explode if damaged. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can hold this door open. Get as much range as we can away from it. I'm assuming it's going to be like anti-grain warhead size. Yeah, you get an extra 50. That's not a bad move. So go through, hack it, and do all that first, then destroy it for some extra gravlite panels. Anyway, explored this whole ruin. I don't really want to mess with any of these lower ruins with that mech cluster there. Used to fall, blow it up. Yeah, and I usually with most of them I'll go with the hack route or whatever. Okay, so give everyone a chance to recover, do all their stuff. I got a couple of rooms I could check out down here. There's no reason for me to mess with this. Heh. Oh, you tried, bot. You tried so hard. Plus, it will kill off its own defense in the explosion. Yeah, no, I can see that. Getting to the angle and shooting across like that. Yep, nah, we had a, it was a bot trying to post. One of the buy viewers kind of bots that just... I added their URL and the combinations of it to my thing that's like the very forceful filter that I only use for like particularly egregious things. There's also a new surge lately. A new... Oh yeah, of bots? Yeah. No, I've definitely seen like the last couple days, each day having at least one bot pop in here trying to, you know, promote like those kind of websites. Alright, so I got nothing better for all of you to do. Let's go ahead and have you run down here. And again, check. It's not likely we'll find much good here, but you never know. They're running around real fast. Yeah, absolutely nothing we found. There could be stuff over here, like I said, I don't want to pass by this nonsense. If there was a way you could get these unnatural or unstable power cores out of here, I probably would. But like I said, it's kind of the problem of this thing's right in the center. All of these explode when you hit them. There's just not really a good way to tackle that one. Plus, we're going to have this spew out. Well, you've got something unknown inside of there. And you'll spew out pikemen. That's actually not that bad, because realistically, when we go to engage, I could pop the smoke, kill what, like, focus fire, whatever this is, and then just try and mop up. But it's a risk with not a whole lot of reward opportunity. I've got more components that I know what to do with. We're basically full up on plasteel. We're about to be able to leave here pretty soon. Otherwise, I would start building the ship. Because we got all of the stuff on my shelves. The only thing we got sitting on the ground is a little bit of wood and a little bit of steel. Okay. So we got about a half an in-game day, and then we can get out of here. And we got our graph panels and all that. So checking the world map. So I don't think we go for this cave system yet. I think what we do is we jump on down here, somewhere where I could potentially have a little bit of a grow season or whatever. We build our ship, we recoup our supplies, and then we go back up here. I don't know which tile we're ultimately going to go for. We got caves, mixed biome. Let's see what it can reach. But yeah, we're going to try and see what we can make happen for there. Yeah, so there's our range. We can reach those three there. Lake with Island. Lake, Foggy Island. Sunny, those are very short grow seasons. Yeah, so it's probably going to be just jump down here. Chasm, caves, mixed biome. Mountain Lake with Island, mixed biome, valley. So none of those have anything we care about on them. They're just geographic things. Yes, there's nothing exciting nearby. So I think we just drop as far down this way for warmer climates. Actually, it doesn't even see, like... So it's warming back up again up here. Yeah, so this area seems to be about as warm as we can get without going too far, and that might be in range to jump there. Oh, I thought time still passed while I was looking at that. That's fine. I was wondering why I hadn't gotten the prompt that's ready to go. Okay. But yeah, we can add 262 tiles. So yeah, literally, like 1 1/4 times our size is what we're going to be adding to the ship. It's almost the exact amount to max out what I can get with my current grav core. Or my grav engine. Now the downside is no matter where we're going, if we're looking at a 30-day grow season, we're going to be landing around the time the grow season starts wrapping up. But we'll still be able to get a tile with lots of critters on it and all that. Yeah, so you're at 36 to 74. If we start going this way, it starts dropping off rapidly. And this is starting to drop off the other way because the game does simulate elevation. If we go down here, it goes all the way to 44, but that's definitely 2 jumps to get back up there. Which wouldn't be the end of the world. I might still just do that to try and... Yeah, let's do that. We'll try and get ourselves as much of a grow season as possible. That way we can grow our ship, do all that sort of stuff. A lot of people for a tiny grab ship? Yeah, no, we end up having to, like, take just the engine with no grab panels and start over on our grab ship. But with this windfall we got out of that, we're going to be massively increasing our ship size. And one of the things I'm on the fence about is I believe I can use the grav core to make the grav core power and make it so all our power is internalized and not be dependent on geothermal. Which would cost me, I think it's like 80 grav light panels, which is pretty costly. Alright, we can go like this and go steam. Yeah, it's pretty close to edge of the map, pretty close to edge of the map, edge of map, edge of map. So these are all edge of map. That's the least terrible one. So what I might just do is ignore the stuff there. Land somewhat center map. Because I can always just run a cable. I don't want to land my ship right on the edge of the map where we're going to instantly have a problem. Thruster breakdown, don't care. We got a huge area of very fertile soil. So I'll tell you, okay. Rice. Okay, up. Shrink zones. Shrink zones. Potatoes. Strawberries. I doubt it'll be long enough here for corn. Heel root. And cotton. Okay, so hide that nonsense. We can go to this. We have a lynx directly outside my door. Let's deal with that before someone walks out the ship and immediately gets murdered by a lynx. Cargo pods, we'll do that in a second. Okay, and the cargo... Okay, never mind. Just give me 125 Gravlight panels. Alright, so that means we absolutely need to use the Grav Core for purpose of Grav Core things. Because Cassandra, I guess, just had mercy on me. I was like, fine, have the Gravlight panels. You're not fun anyways. Okay. So. Let's, I hadn't thought this through when it came... Alright. Delete these two zones. Because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to end up building the ship there. So let's just go over here. There's the rice. And then I got rid of the corn zone, which I didn't care about in the first place, let's be honest. Why potatoes on fertile soil? I'm just putting a mix of stuff. I had all the different crops on there. It's not something I'm doing from any type of strategy. You don't need to min-max nearly to that degree, so I just don't need to worry about it. You can't see it on the YouTube side, but as a meme on my channel, I actually literally have anti-min-max. It's not that I like objectively have a problem or anything with min-maxing. I've certainly done my fair share of optimization in games. It's I prefer play my games not trying to min-max absolutely everything. But there's definitely a thing you can min-max the fun out of a game real fast. And RimWorld is absolutely one of those games that you can make it an absolutely miserable experience for playing by trying to play as optimally as possible. It's not like they grow any slower. Yeah, it's like it doesn't hurt anything. Okay, so with this, I have to figure out how I'm going to shape my ship. So I think we're going to build forward first, because that's probably the easiest to do. This can remain the hospital. So rooms I need on this ship. So one, Burning Sun is going to need a bedroom. And we're going to need a production room as well. So let's start by getting our production room online. Right now our storage is back here. I'm probably going to repurpose that room to be more practical. That's fine. Okay. Oh, there we go. I was like, why are you not going anywhere? We're not in a rush or anything, but also do something. Alright, and so the challenge there is I wanted to potentially make... It was under power, isn't it? Yeah, the Grav Core power, but I really can't. Because I'm going to need the Grav Core I did get for extending the ship. So where I wasn't going to put down a geothermal, I'm probably going to need to. Oh man, these really are like right on the edge of the map. That's probably the best one I can get at. Area revealed. Anything I need to be worried about? Nope. I'll have to wall that in when we get to it. That food? No, that's a kill root tile. It's fine. Just work. They started turning games into chores and jobs and it ruined it. Yeah, no, that's like I said, it's absolutely a thing. There are a lot of games out there you can just utterly ruin the game by just focusing on min-max. Now, there are other games that just the nature of the genre are very well suited for min-max gameplay. Like taking the time to try and optimize things in Factorio can be a lot of fun. But at the same time, there are definitely ones that go the other direction as well. Like action RPGs? I could see that. Action RPGs are definitely games that push themselves, like making you want to min-max them kind of deal. Too many games have your reward for min-maxing be game becoming too easy. Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say for action RPGs, I think the way I would put it is ultimately you want to, like, the game encourages you to kind of like push for like the absolute best kind of deal. To like get as strong as you can kind of deal. But at the same token, yeah, it's definitely one of those ones that you can kind of kill the fun if you're like really going, hey, I'm gonna just try and get like, what's the best skill? That's what we're running. Was the skill fun? Doesn't matter. What's the best skill? I'm gonna run that. What's the best weapon? Okay, well, I'm gonna use that. Is it fun? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna use it. Like you can make it just torturous. Because there's definitely moves in those action RPGs that the move is just not fun to use. It's very clunky, it's very whatever, but just by its nature, maybe it multi-hits, or you can just put more projectiles out or whatever that makes it strong. And so you use it anyways and then go, this kind of sucks. Alright, so we've almost got our production room built. You start a new wool for your Wolf Berserker. You do tend to somewhat min-max the grab ship though. The game does pressure you into min-maxing the ship because you have such limitations on your panels. That it's not that you're going out of your way to min-max, but you're like, I have limited space. Like, not that I need to absolutely max out what I get out of it, but I really do need to make it, I did not design this room nearly well. We'll start out, this will be our production room. So there's the smelter. There's the tailoring bench. There's a machining bench. The drug thing gets a bonus for being the drug lab. Right now, I'll put you in here as well. Put you down there. So I'll be everything but the lab. I'm actually debating. Okay. So you put 500 tiles down. A small amount of space grab ship makes it hard not to. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the thing. Like, the game does, it's like, you don't have to, like, go super min-max, but it's, like, definitely, like, okay, but you have to take a certain amount of consideration to efficiency on your grab ship, because it does get to be a little claustrophobic. Okay, so you're out of immediate danger, you're out of immediate danger. These all need to move around. We'll actually uninstall that. Then go production. And you'll go there. I'll go furniture. Alright, and bills. Cut a stone due until you have 1,000. Alright, so we're having a party. Yeah, so some of these are going to be turning on and off for a minute till we get that built. That's okay. What we could do back here... I'm going to turn this into a kitchen, and then this will be in the food storage back there. And I'm honestly very tempted here to use the grav core for the power anyways. Because I was just thinking, how much do you cost again? Because you're expensive, right? 50 grav light panels. That's not as expensive as I was hoping, which is a weird thing to say. Okay, so you got the rice planted. But basically, I'm going to keep putting tiles so we get to about 500. And then, like I said, what I might actually do from there is I might turn around and use the grav core I've got, shove it in a wall, like I've done with the unstable power core, and just make it another power source on the ship. You end up having a drug lab in the kitchen because it's still making consumables. You don't make laboratory rooms big enough to hold anything but research benches. I typically, I quite often do make a proper lab for all that. Normally I'd want to do that. Like right now we probably won't because I'm just piecing together with my ship where I can. I'm also making way more auto doors than I need to be. It is something that is not going to be particularly beneficial. Tantrum, what are you going to hit? You're going to destroy the machining table. You suck. It could have been worse. They could have gone... Well, I mean, they could have gone for the vanometric power. That needs to be sealed in a wall at some point as well. So reinstall all these in here. And they're working trying to get this wire run. Okay, so we're getting limestone blocks, so plan to go structure, limestone. And don't put a roof over top of it. Let's see, a lot of the stuff to make drugs is perishable in the kitchen, so it's next to the fridge. Yeah, I'm not going to bother putting like a full-on fridge here. Like right now, we're just doing what we can. You know, we'll probably end up needing, for purposes of Odysseys, we'll need a heater in here. And an oxygen pump in there. Production for right now, we can get a butcher table. Where are you at? Not gonna lie, you play with the bigger grab ship mod. I assume that lets you just have a bigger grab ship just ever, or just takes away a lot of the concerns, because I'm not sure what that actually entails, since I don't generally grab that many mods. Okay, and how are the wargs looking? You're way out in the periphery still. Yeah, you're both off to the sides. Okay, prioritize building that for just a minute. Now we can butcher these animals that we're hunting. Then get food going again. No, just originally you can have 1,000 instead of 500. Well, I've never felt like that was too much of pressure. Alright, so we'll take you as the stove, move it in here. We could go furniture. Okay. I was trying to see if there's a way I could rearrange this to make the chem reactor fit without having to make it larger. Yeah, no, I get the idea. Furniture. Oh. So that'll be our food storage and all that. I still have 270 something panels left. Let's just give them a minute to get that geothermal online. Signal jammer. What was the signal jammer? It's been a while. Signal jammer that disguises the electromagnetic signature of grab ship, allowing it to approach the heavily defended landing sites. Right. That's right. It's a thing you end up grabbing for like the end game kind of stuff. Hammer, I hardly even know her. That's inappropriate. Okay. We got tons of grav-light panels. We are going to want to have a chem fuel reactor. Collection of treasure, that's fine. Well, chem fuel production. We're just waiting for the vanilla expanded grab ship mod to update to part 2 to start our grab ship run. That's cool. I generally run pretty close to no mods, so I'm glad people enjoy them. But you know, I'm familiar with vanilla expanded. It's not something I personally participate with just because of not needing to. All right, so move that styling bench. We still need to get our lab going. So we can get the lab going, then let me move the drug thing in there. We get a research bench going there. I could possibly finagle things around a little bit. Like, genuinely, the stone cutting I could just leave outside as well. Let's see, that is one of the one that adds different fuel rate, astro fuel and all that stuff. I don't know it that well. And also check out RimWorld, another fantastic content creator. Also plays lots of RimWorld and all that stuff. So if you like RimWorld, you can find it there as well. And all that stuff. Where are you? Okay, you're grabbing the steel and dragging it back and all that. It's a little risky because it's very edge of map, but we are using a lot of steel on this map. Check out RimWorld. What about it? Oh, check out Treacle. Thank you. Check out Treacle, who also plays a lot of RimWorld. Among other things like Hotel Architect and all that good stuff. Good times over there. Okay. RimWorld does play a lot like RimWorld. A little bit. I think it's very concerning that RimWorld would rip off RimWorld so much. It's so blatant. It's so blatant. Why can't RimWorld come up with, you know, unique concepts and not have to just flagrantly rip them off RimWorld? Right, as a reminder, we don't have a year-round grow season on this tile. So you're getting there. That Rual is obsessed with RimWorld. I do enjoy RimWorld. There's just those games you kind of keep in your back pocket that's like, okay, when you're not sure what to play, this is a game you know you can kind of come back to. And that's definitely RimWorld for me, is just being able to pop back in. Gill, I mean, okay, we're not fishing here, but sure. Kill all the fish. I mean, I guess you could do that. Yeah, when you, when it gets to be too cold, just harvest anything you can. So they're going to end up dragging brick and all sorts of junk in here. We will be switching this room to be nothing but food. Whether it's raw or cooked or whatever, that is the food room. It's... If you were stuck on an island and you could bring one game, RimWorld wouldn't be a bad choice. I think the reality for me is there's no such thing as a forever game for me. As much as like I enjoy RimWorld, or I've enjoyed Project Zomboid or Elite Dangerous or any of these other games I've got, or Path of Exile, any of these games I've got absurd hours in. The idea of only playing one game for the, you know, future, doesn't matter what game it is, I would burn out on it. You do play Dub's Bad Hygiene, so poop created the nearly endless source of organics for biofuel. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people like to do a lot of those things. Not really my jam, but it's still cool that people get to have theirs. So I'm also hoping that we can get our lab here, and then I'm going to sneak some of the biotech production stuff in here, because we do have the super fast healing, and we do have the cellular instability. Did we get the strange signal? Accept that. Because I do want to get chronophagy on the list here. Because we can get chronophagy going, we can start dealing with people's ages and all that. Monolith arrival, and oh, it's right in the edge. Okay. Alright, I need you to prioritize this thing. Alright. Because we don't get them to prioritize that, we're gonna start losing our really good genes that we've got stored in all this stuff. Let's see, if you were stranded on an island, you couldn't bring RimWorld or you'd die of starvation. I mean, the practicality, it sounds like you're stranded on an island. Your odds of making it are already so grim, they're almost not worth mentioning. It's the classic where people greatly overestimate, you know, what they reasonably can handle. Like, people be like, oh, yeah, I can survive on my own. You're like, well, not really. The first time you get food poisoning, you're dead. If you ever hurt yourself in any meaningful capacity, you're probably also dead. It's just one of those things. Human beings are definitely a species that we are very dependent upon each other. And it's not a bad thing. Like, in a lot of ways, it's been evolutionarily advantageous for us to be a community species. A lot of other things, one injury is all it takes, and that's it. Yeah, you know, someone breaks their legs, and we take care of them. You do hear the ridiculous stories about people who do manage to survive against all odds, but that's why they're noteworthy. Is for every one of those stories, there's a skeleton laying in the sand somewhere. Well, probably a bunch. And I do think I'm actually going to make the power thing, I'm going to tuck it in the wall over here. Because the more I think about it, I'm like, you know what? It would be nice to have, like, you know, maximize the panels and all that. We probably have some more panels just sitting in storage. But genuinely getting another bump in, like, free power for long term is definitely the preference. Because then I can just go after the next grav light, or grav core, or whatever. Okay, so go ahead and take the insect jelly. And the pants. I'll take your meals just because. Alright, so with that, let's go to power. Grab core extender. Okay. Or grab core power cell, whatever. Yeah, because it's not a ton. I mean, it's 1200. But the idea is then I don't have to plunk one of these down. I want to get enough power so I can just go wherever. Let's say RimWorld does tell us about the survival is the brutality start. Yeah, no, that's the thing. But I mean, to be fair, I actually think in a lot of ways, naked brutality in RimWorld does give you a bit of an idea of how it is. Like, obviously, medicine works better in RimWorld than it does in real life, and a bunch of stuff like that. But you get the idea that when you start your colony, if your character isn't a competent medical person, the first time someone gets sick, that's just the end of your run. You've just died. There's no second part. Runs over. You know, any random little wild creature walks up and starts nipping at you, and it's genuinely highly chance of lethal. You get yourself food poisoning, right? You know, pretty aggressively. All right, so production. We're gonna go. Oh right, we have the fabrication bench too. Okay. We do want the fabrication bench, so... I did not design this with consideration of these here. Alright. So the steel research bench will go there. I'm gonna place you here. What I might do here is grab this and actually extend this out a whole extra tile. And we're always like, you know, I'll try and put a biolab in here as well. That ain't happening. There's no room. As much as I'd want to, there's no room. But then we can peel this wall up and, you know, put a fabrication bench in this room. Then with this, we can reinstall you in here. Let you get your bonus. Actually, for that matter, cut this the whole way across. We'll just extend the whole thing, and then I can put the biofuel processing in here too. Like a mosquito could end you? Yup. Okay, so we got almost 3,000 spare power, which is not quite enough to run without the geothermal. You thought you didn't actually need walls around the starship? You're not wrong, but I would like raids to not come in and trash my crap every time they roll through. Actually, put you back over here. Never mind those. Because I can put the chem lab right here. I won't get the bonus. But I actually don't really care about the bonuses on those. So we can build 96 more tiles, and then we won't be able to go any farther with this in its current setup. You got a research bench back online, finally. Okay, so production, fabrication bench. Do this. Production. I'll reinstall you here. All right. And add bills. Make component due until you have. Make sure we always have 50 components on standby. And then make gravlite panels. Due forever. So basically anytime I happen to be sitting on... Well, actually... Do until you have 100 or so. Alright, now production. We'll get the chem fuel plant. We're still making all the shelves in here out of limestone. No, marble. Okay, so I can still add more tiles. So let's plan to expand this in the back. So 1, 2, bring it down that way. So expand the kitchen. And then with the last little bit, we're going to try and make ourselves a little bit of a biotech room, so we can start getting the genes out of this person when they're ready. Frenzy Inducer, we got bioregeneration, and draw shamblers. In Complex of Treasures, don't care. Alright. That's not far enough. That's fine. We can use this side. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to put a shelf here. That's fine. We'll leave that alone because then what I can do is I can put another GravCore power thing in that spot. This person's just laying on the floor there. Don't worry about him. It's fine. Alright, so how many more tiles? I've got 79 more tiles to go with. And so what we can do back here, can I build much back there? Not really. I do have a door over here on the right and one out in front. I'm gonna put another spot off of here. This is gonna be our biotech room. A smoke spear for pay. I don't really care about the results there. Okay, and so pretty soon we should get our, we should get the warning about the mech. Alright, so we're gonna be sieged by pirates. They're dropping in. Okay, so I got 2 sniper rifles and 2 assault rifles, or fire Hellcats or whatever. That's not my favorite, because that means from attacking from far, we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. I'm hoping we'll still be able to take advantage of this a little bit. I do have, in a pinch, 2 separate deployable low shields. Well, actually, did Pagey Cakes have the other one? That's what I'm afraid of. Only ran up, the sniper rifle lit up. It's a dangerous game I'm playing right here. Back off. You know the drill. Don't let that man leave. Okay, so how badly did you get caught? Not as bad as I was worried. Baseliner who... And do we get him? Okay, orders. Allow all. Do you have stuff I want? Yep. Alright. So I did pop the shield, but I think that was a good use for it. I was already had to kind of put myself out of position to go in there, and they had the range advantage if they actually pushed it. Yeah, so you took one hit in the leg, and you took one hit from a grenade. Alright, and everyone's all patched up, and we're good to go. Any good, or did we replace the kidnap pawn? This one I wasn't super worried about. I'm not actually going out of my way to replace our missing pawn. I don't honestly recruit very aggressively at all, almost ever. Usually I'll let the colony grow from within. Once we get a bedroom, we can end up having kids and all that and slowly build up. We already have a child who's growing up as well. But I'm honestly content keeping 11 proper pawns and then having a medical bed to spare for the time being. Until the colony's a little bit more room. Oh, one thing we can do... Alright, disease, infection on you. It's been pretty annoying that it's been every single fight we've got an injury, we've got an infection. Oh right, Pagey Cakes was our amazing doctor, and they're gone now. So it looks like Will is our best doctor, who is the one who is injured. And then our next best doctor would be either of you two. We're definitely kind of taking a hit down the line so far as our doctoring capabilities. Pagey Cakes getting kidnapped because they were on the edge of the map definitely was not my favorite. It is a RimWorld classic. It's why the reason I kept being like, oh, I shouldn't mind there, it's on the edge of the map. And then kept doing it anyways. That was me being punished for the thing I kept saying I shouldn't do. Which is also very classic RimWorld. Oh, you don't need to be made out of wood. Don't do that. We can go here. We're gonna need more of those than that. So that'd be 10, 12. Okay. I'm just hearing violence happening out here. I'm like, what's even going on? Oh, there's a warg right next to me. And while we're doing it, let's just get rid of the other warg as well. Alright. Okay. So wargs are off the map, so I don't have anything I have to worry about hunting anyone. We're about to get our rice pulled up, and then the food will all be good. Mad Hare. Or Mad Mare. Cool. I will just add you to the pile of animals that are going to die. Alright. But yeah, the reason we're making all these stands is I'm going to start making it so we can have vac suits. And try our best to keep all that handled. So that way we will be able to be space-worthy finally. Meanwhile, home zone. Add that to the home zone. You're going to be in the home zone. Add you to the home zone. Alright. And I guess these shelves are going to have to be more than just food, but we'll get that sorted. Infection got tended again, and who had the infection? Alright. Let's drop down to regular medicine. You've already got a huge lead. So we could scuff a lot of that and still be fine. Alright. So we could start working on getting people the stuff. We get the coagulator. And I believe we can get the coagulator and the healing enhancer. What do you require? Ooh, a lot of advanced components. Don't do that yet. I can't make advanced components yet. Just have to worry about... Oh yeah, no, if I needed the meat, like I don't have the bison flagged up. There's enough other animals to hunt. But if I wanted to supplement, then yeah, I'd run up to the bison. And honestly, the amount of firepower I have, I could probably just rip through them all before anything becomes a major concern. Okay. Tantrum. Destroy the shield core. Honestly, have a good time. Shield cores are nice and all that, but we can get more if I need it. Alright. But yeah, I'm trying to get enough of these so I can tell them, okay, go ahead and make yourself, what is it, 11 vac suits? So, 12 vac suits and then a child vac suit. Oh, also, I should be just sitting here real fast, and while we're hanging out... Is there room to shove you in a room? Probably not. I probably had room, but then I put all those other things there. Vagabonds request herbal medicine. How much herbal medicine do I have? You want 70? I'm actually willing to accommodate that. Okay. Because we are guilty ideology once more. So I do want to make sure we help when people ask for it, or we'll take mood penalties. The good news is we're getting way fewer mood debuffs. One second, let me check one thing real fast. Okay. So we're going to have another round of Horrocks cultists. Not as much firepower as the last one, and they're once again trying to go for the kidnap. So we're going to stop everything and go murder the crap out of them, as you do. Did they just leave? Excuse me? Okay. I've never seen that happen before. I'm guessing because we already had Horix Cultists very, very recently on this tile, there was some logic like they're defeated, like run off the tile or something. Or maybe it's because there was the caravan or something. I don't know. That's the first time I ever had that. Yeah, so it's like they walked on the tile and they said, whoa, 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 hold up, hold up, hold up. Nah, man. We showed up with a bunch of sticks and metal rods, and you're packing assault rifles. You're fine. If someone could get a clip of that, actually, that's a weird one. Just walked around the street corner and went, whoa, this wrong neighborhood, man. They're chasing the beggars, I guess? I don't know. They showed up and just noped the hell out immediately. Didn't start chanting or anything, just went, we're gonna kidnap you. Hold up, hang on, man. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. I'm in the wrong here. Yeah, you know what, on second thought, maybe this wasn't a great idea. Alright, so reinstall... Alright, so we'll start with this. So we want biotech. Put you down here. Reinstall you here. Reinstall you there. And then we can go over here and a gene extractor up there. Actually, cancel that. Gene extractor facing this way. Yeah, wait, these people are really well armed. We should go find some tribals to pick on. Pretty much. Alright, so with that, select all you, link them together, allow removing, stage, tainted, no, and they need to be at least at 90%. And then we go to the children's one, and allow removal, storage, must be 90% or higher, and no tainted. I'm actually probably going to need a second children's one. That way the tailoring stuff can get put on there too. Alright, and at this stage, then it's time to go add build. Oh, right, they destroyed this, so I have to add everything. So vac suit helmet. Vac suit. Children's vac suit. Make one EMP and one smoke grenade launcher. And we can worry about that. So, do until you have, do until you have, do until you have. Details. Only count stuff that's at like 90% health. Actually, we don't want to do it that way. Count equipped. Count equipped. Count equipped. Alright, so start making a ton of vac suits. Alright. Cargo pods. Thank you for the food. I'll probably want to add one more of those right away. And even though I can't move it for now, and I probably should have put it elsewhere, miscellaneous. I did not leave a single spot here. I do need, if I'm going to put down the comms thing and all that, it serves no real good purpose without the orbital trade beacon. And I did completely... Here, cancel that one in the corner. All I can do then is go comms console, down, well, I'm definitely going to almost immediately need to put these 2 spots as the processors. So let's not worry about that. We'll just do without. Meanwhile, hey... Oh, you're still regrowing your stuff. Yeah, so all of those will just give me back what I've already got. So we're going to go ahead and not worry about that, and I guess keep building your shelves. I don't know. Because we'll end up needing the processors all here. Yeah, because we have, like, major instability, very happy. We got, like, tons of goodies that's going to be real hard to make happen. We definitely want to make them happen. The big thing is I want Bean to climb into a machine. Alright, so that means I got 2 stoves so we can keep up. Alright, for the moment, let's just chill. Let them keep building their shelves. Keep getting as much goodies as we can. Let's actually grab all of these. I said I was going to make all of these food. I've already changed my mind, so link, storage. We do not want you to carry wood at all. And then nothing that is tainted. Nothing that is bio-coded. We do not want any of the kinds of bows held here unless it's unique, and even then probably not, but still. We'll go to weapons melee and say no to all melee weapons unless it's a monosword, plasma sword, or Zeus hammer. I'll leave that alone for just now. Any mods, we are not running any meaningful amount of mods. Yeah, we got that to destroy stuff that's worn out, so that's fine. Oh, that's another thing. Don't carry blocks. So basically what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to make sure we only carry the stuff in here we actually want. So that stuff like the clothing we make and all that gets in there. So you can haul the medicine in. And haul that sniper rifle in. Sniper rifle has good utility. Meanwhile, I've only got room for 25 more tiles. It would be good if I could get Burning Sun their own bedroom, since they are a greedy pawn. I don't think 25 will be enough to get to an impressive bedroom. I also don't know where I'm going to shove it. Because I keep thinking off of this room somehow, but this room's a little busy. Oh, I already got the power. It's right there. I did go for the power. That's actually one of the reasons I only have 25 tiles, otherwise I'd have a lot more to work with. Okay, so I think we do. Start making a little platform out here. That could be a bit of a defensive spot. With the intent of actually using it as the hallway to build bedrooms off of. But I don't think we'll be able to make a bedroom worthwhile yet, so the plan is to more so put this down. I'm trying to remember what traits we have. Oh, you're a hybrid? Oh no, what are you? Oh. Well, it's actually kind of terrible. So they got the fast wound healing, which is pretty awesome. But they also got indoor dweller, so they got no negatives. So they are hungry. Is not the greatest. We're gonna go ahead and put our 2 bioprocessors there. I can build 6 more tiles. That's fine. We can make it a boarding bridge for when we land on asteroids. I can just put the little plank out there. And then the plank gives me a way to, like, board onto the area without putting too much danger onto myself. Okay, is there anything I obviously see in here that I do not want laying in here? We do have a lot of steel in there, but I'm okay with that. Which weapon do you give your melee strongest ones? I always like to have at least 1 Zeus hammer in the group. Because the stun and the EMP/stunning effect of it's really strong, and it does a really good number on mechs. Otherwise, Bioferrite Longsword is a very, very strong weapon. Okay. So, we don't have most of our negatives that we want. Because we can give major cellular instability, which reduces your max life and all that, which will be fine once we have our ritual of chronophagy, because then I could just start bringing their age down as needed, especially since I've got, you know, immense structure. I could build that, and it'll give me a ton of reputation with them. Man, I'm just going to build... I'll just build other stuff to get the reputation. Speaking of which, production... Or sorry, miscellaneous. Honestly, I could put this on my ship for right now. So you just put this on here for sending the cargo pods out until we have more ship to do stuff with. So as I get a surplus of stuff, I can just launch those off each time before we go to just get rep. Alright, so let's insert person. We're going to start with Draconic. Start working and getting some of these genes. I want to put our vampire in there that we've got in the back. That is basically going to be permanently death rested because, you know, we're not feeding them or doing anything. And so we're going to try and get the some of the goodies out there. Yeah, so I think Robust is the biggest one we want. Super Wound Healing, Robust are going to be good. A lot of the others I'm not as fussed about. These two would be really good. We don't have that many negatives I'd want, because I don't want to deal with Hemogenic or Hemogenic Drain. The Tinder Skin I might be willing to consider, but probably not. We'll see. Alright, and so auto build transport pod. Or are you not set? That would have been a mistake. Yeah, because then what we could do is anytime we go to leave, we can just see what's left out here and just huck it off to whoever's nearby who will take it. Okay. Now when you're done, we'll put the dirt mole in. Because then what we'll try and do is I've got 2 people who are still baseliners in the colony. We can see about trying to improve that situation. We also now have the super fast wound healing. That's 4 plants is actually a win. Bio regeneration, cool. Skin hardening is the next one we got. That's fine. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. No bionics, but like lots of other cool tech. Oh, right. I can start actually deliberately making flak armor and all that. All right, add... Do until you have one of at least 90%. For flak pants. Oh, we'll forget the flak helmet. I don't really need that. Flak jacket. Do until you have at least one. And 90%. And flak vest. Do until you have one at least 90%. And then with that, we'd be able to stop, like, duck off the tailoring side a little bit. So let's see, it was... We go into our research, and we go to flak. I'm trying to remember the layers on all these. Flak armor's right there. So the vest, so that's outer if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, outer, middle. Okay. So that tells me to do is when it comes to the tailoring now. So that's middle, get rid of it. That's outer, get rid of it. Oh no, that's wrong. Formal shirt can stay. That's skin layer. And then the pants can go too. They're not really tailoring a whole lot more because they're going to start putting armor on everybody. Okay. There we go. Is the flak jacket better than the duster? That is a complicated question with a complicated answer. So I've got a psychopath, beautiful occultist who's extremely good at research and pretty much nothing else. I don't want this person. Because I'm actually pretty far onto my research where this is nowhere near as important to me. So we don't know what their situation is going to be, but we are going to tell them to take a hike. This is going to make my people a little unhappy. And they're very likely to turn hostile. And they might have a metal horror inside of them. So we're going to go ahead and finish the job. Any day now. Oh, no metal horror in this one. Hey, man. I simply said you couldn't stay. It's your fault that you went murderous rampage on me. I was just ready to counter it when you did. Worst place you have them in your colony. Hey man, all they had to do is not turn to violence, and it would have been okay. Alright, so we're pulling up everything, getting our supplies topped off. Not much of value is getting dumped out here yet, so we're good. Do we have anyone else that need to go in here? So I missed what we got here, so let's see what we got. So we got poor plants and poor artistic. So if we were to go in here and do all 3 of those, we get super wound, very fast runner, and it would need more of a negative to be able to go farther than that. Because I would like to get the very happy as well. But we need more negatives. We check on our people. You do have the intense UV sensitivity. So we could just sit here and just start pulling people through, hoping to get that. In their defense, they can't say at gunpoint they might have sent the wrong message. By killing Spice, you force would say, though, well, he's staying as fertilizer to meat-eating trees. Alright, no Molotovs. No frag grenades. No revolvers that aren't unique, that is. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna start bringing people through, trying to get some of the negatives we want as kind of standalone stuff and all that. Shouldn't be too much longer till the mechs show up and tell us to skedaddle. They've been leaving us alone a lot longer than I'd anticipate. Got our EMP grenades stored. All right. You have to be careful on how much steel we keep in here. Let's say no to mortar shells. So we maxed out our ship size, and I have some gravlite panels left, but, well, I'd love to put the big engines on here. I need vac stone for that, and we are actively working on making the vac suits. It's just gonna take time. I've got too many things to catch up on. Intense UV sensitivity. All you have to do is want it, and you get it. Okay. Yeah, because I need the ship to be a little bit bigger. Then we can put a comms panel in here somewhere. And then with the comms panel, we can resume trading with the people in space to try and get more biotech stuff and whatnot. Can you go ahead and bank that real fast? Thank you. Alright, so with those things, I can get super fast wound healing, very fast runner, very happy. We'll just need to give ourselves major cellular instability, intensive UV penalty. We can even take the thing and take dead calm as well. And all I have to do is take on like poor plants. Hey, we could go deep into this. I mean, dead calm would be great. Psychically deaf has its benefits. I would want a +1, but poor plants, we gotta watch who we give that to. And that officially hits too complicated. So awful artistic. So we just won't have Dead Calm. Alright, so that gives us a neutral one. That is, let's see. Unstable healer. Start combining. Okay, do either of you do plants? Moriarty is capable of plants, but they don't actually do plants here. I love your design. It's always something different. Yeah, no, I do deliberately try and make my ships all sorts of stuff. Like, I almost always make them asymmetrical. We had one that's like an actual like fighter jet kind of thing. We've had one that's just like a long, you know, shoot, like with like one little side off cropping. We've had kind of the Borg cube. This one's a little amalgamation of stuff. I do try and mix it up to keep it interesting. We're not just seeing the same ship again and again. Yeah, right now the thing is I actually have way too much that needs crafting that we're not getting it actually crafted. You try doing that, you always end up making yours fish-shaped. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things you can fall into the habit where you just keep making the same ship effectively. So this first one is going to be for Moriarty. We're going to go ahead and get them properly juiced up. And actually, for that record, it wouldn't be the worst idea to do Annabelle. The big thing is they have Indoor Dweller. I can't get rid of that. I don't have something to go counter to it. So we'll have to make one specifically for Annabelle. Did you take an intentional break, or did Edison medicine fail? Did the Edison medicine fail? Edison medicine fail. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Power? Oh, you're looking at the stream only showing for like 2 hours? Cool. Yeah, no, we had a stream earlier, and then we had like the Twitch ingest server looked like it went offline. Yeah. It was Twitch like our connection to Twitch died. Like I was still able to keep talking in chat and everything, and YouTube was up at the moment. But like even though it didn't show me as disconnected on OBS, it showed me at like 1 kilobit per second or whatever, which is basically disconnected. So I had to like knock the stream down and bring it back up. I guess when it happened to refresh, you still had the process of bringing up the stream. Yeah, no, it took me a minute. Like I was talking in chat, being like basically like, hey, you know, it's down, like, I'm bringing it back up, rebooting OBS or whatever. Because, yeah, it's just like a weird thing. I think it's just the ingest server on Twitch's side, you know, had an outage. I understand they had that not too long ago. They had, like, kind of a major outage of one of their ingest servers or whatever. I know they also had, like, in the US, they had a bunch of the chat servers all went down about a little, like, not quite a week ago. Luckily that happened after I was done with stream, but I know it affected a lot of people. I don't think it was an update they pushed, because they can do a rolling update. I think something broke. The Tattered Apparel. Monty's Secret. Okay. Monty wants to join. They are a 4-year-old Hussar with 9 melee skill. We do have a vacancy, and if I say no, people are going to get mad. But Monty is also a 3-star difficulty, which is extreme, which does concern me mildly. But we're just going to go in here and say zone. Allowed nearby. Here's the nearby zone. And schedule and nearby. Yes, we did lose someone. Pagey Cakes got kidnapped. She was like, not this map is a previous one, but, you know, she ran over to the edge of the map and there's a raid that came up here and there's like a big rock formation. And I saw Rongor was trying to move Rongor this way and Pagey Cakes went right in behind on the raid. And it was like this close to the edge of the map. And I ran everyone over to try and save, but that close to the edge, they just grabbed her and she was just gone that fast. So she's alive, but she is kidnapped. Which means most likely we'll never see her again. Alright, so for our brand new child into the colony, don't be a terrible pawn. Any moment now. Alright, Monty is joining. They are psychically deaf. They're 4 years old. So they're already a better shot than most of our colonists would be. Okay. So you're going to run in here and immediately grab a weapon. So we do have a bunch of different stuff here. Let's have you do the sniper rifle. It's always good to have a sniper rifle within the colony. Schedule, recreation for the entire schedule, restrict to nearby, work. And something is chasing them. Basically, my plan is if whatever shows up is truly, truly awful, we're kind of ready to rock and roll. I've got like one shelf that's not built, but this is full. We've got all our stuff built. I can't build anymore until we get in our grav core. Oh, hey, wait a second. I definitely want the smoke grenades in here. What do we want to get out of here? Because I don't want to tell it to reduce the maximum we allow. Let's say no to... honestly, the Jade. So get the Jade out of here. And I'm just trying to remove it long enough. Are you food poisoned? Of course you are. Get the Jade out of here. I'm just trying to get out of here enough that we can... You should be able to have a smoke launcher in here. It's definitely higher priority. Okay. So get that in here. And then we'll let the Jade back in. You'll definitely want to make a dedicated set of shells for like the EMP and all that. But I don't want to close all this stuff off yet. Alright. And assign colonist. Alright. So we're gonna just chill near here, continuing to do our work until whatever threat shows up. And if it's something that we're like, nope, way too threatening, we will exit stage left and pretend it's not a problem. So let's load this up. Items. Have a bunch of trace amounts of fabric that I don't care about. Have some incendiary rounds I don't care about. Have a stack of jade. Have something I've already read and discovered the goodies off of. Get a bunch of these weapons I don't actually care about. We'll keep the one that's a good weapon. already have one sniper rifle equipped. Get the frag grenades out of here. Start grabbing. Okay. We got room for one more unit of weight. All right. You have a shuttle engine? I do, but I don't have the shuttle tech. So basically I'm telling them to just grab all this stuff that's piled over here, taking up inventory space. I'm going to start filling this thing up, and then we're just going to launch it at whoever nearby will give me the most rep. Also, that does present... Yeah, that'll be fine. So, 2 kidvac suits. We do want to make sure we have 1 spare helmet. Also, let's go zone, home zone, that's fine. So pretty much we're just chilling here, working on just getting stuff as done as possible. Why aren't you... I just don't have enough crafters. That's fine. Which actually, technically with this Hussar, I could just replace the Xenogeme anytime I want. But, we can deliberately use this to try and grab some of the goodies out of the Hussar before we go there. I'm going to try to have them have a good upbringing. Is there room for... We can just do this. This is not how I should do this, but this is how I'm going to do this. That way we can give the kids lessons. This also does mean that's not a medical bed anymore. That's just a bed. Okay. We can go here. Furniture. Granite. Do that. Okay, so what is this threat that's chasing you? Yes, let the kid play between all the expensive equipment. Absolutely. It's okay, we told them not to touch anything, and everyone knows if you tell a kid to not touch anything, they will absolutely listen. And you have nothing to worry about. Soon, Bean. Soon! I mean, not really. In a year, we'll start putting you in there to slowly try and get your sanguiphage goodies down here. So you can potentially extract robust and all that. And we will continue to do so until you no longer have worth. Because we actually already have super healing. Super healing's good. I think the ones, like, once you get robust, and then, you know, long jump coagulate, maybe those, then I might just cut them loose. Because they're not going to worry about trying to get strong melee and all these other things. I'm more worried about just getting stuff for survivability, not necessarily strictly combat effectiveness. It's like you turn your back, their paws will be all over it. Correct. Alright, so we are actually going to have all of the crops start dying because it's too cold. So harvest what you can. We got 380 meals, so I'm not too fussed. Convert. Monty. Alright, where is this threat? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for this threat that was chasing Monty to show up, so I can look it in the eye as I hit my engines and go the other way. Alright, so let's draw who this. So that's going to be Takrashi. Congratulations. Or Tekrash. Sorry, I read the exclamation mark point as an I. So we got Tekrash. Welcome to the colony. And that gives us a full colony once more. So, Monty's secret. Now, last time we had one of these, it was like... Was that the 40 timber wolves that chased us? It was one of the really nasty manhunter packs that we ran into. Is the secret he's a wolf? No. We don't allow werewolves in this colony. They all get really weird. And not like weird in a fun way, but weird in a, you know, do they look at other people as lesser beings kind of way. The bad kind of weird. Alright. Yeah, so you're awful at art. You wish your character could cook. Yeah, so right now, you grow things, so we don't want to make you bad at plants. Is you gonna be useful to colony again? Not a slow learner? Yeah, it happens. Alright, so let's see here. Super fast, wound healing, very happy, all those. So I've got to be very careful about making anyone who's older have this. Alright. So that's fine. I can just do... Oh, I didn't save it. Unstable healer. Save template. Start combining. Yeah, no, it's Yeah, that wasn't this run, but the past run. Incoming mechanoids. 14 days. So here's hoping whatever is chasing Tagrash here shows up in the next 14 days. Because basically my intention is to wait till that threat shows up and then just leave it alone. Starvation on Annabelle, you are actively... Oh, food poisoning, that does it. Oh, you are actually managing the nature run. I figured you weren't going to be able to do that because of all that. Alright, I am willing to expand nearby. Okay, so here's will add, operations add, implant xenogerm, unstable healer. Manhunter pack chasing Monty. Monty has admitted what he's fleeing from. He was traveling when he came across a lost group of Wolverines. He, in a bad mood, go to the Wolverines. Unexpectedly, they attacked him, and they have followed him a long distance. A man-hunting pack of Wolverines has entered the area, driven insane by the disease known as Scaria. They're hunting for human flesh. Oh no, it's a lot of wolverines. What if we just required everyone to go to the danger zone and immediately said nope? Because we do have mechs already on their way to us. That'd actually be not that hard to fight. Wolverines are not actually a particularly dangerous animal in this game. Hey, you know, Monty, I see you trying to stall and keep us here. Alright, so I can go up here towards this. We are already in winter. And I thought it was going to be close enough to deal with that. That's a hollow river. That's max of pollution. That's an archipelago. So we're not going to be able to jump all the way to where I want to go immediately. So we're going to just jump. We jump to the hollow river. We are in winter, so we're not going to be growing anything without going towards the equator anyways. But that should put me in enough range that we can go straight there for the next one. Which is the cave system. Which I believe means going down and fighting bugs. Okay. I can get behind all of this. I can get behind everything about this area. Alright. I've got 3 geothermals all in here. A nice enclosed space with enough room to do stuff. I am going to go ahead and use our little bridge dock here. And land on the water. Looks like a hand giving a thumbs up. You're not wrong. Even it knows it's a good map. Or I should say a defensible map. Okay. I just realized it didn't send this off the last location. Launch. Sure. So I can get 20 from them, 51 from them, 12 from them. That's fine. Is there a hearing prosthetic, or is deaf not a problem? Oh, we're talking psychically deaf. Alright. Yeah, and I'm going ahead and setting up the field so I know where they're going to be, but yeah. It'll be a while before any of that's having anything happen. But if you are deaf in the game, there are implants you can do. Oh, schedule lets you out. I'm sorry. I do that sometimes. There's Jade. steel. And I don't think we fuss with any of this over here. Because I think my intent is to... Ooh, plasteel. We do fuss with that. Absolutely we fuss with the plasteel. Once we start cutting blocks, I think what we do is we take one area, we cut it over here, and then over there. And then, I mean, honestly, bring it across and, like, just make it a T here. Because I don't have the heavy bridges to put over the water, unfortunately. So we've got granite on the map, so that'll be the plan. So plan, I can't tell it to do it yet. It's fine. Alright, so turn this off. And how much off are we about our power here? We can turn this off right now. Those don't use much power unless they're active. There's still unused floor tiles in the ship? Or is this just how it looks? We're not using these ones yet. I didn't have enough to build a whole room, so I made it sort of like kind of a docking thing. Yeah, it's got most of the stuff turned on. Oh, that feels wrong. Poor Bean. Poor Bean. The sanguiphage we keep in the basement. Who can't die. Who just stuck constantly taking damage from hypothermia. But healing really fastly because they're a sanguiphage. They're in a permanent limbo of getting frostbite and recovering from it. Lost Nomads. Can we wait a minute on you? Because I'd like to get our power on. And I don't know where I'd even put the Lost Nomads. I'm kind of regretting taking Guilty for the stuff there. Because they're going to visit, and they're going to stay for basically a whole season. As a reminder, we're going into winter. Not coming out of winter. So while I do have a very large supply of food for now, we are going to have to kind of keep supplementing it kind of deal. Right, we did not have a butcher spot. So I can go over here, production, butcher spot. And don't use medicine. Actually, in fact, well, that's funny. That's gonna be unintentional, like, grinding medical. Okay. Actually, not that much ore exposed on this map. That's fine. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna end up needing to have that smelter term. Okay, so we got that built, so we can go ahead and go here and turn this back on and turn that back on. It would be nice if we had a vampire, but there's too many problems with them. I mean, as a crew member, yeah, and I was gonna say is like that you have to keep someone to just hemogen farm. I just find too much of an annoyance. I'd rather just, you know, do things smoothly. All right. Okay, most of these are ones we need to get to the point where we can do the We're gonna take. Honestly, we probably just tank the mood penalty for them because I gotta write out at least another like 20 days until we can start growing food again. And I think having a bunch of refugees running around freezing to death. Right, I mean, it's not hard to do the Hemogen farm. You can also just do what we did here where they took the legs off. I usually don't do that in runs, but I really want the Sanguiphage stuff. We just have to wait here till that finishes up. And then we could just keep Hemogen farming them. And then the other thing I could do with them is we can use them for the aging stuff. The aging ritual. Because they'll get scars in their brain that can eventually kill them. But they are a Sanguiphage, so they have Scarless. And Scarless does mean scars will naturally heal about 1 per season. So, it is our personal fountain of youth. That said, we don't have a way to keep getting bioferrite, which is where one of our next expansions we will end up needing to find some place to shove some in there. All right, we're going to be raided. They're attacking from. They're going to be arriving by transport nearby. They're going to prepare. So what are you bringing? Because it's not a lot of people. Oh. Okay, I mean, if you want to die, that's... I can live with that decision. That one has a shield. I'd like to pop that shield. Relatively early. It's a shame that these aren't, not the moose, the other one. Here comes the one with the shield. I'm pretty sure they have aggroed. Trigger that shield. Okay, shield is triggered. Back off. Nicely done. I'm gonna try and set up in position. Okay. You two try and hold attention. Get in there. Anything I want? No. Not really. I mean, I guess you have robust. I would say strip their equipment off the one that's armored. Fire laying down, we just gave you, like, the gene, like, new genes, so you have super healing and all that. Okay. And with this, we'll go orders, allow. Alright, so you start tending to this one without medicine. And you start tending to this one without medicine. And then the plan is to perhaps put them in the gene extractor. A probably safe number of times. Okay, so 20 hours is plenty long. This is fur. Can I queue you up without taking you prisoner? Nope. Can I forcefully carry you over to it? Alright, so the way this would need to work is I would need to go down here. Make multiple. Alright, Nitor, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. So capture fur. Yeah, no, if you're not the one who's doing the active, like, you're not the one shooting at the moment, having your people have a bunch of shield belts is just really strong. It's great for going in the ruins too, because most of the traps, you can just tank with a shield belt. The wasps are pretty annoying. They can stun lock one person pretty bad if you're not careful. But that's fine. Alright, so capture you as well. Paying your tax for this. Alright, and we'll go here. Insert. Fur. Okay. So we want robust. That's what we want from them. Robust would be the big win. Strong melee is fine. Awful mining is not a bad one. But those are the three we want. All the rest of this can go burn. We don't want any of the rest of it. Because if we manage to get robust, then from the sanguiphage, we already have super wound healing. Robust would be the other one we really want. Honestly, we might not even keep the sanguiphage around that long. Because like strong melee is certainly good, the long jump, the coagulate, those are all really good things. I already have very fast runner, so I wouldn't really be on that. The tinder skin can be kind of sure. Pyrophobia is awful. But we got 4 rolls of the dice to see if we can get robust. If we get robust, we'll release them. I'm not unreasonable. Not unreasonable, as their Sanguiface is just in the back room, freezing to death constantly, unable to escape between just losing more and more bits to freezing to death. Find an Impid? I have an Impid. Got an Impid right here. We've already got very fast off of it. That is terrible. Sir. With stuff like that, how do you expect me to, you know, deal with it? That was awful. Alright, so we're starting to get the granite blocks. So like I said, we're going to want to go over here to granite. Okay, so what we can do here is a little messed up. If we bring this around, it'll force him into the pipeline there. We'll put a granite door here as well. But at least gives me a defensive position. We're just going to worry about kind of closing it off so we can close the door for Manhunter packs or whatever. We're not staying here super long. We're going to try and ride out the winter. Alright, what are you going to give me? Animal Warcry. Still not something I'm looking for. Since you have not given me what I've asked for before it was lethal, we will be moving on to what is lethal. Because I'm not planning on keeping them forever. The vampire can still give me robust. And that's really kind of the only one I really care about. Yes, we're just trying to ride out the winter before we jump over here to the tundra location. I'm actually wondering if I should stay here and not just move on to the next tile. Because not like I'm getting any food. Skin hardening. So archogenetics. Cool. I've already had it many times. Why would I want it? I usually don't have much problems with fire. Alright, aggressive, slow wound healing. No. Okay, did that give us a massive penalty? I'm just gonna release the other one. We're already going to be taking that penalty, plus another penalty when we don't help the refugees, because I don't want to be dealing with that where we're going into the winter and all that. Okay, so we can leave anytime we want. Actually, here. You carry this person. It's not my problem anymore. Alright, so there's nothing really for us here. We can kill random wildlife, which we've been doing, and be butchering them. It's not giving us that much food. We're ready to move on. Let's just get on to the next location. And I'm just thinking that because if I sit here and just wait out the winter, I'm not going to get any food until, like, the next winter, basically. It'll be the next fall for the growing season. And right at the start of the winter. So I figure we go to the next place we can get more grav core parts. We'll do what we can there. And if we have to retreat, that's fine too. You got all genetics except for the hemogen ones when you built the shuttle and last loaded it with capes to sell. Visit all the towns that map to trade. Starting to think hemogen specific ones are locked behind something. We'll be leaving this person behind. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, so Tundra, this is the grav core in the cave system. But there's no real point in me staying here when we're just going to gradually wind down our food. If we go to the cave system, we'll at least have lots of insects to eat. I actually don't think we like insects. I don't remember if this is the runway where we changed it or not. Okay. So I've got a cave system here. And that's where the grab panels are likely to be. The angle made me think there's an ancient danger there. Alright, so I do have a geothermal over there. We're probably not going to get the opportunity to do much like farming or anything else here. Okay, so geothermal, power, slam down a cable, zone, stockpile. We will set there low, allow all except no rotten and no human-like. Production, we will just wait until we get some other stuff. Orders. Chop down trees, and we are going to need to go on this one. Say zones allowed. I will do nearby zone. That's all probably fine. That's all probably fine. This area over here is probably fine. Don't go farther up than that. In fact, bring this area down back here a little bit. You can also have the allowance to harvest anything you get. Alright. So I can get our geothermal power online real fast. Helps if I actually set our zoning. There's going to be lots of material in here in the cave systems, but they're full of bugs for right now, so we want to be careful. We also don't want to sleep on this too much, because one of the things that will happen is you will have the insect jelly. If anyone has a break, like a hunger break, they'll usually beeline to the nearest insect jelly, and that's just that. Meanwhile, once we start cutting brick, we'll see what type of brick we end up getting. Looks like we got slate and marble. So we'll go structure, slate. And then that gives me a bottleneck up here. Nice defensible position. We can worry about all that stuff later. And that stuff we'll just leave alone. We have a raid from that side, they'll go and they'll fight the insects. And that's fine. But yeah, so the idea is we want to go down here, we want to punish all the insects down in this area, and we push for the cave entrance. The things we're looking for are down there. If people remember when I took on the Hive Queen earlier, it's the same encounter. Hey, how you doing over there, Bean? Doing alright? That's cool, I guess. Don't bother medicaling them. As much as it's fun to get like that little bit of medical XP just doing nothing. It is interrupting people getting actual work done. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just kind of trying to wall this off so raiders will attack the bugs. And then I don't have to be as restrictive on my zoning. So I can go here. Put a door there. Don't need a door there at all. This one I won't be able to block off without putting some risk. Same with this one up here. We'll have to clear those ones out. Hypothermia on Draconic. If I can have you immediately run into here before you die, that'd be lovely. Why with closed doors are you still at -15? You're one heater in that tiny little room. Oh, the heater just turned on. That's right. We just built that. Koenig, please get in this room before you start taking lots of injuries. Okay, so we're going to need another heater somewhere. Put a heater in there. I've got a heater over here already. Getting warmer. There we go. I guess we'll build another one in here. Because I'm trying to keep the temperature of the ship something reasonable. Conversion. I forgot we were even doing that. That's fine. And you should recover on your own in no time. You got very fast healing and all that stuff. All right. Well, we got everyone. Let's not take too long with this. What you can do is you can get over here, try and knock down some of these bugs down this way. It is likely to chain pull a bunch of them more than I want, which is not my favorite. Oh, or we can just ignore this problem and they're all gonna die of hypothermia. That's cool too, I guess. Yeah, so all the locusts, the really fast tiny ones, apparently cannot handle the cold. It's just too cold that they are dying. What temperature can you handle? Minus 13? Well, we're at minus 19. Oh, you're still drafted. Alright, my bad, man. So get back in there for a minute. Eat up, rest up. And we're gonna go down here. We're gonna start blasting. That's gonna be a mood hit, and we're just gonna have to tank it. Alright, so get down here. Oh, they're coming after me again. Okay. And honestly, let's hop right in. So this one I'm not worried about full exploring. We're seeing if we can't get lucky and find Mama Bug real fast. Because that gets me my ship parts. It gets me out of here. And the last one we did the full exploration, and the only place I had loot was the Queen's Nest. Alright, so we didn't get so lucky as to just immediately have access to it. That's not surprising. All right. Okay, so it's unlikely to be anywhere over here. So let's pop back over here again and start clearing this area out. Annabelle, I'm gonna have you run to the back. Same with you. No specific reason. Okay, got a couple of hits there. Nothing serious. Go trash this. Same deal, let's go down here. Meanwhile, you pop over here, check over there. Check down there, and there, and there, and there. Just having our fastest pawn do a quick scout to see if anything triggers the, like, oh no, you hear scratching through the wall. Alright, well in that case, get back up here. And we'll keep clearing. Because we can get down here and get this done, like, instantly. Then I could spend some of the time we're stuck at the tile building. Don't stand off on your own. Probably shouldn't have the kids down here at all, but... Okay. Feeling pretty confident it's going to be that spot or that spot for the queen. There we go. Muffled chittering. So queen's back there. We're in good shape. We got all of our people up. Everyone's ready to rock and roll. The queen does spit acid, so we could try and bait that out, and then have everyone fight after it's been baited out. Okay, go bait the acid out. All right. And already that'll be everything out of this place. Okay. So prioritize deconstruction and all those. Then we grab everything and we get out. And there could be more treasure down here. I've actually found the hives to not be the most amazing. Usually it's just this room here that's the thing that has anything. Alright, so with all them, undraft orders, allow all, go to the door, exit layer, everybody out, items, the simple meal, insect jelly, grav core, sure we'll grab the steel gravlite panels. I don't think we care about the corpses, but I'll grab the bug corpses. Okay, meanwhile, while they run around and do their thing out here, we are going to go zone nearby. And I want to deal with that. But for right now, let's just get what we can here. All right. We're grabbing everything worthwhile out of here as fast as we can. We'll need to deal with those, and these are just getting downed. They're not actually dying. All right. That's fine. Just keep on grabbing. A bunch of you are all pissed off because you're very sleepy. But yeah, so with that, we got at least in our 210 Gravlight panels, and we actually got ourselves a Gravlight extender. We do have where we can leave in 1.3 days, so genuinely it's just as soon as that engine cooldown's done, we just turn back and we get out of here. We got the prize, we leave. Just need to wait till I actually get that on board. No insect lavish meals? Probably not. Like, we'll butcher them, but... did we change our... Did I change our ideology to be okay with bugs? Yes, we actually do like bugs. So, I'm willing to bet where I previously set it to allow us to have bugs after the many times that these benches have been destroyed. Yeah, it's been unset on all of it. Yeah, we're just grabbing everything we can. And our cooks will start processing those. Alright, so that's where we're going to take the mood penalty from not helping the refugees. Luckily, it's only a -4. Yeah, no, I know the better food gives us bonuses. Keep in mind, I have literal thousands of hours and runs in this, and I've beaten the game on pretty much every difficulty there is. And while we're not playing in the absolute hardest difficulty right now, part of that is because I do prefer not min-maxing the game. It's been a while since I've done a straight-up Odyssey run, so we did this where we had, we started Naked Brutality, but with the Mech Pursuit. Yep, grab those last Gravlight panels. Mech Hive detected. Okay, so we've detected the actual, like, ending thing there. We're nowhere near ready to take it on. We're not even in good shape for doing basic space things. Alright, so zone. We grab everything worthwhile down there, so we're going to remove this from the nearby zone. And honestly, remove that from the nearby zone, don't worry about it. But mostly focus on, while we're waiting on that, butcher what you can. Now let's see. You are cutting blocks. Oh! We did not get the butcher thing put up because... all that. Have you considered playing heavy modded RimWorld? I do not enjoy modding my games very much. It's not that I'll never run any meaningful mods, but me personally, I don't prefer running modded. Why are you not building that? Let's make it a steel. Let's get it done. Because then I can bring all this meat in here real fast. Oh, also zone, dumping stockpile, low, clear, and human-like corpses. If you just go ahead and get the corpse out of there, that'd be great. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get pretty close to having all those corpses processed around the time that our ship is ready to leave. I'm actually gonna deconstruct that, because when we go to our next stop, we're gonna be building stuff here off anyways. And I'd want to move it anyways if we were gonna do that. So, one thing I've got going on as a problem here. Can we have... Alright, because I'm seeing a lot of worn out clothes getting left in here, and I don't want to tell it on that shelf to do that. So it should be smelt or destroy apparel, as long as it... Oh, that's why. So I'll need to add build, smelt or destroy, do forever, if it is below, like, 80 and it's not utility or armor. And as far as the weapons go, don't worry about weapons at all, but apparel, yes. Because we want them to start taking all these worn clothing out of here and getting rid of it. Assigned to crafting. Alright. Just deliberately grabbing those out real fast so we can get these brought in. Because like I said, there's just lots and lots of clothes piling up in here. I just didn't have my stuff configured correctly. Let's make sure this one's configured fine. Yeah, so this one's just getting anything that is tainted. It'll just burn. But the worn out clothes were just building up. Okay, cool. So with that, we've got that sorted. We'll just wait till... Oh, well, you're gonna die. Or no, you got lucky. You showed up while they were asleep. They're just getting herself like a little injection. Okay, so they're officially leaving the food on the ground here. At this point, there's no reason for me to stay here. Okay, so we got our grav core. There's nothing else this way, so we're just gonna try and get back to warmer climates as fast as we can. So that way we can get growing season again. We got a ton of gravlite panels and a grav core, so we can expand our ship. So just trying to get away from the ice cap so we're not stuck just waiting for food and all that. Okay. So this grav core we're definitely going to want to use for expanding our ship size. So there's steam. So that one's not too bad about being at the edge. You're way on the edge. Yeah, so these are the two that are the least awful. You're probably the least awful so far as being near the edge. You're all kind of near the edge, which doesn't make me happy. But it is what it is. Okay, overheating, so we're stuck here for a while longer. That's fine. We are going to connect you through here. And then we're going to want to go zone. Dumping stockpile. We'll put you here for right now of low priority. Allow all, but not rotten and not human-like. And then not much to do for growing stuff right now. It is not going to be warm enough to grow anything for a little bit here. Don't put that there. I literally was just saying it's going to be growing from there. Okay. So I will set this for whenever we are able to grow stuff. And obviously, don't expect half of this to get planted and grown. Those things that every time I land, I just chuck down a big old farm. Just let them go for it. They'll cut down the trees. Get that all for me. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and do this stuff. So ore. We have gold ore down there. Plasteel. Not exposed on the map. So you can go here, and components, and there's some steel. That's all in a relatively okay spot. There's some steel, and we'll make sure to stop there because that's a crap ton of steel. That's way more than I should be mining. We don't care about any of that stuff. There's nothing exciting over there. There's some more components here. I don't really need that many, but we're good. Don't see an obvious ancient danger. Okay. So I'm going to let them get that going. We got 213 of the gravlite panels, but I will need to get ourselves another grav core put down someplace. My intention is that we're going to go ahead and start putting some bedrooms down over here. And that's because we got like one pawn who's greedy, one pawn who's stuff. I need to watch out for that. I've done that several times now. One pawn who's greedy, one pawn who's... Actually, it's the greedy one's the one's the problem. There's not need to talk about a second pawn. We've got a pawn that's greedy, and that's a problem. Now I think about it, you wonder if you can make a 6x6 hole in the ship where the engines are to build a geothermal generator. You can. I believe I did that in one of my one of the first two runs I did that we won, that I had the big engines. That we had an extra spot for him. The thing you gotta watch is if I put the geothermal here, I have to tear it up before I leave. Sorry about that. Okay. So I need them to get that built, and then once they get that built, we'll start worrying on this. Alright. We've got plenty of plasteel. So what we'll probably do is once we get this grav core going, there's a good chance we just go up to an asteroid and start mining to get a bunch of more gravlite panels. Because they've got plasteel by the volume. Okay, power's back on. And we do have an excess. We are making limestone, so let's go out here. Just get that plotted out. Put no roof over top of it. Okay. So then I gotta decide how we're doing the rest of the ship. Right now, I have a front door, I have a door for the right, I have a back door, and I'd like to maintain the door on the left. So I don't need a little hallway here or anything special like that. So what we can do here is I will need the grav field extender, and I want to put it way down here. Let's actually put it in the hallway. Because I'll put it right on the edge. I'll go and build out, like secure the hallway, decently. Well, actually, do I want to put it there? Hang on. So, let's think about this. So I can grab some rooms. I want them to be a decent size. So let's see, if we make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. So dangers, I do want to make sure we have enough of an area we can make a choke point inside our ship. I do think if we were to go along here and put that down, And then do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably 5 tiles deep to allow me to have like a 4 by 5 or 4 by 6 or whatever size I make the bedroom. Basically, make a little condensed bedroom. Put the extender off to one of the sides. Yeah, that's what we could do. So plan to put that there. I'll put the extender here. We'll seal that in the wall. And then we'll just work on what we got here. Because I'm pretty sure you can pick up and move the extender if I remember correctly. That actually might just be our solution for right now. Let's plunk you down there. And then we can just figure out where we're moving it later. Let's see. Shuttle-borne assault. So we can send our people to deal with that. We can get a pile of money, some stuff there, some reputation. For right now, I'm going to just ignore that. We can use a lot of these things, like the gold and all that. I generally found an anomaly. Odyssey. I really don't find myself really struggling on the front of materials. So let's go ahead and just plunk down 70 tiles here real fast. And then we're going to start making proper bedrooms. Proper being very relative. Kind of like we did with the first ship. The good news is looking at our people with our ideology. We are shipborne, so we prefer indoors. So we don't mind like really, really tiny rooms. We still want the room to be impressive. For stuff like greedy and getting the mood bonuses and yada yada. But ultimately, we just want to get some basic rooms going. Okay, and you can reinstall that. That's what I thought. 2, 3, 4, 5. And these will just be regular steel doors. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? Alright, so furniture. Double bed. What type of stone are we getting on the map? We are not getting any yet. Maybe we're not getting any yet. Oh, our crafters must all be busy. So we're going to end up putting art and such in these rooms to try and boost. Oh no, don't do a steel auto door. Just a plain old ordinary steel door. Just a plain old ordinary steel door. Because these are doors we're not going to go into and out of very often. So we don't want to go through all the extra nonsense. Okay. We need to make sure Burning Sun gets one of these impressive rooms, you know, first. Then this will ultimately become a hospital. But that's not going to be for a while. Because we're going to just gobble up all these Gravelite panels pretty quickly. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. So it won't be too much longer before we're going to have to mess around with these engines a bit. Another thing I'm probably going to need to do is go to some of these places and add vents between the rooms that we can open and close. So that when we're pushing the oxygen through, it's all linked together. Alright, disease, flu. So we'll go to all our colonists. And treat our people with flu with the best medicine we've got. Because while it's unlikely to be dangerous, it really sucks when you lose someone because you're just being a little too stingy about your medicine. Especially since we don't have our unnatural healer anymore to make things work. I'll leave that open for right now. I probably will be able to add some bedrooms on this side as well. Actually, with that, can't get another row back there. Okay. So we're gonna get all this stuff built first. And this will actually let me take down another chunk of this area to expand that room slightly. Okay, so grab you, go down here, do this. Steel door. Another wood bed. We've got nothing else to do, just chop up a bunch of wood. Oh, I only made that too wide. That's fine. Okay. Wait. Why is that? This is being considered part of that room. No? Oh, I see. We're fine. We're fine. You okay there, DG? You under attack by a cat? Yeah, they're putting the vent in still, so that's the whole thing. That looks like cap speak? Absolutely. So you're 6x5. So get as many of these built in as we can. So also, you'll need a light here. And over there, again, for like, if we get noctals or anything like that. Here we go, zone, build home zone. So get all that set up, and it'll just be a matter of time before, or it'll just be a matter of time before we have a bunch of stone getting cut. I'm actually surprised it's not happening. I think it's just a matter of, we do have 2 dedicated full-time crafters. Oh, actually, I forgot, you split your attention. And now we got a researcher slash crafters. Moriarty? Oh, because of flu. Let's check on our flu people. so Luxray doing okay with their flu. Moriarty's doing okay with their flu. And Annabella is doing okay with their flu. Unfortunately, we no longer have any good doctors. We no longer have any Glitter World. We're just making do as best we can. Alright, so... You're 4% ahead. You're 4% ahead. You're 4% ahead. So we're going to leave that just the way it is. Probably should have left the corner off. That's fine. If it comes down to that, we can deal with that. Alright, so I have 40 more tiles left. That'd be 20. And 40. And that'll be all our tiles. We'll get 6 bedrooms out of it. Okay, how good is Moriarty? We're gonna be picky about our doctors the best we can. So Will is our best doctor now. So let's make Will deal with the tens as best we can. No. No nature running, small adorable child. Go to bed. You have the flu. Okay. With a solid quality 10 there. Yeah, so it's Luxray. They've got a relatively good tend. Annabella, which has a good tend. And Moriarty, who has a decent tend. We'll go ahead and we'll preach health on Moriarty. They're the ones who have the least of the lead. Just try and secure as much as possible. Yeah, so it looks like 40 tiles will get me 2 more large bedrooms. And then once we start getting the stone in, we're going to be adding a dresser and side tables and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah, so Moriarty will be the next one who needs a 10. Okay. Keeping Will on top of it. Luxray, buddy. I appreciate the concern. You are actively dying of sickness, though, so I would like you to go to bed and get tended. Cool. Let's get some solid 10s in there. As we slowly burn through our medical supplies. Oh, one thing I should do, and I didn't really make space for it, but we're going to do it anyways. We're going to go to miscellaneous, and for right now, I'm just going to shove the comms panel here. It's not a good place for it, but I really do need that. And then let's go in here somewhere. Let's deconstruct that shelf and put the trade panel for back here. And silver no longer goes on the shelf. Strange signal, yep. That'll bring the monolith back, so I can keep researching it. Alright, we'll jump on that. Here we have the monolith arrival. And just let our people go back to researching that so we can hopefully get more of the anomaly tech. Because we'd like age reversal. Okay, now once they disassemble that shelf, I'm going to be putting the trade beacon thing on it. What we'll probably end up doing is expanding that room later. Harbinger tree sprout, that's fine. Just realized it didn't have that queued up at all. Okay, so we're starting to get slate. We're going to go in here and go furniture, and we're going to go slate dressers. And then you only really need one. I don't believe you benefit from two. We're going to try and boost the impressiveness by just adding more furniture that hopefully could be well made. These they build fast. We're on double time, but yeah, no, we're pretty end game, so we're dealing with a lot of people having like 17, 18 plus, you know, speed on all that. Okay, how are you all doing? You have a 15% lead. You have about a 15% lead. You have about a 18% lead. Not as much of a lead as I'd like. That's fine. War Merchant. Okay, you're almost ready for another 10. Oh, I did not mean to leave the dresser out of this room. Okay, so let's look at here. Any of these that we don't really want? Yeah, so we got the aggressive slow wound healing. That could go die in a fire. And then the rest are all fine. We can chuck one of the chain shotguns over that I don't really need. We can chuck over the gas mask. A bunch of our worn clothing can all be chucked over. We do have a Hussar, so we do want to actually hold on to the Gojus. Okay, and then we're gonna go miscellaneous in here. I'm gonna put you, the fire foam popper, in that corner. Good tend. Really good tens. All right. You know, just let that continue to churn all that good stuff. Alright, we can also go up here and go orders. Deconstruct that ruin right there. And what's the impressiveness up to? Mediocre. Alright, so let's not use them yet. Once they get to at least slightly impressive, we can start moving people in. Not Luxray. Keep it to our best doctor for right now. We only have a 20% lead, which is a decent lead, but not a huge one. Yeah, I'll tell it to keep the food over there. Oh. Luxray decided to switch beds. Oh, that's because Moriarty hopped in that bed. That's fine. Actually, no, it's not. That's a medical bed. Get in it. Let's keep you in here, and then someone else can kick over to that room. We will go to this bed, and we will unassign it, and whoever's free can get it next. Meanwhile, floors, fine, marble floor, because that tile's been brought up. Oh, you don't have power all the way over there, that's fine. And how are you all doing? Let's see, 64%, so you're about 24% ahead. You're 25% ahead. You are 24% ahead. We're honestly doing pretty good now. Okay, I don't want to run around everywhere and get ruins, but that'll be decent. Okay. And let's see what the impressiveness in this room now. Still mediocre. A big thing that'll help is dealing with the flooring. Looks like you actually got a good tend. Yeah, 82% solid. But you stay on top of that. So floors, fine granite. Okay, just do your best. Pretty much as fast as we're getting the stone, we're just putting it down. If you put down the fine granite floors, that should boost up these rooms a lot. Because one of the things like really holding them back is the space, but we can get over that by just putting, like, art and crap in there. Really solid tend again. Do you have any greedy jealous? Yes, I do have a greedy. Burning Sun is a greedy pawn. No jealous, though. But that's the reason why I'm trying to get to at least somewhat impressive. If you get somewhat impressive, it nullifies greedy. Alright. So I should see this slowly go up. Yeah, the wealth is slowly climbing. Just a bit more wealth, it'll probably get to somewhat impressive. And obviously I'd like even higher than that, but somewhat impressive will serve our purposes. Alright. Yeah, the impressive barracks is -1. When they wake up, I believe you're still at mediocre. No, you're at awful. That's fine. That's no problem. We were all like, oh, it's clearly the cat. So jealous is worse than greedy. 1 jealous pawn is manageable. 2 jealous pawns is, unless they are a couple so they're sharing a room, it is hell, because if either of their rooms are nicer than the other, they'll whine about it. And so even if you take the time to get their rooms exactly equivalent, someone will walk in and track the tiniest amount of dirt, and then the other one will get mad at it, because they'll be like, well, his room's more impressive than mine. I want the better room. So it is absolutely one of those things that just starts to become a real headache. But 1 jealous pawn, as long as you give him the nicest room in your place, is okay. I forget, I'm gonna have to have all these connected, so... Now imagine they become a couple. Well, that's the thing. When they become a couple and they're both jealous, as long as you make the best room the same one. Same with pretty pawns early on. People fight over their love and go ballistic, and when they get rebuffed. We don't even have pretty pawns, and we're dealing with a lot of people being rebuffed constantly. Okay, so one of the things we're going to want to do here is grab the oxygen thing. That'll probably be enough to handle that area. We'll probably need a heater over here as well. Because when we go to space, it's a whole thing. How are you doing? Okay, so everyone's about to be in the clear on their flu. Let's go here to just normal medicine. A storage, apparel. Weird that you're not putting those on here. So let's go to storage. So you're set to important. You're only set to preferred, so I'm really not sure why. Oh, they're partially worn out vac suits. That's fair. I suppose in a colony you don't have much of a dating pool, but trying over and over would suck. Yep. Archaeogenetics, so next up it's got growth vats. We still don't have advanced fabrication, so I think requiring advanced components is a little rough. So our biofuel's in good shape. We're just working on getting all the rest of this cleaned up. And how much longer? 42 days. So we're getting there. It honestly might be worth putting these in the hallway. But we can worry about that later. They're not dumping anything I care about on the ground, and that's good enough for me. Oh, you're grabbing all these out of the field. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. We'll just keep knocking out more and more of this stuff until we have nothing left. So it shows draw shamblers. Ah, so you don't have serum synthesis. Yeah, so that's hoping for the chronophagy really badly. If we get the chronophagy, that'll be really good for us, because we got people who are getting pretty up there in years. And I'm waiting to do more of the biotech, because one of the things I want to take is cellular instability, which is really good, but it does make people age up faster, so far as, like, their max age is a lower max age. So you kind of do have to, like, keep that in good shape. It's still mediocre. We're getting there. So you're sleeping here again. So awful bedroom is -2, which is only one worse than the hospital being a, you know, impressive barracks or whatever it is. How old do they usually get before they die? It's around, like, the mid-60s that you'll start having lots of age-related complications. As far as when they actually will end up dying specifically, it can vary wildly. But basically, once you start pushing the late 70s to 80s, your character's basically a ticking time bomb if you're not set up right to deal with it. And even then, keeping a person alive at that age is pretty difficult. RimWorld is fairly ruthless when it comes to age. Didn't we have an Alzheimer's pawn we healed? Yes. They hit, I think it was 60 and immediately got Alzheimer's. Bionic Heart plus Lucy, or does Lucy not help with Alzheimer's and such? I actually don't know. Alright, so here's the Horrocks Occultists. So we had one group of these that attacked us earlier that walked on the map and immediately left. Like, we didn't get near them, we didn't do anything, they're just like, never mind. And it wasn't like it was, like, dangerously cold or anything else where it's like, oh, something like that. They just kind of looked at us and were like, wait. Alright, so we need everyone on deck. Fast you can get here. So pretty soon we should be close enough that they run out to meet us. I'm actually surprised they're not engaging on us yet. Okay, there we go. That's a lot of them all at once. Small children to the back, please. Okay. So put these two in the front to try and draw fire. So try and focus on you. So back up just a second. Alright, so now we're getting to that. I gotta make the final push, because in 1 hour, one of my people will be instantly downed. As soon as we get that first hit on him... Okay. So with that, all of you drop back to this rocks for cover. And then you two get to the up in front here. So they shoot our people with shields. Of course, they immediately land not one, but 2 direct hits on our people behind cover. Alright, you two get there, you get here. What? Oh, hit it. Come on. Drop him. Okay. Get all of you in position real fast. It's gonna get it back up in a moment. Okay. Oh, you've already dealt with that one. Now you get back up. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You got this, man. Alright. And that should be all of them. Okay, so what injuries do we got? We got some bruises, we got some bruises. You took a little bit of a cut to the arm, and you took a cut to the torso. So the only one who's got a decent injury is Commodore. And even that's not that bad of an injury. The big danger with them is you saw how we had that big rush at the start. If you get unlucky and the melee ones could rush up and get on top of you, they actually can be pretty menacing in melee. Because of their inhumanization, they take just such a ton of damage to get them to, to get them to stop, that they can get a lot of hits in the whole time. Okay. They're almost done with winter. At that point, we'll be able to start growing some stuff. I actually kind of expect we'll get bullied off the tile by the mechs before we get to grow things. But we're just going to kind of chill here, keep building everything until either we get our food supply up or the mechs make us leave. Still mediocre. We'll get there. Yeah, having the fast wound healing is just really nice. We also have super fast available, but we're gonna need more stuff here to be able to do that. I.e. the aging ritual. Alright, Grovat's done. Circadian Influence. And how goes the Draw Shamblers? Mostly done. So when that's done, hopefully it chooses the Psycho... whatever. Like, I got all this stuff over here. I'm really hoping it goes this path, because if it goes after Bioferrite Shaping, that suddenly opens up all of this for research. It just means the odds it rolls the research I want get lower, because we are doing the random research where I don't control the research, which means I'm stuck with whatever I get. We also need to get a better weapon for Jaywalker as well at this stage. We don't care about that. Not a whole lot nearby that we care about for the moment. Space-wise, I forgot we have the Cyclops platform. We're probably not going to get there. But, we'll want to keep building up our ship and getting ourselves prepped. Because the Odyssey ending is a endurance thing. You're just going to have your ship hold as you slowly work through the mech platform. I'm sure there's ways you could cheese it where you could just blast through it super fast, but generally it's a thing about, like, taking down a bunch of the mechs, exploring some of the ruins, back off, recover, go back out, repel the attack, repeat. Over to tree sprout, that's fine. Yeah, another stun weapon like Giga's would be nice. Yeah, well, I mean, usually having two Zeus hammers, it's definitely not bad. They don't stack up as super well. Okay, so Grav Ship Shield Generator is something we definitely want. So let's see what that quest was. An anonymous AI has requested help defending a surveying equipment in a remote site. The surveying operation will take 10 to 15 days and will require traveling to a remote distance. In exchange for your services, they're offering a valuable grav tech. So the shield generator is fantastic. Basically, it gives you a pretty big area. It's something like this big or so that it'll put a shield. So if you put, like, say I have a defensive position here, and then I put the shield generator back there. If I have the shield end right here in front of my defensive line, it's perfect. Just let you pour out all the shots you want, and only the shots that would potentially hit your people get stopped. And then you can stack them one behind the other, so I activate one shield, and then when it's about to drop, I activate the next shield, and it can really, really do a number for repelling attacks. Our ship's not designed in a way I'd be able to easily accommodate our shields, but when we get there, we can start, you know, fussing with it. Regardless, I want it on board, so that way if I do get said shields, you know, do get the space, we can plunk it down. Because nothing else, even if you're just, like, standing out in the open, but under the shield, that's just fine, because you can still shoot through and then retreat wherever you need to. Not seeing anything I care about landing out there, so that's fine. A porcupine has chosen death. Alright, so quests. We got plenty of time to accept it. I'm gonna wait. Because it does look like we're finally getting to... Well, actually, okay. Going to accept it. Don't screw me, game. Don't put it closer to the cap. Either a similar climate to this one. Okay. Growing period never. They've got 17 days to get there. Well, it's still actually too cold for these to grow. They are just going to die. We're going to be running into some food problems here. Alright, launch. Go. There's nothing I really care about out here. And that shield's worth taking some chances with. 94% pollution. We already almost lost our colony once to do that. Because the problem is with the pollution ones, I gotta spend the entire time ripping up the pollution because for whatever reason it spawns inside your ship when you land. So I'm just going to leave that alone. It's a bummer because I'm going to miss out on the shield, but going to where I literally am going to have to try and ride out with the food I've got for an extended period, it's probably just not worth it. Yep, so there goes the crops dying. So we can jump. Is there any place nearby that's got something we'd want? Archipelago, whatever. Ton of pollution there. Coastal island. Drug stockpile on a coastal island. I'm listening. We might not be able to reach that, but worst case, there's an ancient complex. So let's go ahead and we will leave, but we're just not going to go towards that protection. Like, I actually like the protection missions, and it wouldn't be so bad, but at that near max pollution, it's just going to be a whole logistic thing. All right, so we can get to the drug stockpile on a coastal island. And that'll help us secure the go juice for our Hussar. I did not pay attention to the fact that that's 84%. Oh no, I'm going past pollution. Never mind, we're good. And I could get tox immunity and just make it not a thing. Maybe we go that route in the long run. We do have the vac helmets. Yeah, it's fine. Geothermal. There's the power zone. Rice. Potatoes. Strawberries. Heel root. Probably won't happen, but corn. And cotton. I go to the yard part of the ship and say dumping stockpile. And low. Allow all except for rotten. And human-like. Alright, and we'll want to tell them to start hacking that. That's what gets us to our drug stockpile. And probably not a lot of materials. We've got 2,000 steel. I do have tons of components that really shouldn't go down there. What we can do here is go orders. Deconstruct all of the ruins. There are a ton of them here. Alright. They're gonna get that set up as fast as they can. So we've got sand, limestone. We could actually check in the world map. So for the terrain, we have limestone and sandstone. Alright, so all of these ones we had set for granite. Don't worry about it. Floors. Limestone, fine floors. I'll let that go for a little while. Alright. We definitely need more internal power. Strange signal. I'm glad that showed up real fast. My luck is going to be out here. Ideally, I'd love it to be over here somewhere. Up here is fine as well. Down there is okay. Out here is awful. That's appalling. Downright immoral. So let's see what it chooses. That's perfectly acceptable. Area revealed. Draw Shamblers. Summon Flesh Beast is the next one it's going to choose. Okay, I'd like you to please finish the geothermal before everyone starts having a meltdown. Then structure. Go zone and no roof. Cool. Then everything's powered back up. And I'll need to replace these things down here. Oh, 1 second. We got a problem we gotta deal with real fast. As we got a animal that will cause us grief right next to us. So we're going to do the strategy of, have you considered all the bullets? Okay. And dangerous animal handled. We got a warg down in that corner that probably needs to be dealt with. We got a red fox. That does remind me as I need to go production. Butchering table. The butchering table is definitely one of the things I need to bring into the ship when I get a chance. Or at least have like a little platform off the side or something, so I don't have to rebuild it every time and forget about it again and again. Yes, the warg we're gonna have to kill. Oh, right, we're taking apart ruins. I'm like, where's this marble coming from? Right, we're taking apart, like, all the ruins. Could you start sewing over here, by chance? And get the rice and all that? We're not in any kind of urgency for our food. But it really does feel like starting with the non-edible things... probably not the play we want to go with. Actually, this might give me the slate to build some of this remaining furniture. Alright. So the good bad news of this situation is because this is an island, we cannot be raided from these sides at all. I can be raided from anywhere on here. And the water will slow down their progress. Ideally, if you were going to stay here long term, you'd want to put, you know, some type of wall to try and funnel them to force them to walk through the water as much as possible, just to slow them down. Now, one key aspect to worry about is you can have stuff pop out from under here, so you want to wall off the water on all sides anyways. But yeah, we'll also go here to zone. Fishing zone. Alright, let's deal with that warg. Okay, warg's handled. And if we see a hermit crab, the hermit crab is our venerated animal. Pretty sure it's the hermit crab. That might have been a separate run. Let's double check. Yeah, the hermit crab is our venerated animal. So if we do see one, we must take it, for we must worship. Or, I guess venerating is technically not the same as worshipping, but it's very similar. Okay. Now I've got where they can hunt everything. And I guess one thing we'll do is miscellaneous. Have that ready to rock and roll. So we get an abundance of stuff like wood, we can just chuck wood at people for rep or something like that. You know what? That's fine. Oh, I got another ruin down there. Okay, so we got that open. Let's give our people a chance to plant most of the crops, and once most of the crops are planted, then we're going to go down and check out the drug stockpile. That way it's all growing, so we can hopefully, you know, cash out a bunch of good stuff later. Decent bedroom, we're moving on up. Okay. Well, for whatever it's worth, they did get the corn planted first, so if we're gonna get any crop, the corn is planted. I don't have high confidence we'll get the corn. It just takes so long to grow. But it's fine. We're planting everything, we're getting in the ground, that's what matters. If I load up just wood, well actually, scraps of cloth, and then we were to load up wood. I'll clear out some inventory up there for those tiny little stacks of cloth that don't matter. Oh yeah, and once they're done with that, they can pull up whatever medicine and berries. Alright, so we got the ship landing. So we're going to give us the tech print or some rep. I'm going to take the tech print on this one. That's the last tech print I'm missing. So if I get that, it never shows up in the loot table again. That is not a place because it can't be raided from anywhere but down here or over there. That does imply the raid is going to have to go all the way across the map, and usually they spawn relatively near the map's edge. Alright, grab everyone. We'll rally them here. We'll see what we're up against. Because we're lucky, we can force them to run across the water. If they spawn up here, I'm going to be late. But if it's down there or over here, I can probably get into position to take advantage of them while they have no... I'm going to go for... hoping to be lucky. There they are. So down here on the left, they are bringing a lot of sniper rifles and all that. Actually, those trees are so thick. Well, that's a nice defensible position. And zone. And we will clear you and allow human lake. Yep. They rolled in and just out in the water where there's no cover and just got wrecked. I was a little worried the two snipers were going to stop and crack off shots, and while they would definitely lose the fight, they could get lucky and pop one of our people. That's what happened to our unnatural healer, is they weren't even in the fight, they're just trying to get out of the way, and just got popped walking by real fast. And then with that, every single one of the tech blueprints is here. So if we look at this, the only things that have numbers behind is the standard mech tech and high mech tech, which we have to go and ultra and all that. Oh, I take that back. Yeah, all of these though are locked behind the mechanators. So the only things we don't have on the list there is the mechanator stuff. Okay. You're about to get that done. What else do we just have pop in the log? Oh, it was just them saying that they finished that. Getting influence, molecular analysis. So we're getting all of our implants researched back to back, one after the other. I'm actually more concerned about anomaly research right now. Yes, we got plenty of sandstone. Alright, we'll definitely want to go down there before too long. Got a little steel pulled up. And how goes this? Getting a whole lot of none of it done. Oh, because you have no cloth. Okay, and what about you? Do you also require cloth? No, you just require plasteel, steel, and components, so... and they're waiting on Jaywalker. Yeah, Jaywalker... Well, Jaywalker's a researcher and then crafter's second. But that's okay. We only have, like, one research bench, so that'll still get done. Alright. How's this room doing? Still decent. We got a few of those creeping into decent. I might actually have to have someone do art. Which is unfortunate, because literally no one has art skill in the entire colony, because the gene stuff we're doing, we've been giving them all awful art. So I might either need to trade for art, or... I mean, honestly, we could probably get something construction-wise done and just get like a masterwork something to chuck in there. Yeah, because, like, will not do... Yep, everyone's at 0. Yeah, legendary royal bed. I mean, that'd be one way to do it. Meanwhile... So 11, 2, 11... That's fine. Because I just shot wood at them, and they don't really care about that. Okay, we can load this. Items. You get a bunch of the spare junk they all dropped. A bunch of our worn out stuff. Send their own corpses their way and be like, hey man, think about it. We'll send the jade their way. Send the random little bits of cloth their way. And have some more wood. Fun fact, gold and silver tiles count as fine floors for nobles. Makes sense. You're basically just covering your floor with money. And since this is slowly becoming our hospital, we're gonna rip up the fine floors and put down sterile floors. Okay. Come on, slightly impressive. Nope, okay, so that's not enough to push us to slightly impressive. We will need something else to boost it just a smidge. Because literally everyone have the, yeah, fast healer, fast healer, fast healer, fast healer. Dirt mole. Do you have predisposition at being bad at art? You do not. Fast healer, well, unstable healer, which is also bad at art. So neither of the kids have a predisposition at being bad at art. So one of them might end up being an artist for a while. They're slowly burning themselves out of food. Okay, what was that? Oh, it's just the red fox, that's fine. Alright, with that said though, chat, it is getting to be pretty late. Normally I do go for like 9 hours. Technically we're at like 10, and it may not look like, because you might look at the stream and be like, wait a second, it says 4. We had a disconnection earlier. I do appreciate everyone popping back in. It is always one of those hard things when you have a disconnection well into stream. It is just kind of one of those things that, like, about a third to the half of the people get lost because, you know, they raided in, they're lurking, and they get dropped, and they just don't refresh or whatever. And all that kind of good stuff. But we will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST, probably for more RimWorld. As a reminder, when the 29th comes, that's when Build 42.2 is dropping for Project Zomboid in Stable Branch. And we will be beginning a brand new run of Project Zomboid on Build 42.2 to check it out. Pretty excited about that. I am trying to keep a certain amount of, like, reservedness about it, because Build 42 has had a lot of pain points, so it does feel a little ambitious that's going stable already, but we'll see. Now, with that said, if you've enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you, because I do not have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight.